the KSI versus Swarms, the KSI versus Pineda live stream here on my channel, Believe in Bruce, in association with Give Me Sport, which is the largest sports online platform in the UK, and also Block Asset. So tonight, it's going to be a biblical event. It's going to be really interesting. We've got KSI, obviously on a strategic resurrection of his boxing career. We all know that he wants to, knock the ring rust off. We all know that Jake Paul is somewhere down the line, okay? So that's what he's trying to do tonight. We all get that. Is it a clever strategy, boxing someone at the start of the night, at the end of the night? Could it play dividends? Could it go against him? Let us know in the comments, okay? And also, tonight, as I've just said, we are being sponsored by Block Asset, all right? Block Asset. An organization that has got so much access to athletes, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on, you would not believe. And tonight we're going to give away 10,000 block, which is their cryptocurrency. Okay, that's right, 10,000 block. What you need to do, if you're interested in getting free money, essentially, free money that you can trade, what you need to do is download the Phantom wallet from the App Store, because we will be asking some lucky viewers, okay, for comments in the comment section. And if your comment gets picked up, we'll be asking you to take the code from your Phantom wallet, put it in the comment section, and we will transfer you some of that 10,000 block. All right, so great stuff coming up. We've also got dial-ins definitely coming up soon. Darren the Gorilla Till, he's going to be joining us. So if you've got any comments for Darren Till, please leave those in the comments as well. So tonight we've got some fantastic guests coming in here. Obviously, I'm going to big them up. Well, we've definitely got two fantastic guests and one very gregarious guest, Northeast-based boxer. Okay, but first we've got Barry Jones. All right, Barry Jones, former world champion boxer himself, and in my opinion, one of the most technically gifted commentators out on the global boxing scene at the moment. We've also got UFC fighter Mark Dikiesi. Correct? Hopefully I've said that right. If not, I've practiced it enough. All right, I've practiced it enough. Mark, again, got a couple of good wins in the UFC, now on a very, hopefully, upward trajectory. We never know. We might have, the UK's third UFC championship belt holder after Bisping and Leon Edwards last weekend. What a fight that was, what we covered on the live stream as well. And we've also got Newcastle's own Joe Laws. You might recognise Joe, the sombrero-wearing boxer from his infamous matchroom walkouts. Won quite a few, lost a couple, and again, now he's trying to get back in the hot seat to try to truly optimise his own potential. But let's start bringing the panel in and let's have a little chat here. So, Barry, all right, obviously huge background in boxing. We had a little chat before the show started. We've got KSI, we've got this, feeling, this energy, this momentum going around YouTube boxing at the moment. As a pure boxer, world champion, skin in the game, that is what you are. What do you think about these YouTubers crossing across into the boxing realm? Is it fair? Are they embarrassing themselves? Give me your opinion on it, Barry.
Well, a little bit of both, let's be honest. I think I think they've called this show in particular crossover boxing, which I think is a clever term, and if you give it a label, I think that's good, because they are essentially boxing each other.
Yeah.
And that's fine, that's fantastic. And you learn. And then obviously with KSI, and we've seen of course with Jake Paul, that they will fight some, whether they're former UFC fighters or current boxers, then they're starting to dip their toe into real professional boxing, what I would call it. Then that's fair enough.
Sure.
But it's what KSI's doing tonight is really risky, I feel. The fact that he's boxing two fellas on the same night. Okay, Swarms was a late replacement and has no experience in the game, so you tend to think that would be an easy fight on paper. But there's an unknown factor there. And then he's boxing a current professional fighter who might not be the very best. Let's be truthful about it, but still, well, he might not be.
But he's still a pro boxer.
He has a lot of knowledge and he knows his way around the ring, and that can cause its own. But forget about that. There's injuries. You think what if the Swarms is a hard fight, which everyone goes first, and then your tank's empty, and you think you got 4 hours or 3 hours, wherever it is.
Yeah.
to replenish that tank and go again against the guy, or the other way around, whichever one he fights first, and your tank might be empty, or you get a cut or an injury. There's loads of variables there that you can't really put your finger on that might ultimately cause an upset here for him if he's not. He has to go in that fight to win it, but also be aware that he's got another fight in a few hours' time, and that's a real risky and ballsy move, I feel.
For sure. I mean, it's an interesting position for a fighter to be. Obviously, we've had the old prize fighter, that structure where there was multiple fights, at least if you stayed in per night. But then to sort of, have that many fights on the card, you warm up, you go through not just sort of mental preparation, but physical preparation, that you then exert yourself mentally, physically. You've then potentially got a huge wait time until you then got to go through it all again, Barry.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the experience. He's had a few, I would say, real fights, but they're not really real fights. And yeah, so he hasn't got that experience of an amateur. See, when you turn professional, you don't fight the best professionals when you turn pro. That's just the fact. So we complain about these YouTube fighters as uber snobs in the boxing world, but in reality, most of the boxers who turn pro, box journeyman who never won any fights. So we're doing the same thing as what Jake Paul's doing.
Yeah.
Where then we criticise him. So that's not an even playing field. But we have that depth of an amateur experience where we've been in tournaments, we know what it's like to get mentally right for a fight, and then have to do it again the next day. Or prize fighters, so they've done it of course over the same night. But these guys didn't have that. They don't have that knowledge. You'll panic when you're cut. You don't know what, or you get or not even a cut. You get a welt. Your life starts to close. You have to fight again, or it's round 2 and you got to go another 4 rounds. All these things, you garnish experience through your amateur career, then through your professional career. But people like KSI have no background to fall on. And we saw, Anthony Joshua, who was a fantastic amateur and had been a great world champion. We're going back to how he had, considering other world champions, such a limited and short career. Because he only had, what's he have, maybe 70, 50 fights, I think, as an amateur. Not even, I think it was 39 fights as an amateur. There you go. And won a world silver medal, Olympic gold medal, phenomenal. Yeah. But still not that depth of experience that I had over 100 amateur fights. So when I turned pro at 18, I was only 18, but I've been in the ring over 100 times already. So I know the process to get myself ready. Yeah. And I've been through everything.
And all of those variables as well that you might not be aware of. Yeah, for sure.
Losing 2 rounds and having to find and get the win somehow, or having a terrible start, having an injury going into a fight. All these things that all these guys in their own, obviously in the UFC and Joe is a professional fighter. You learn as you go along. But these guys are going in really raw and with no experience, and you have to give them a bit of credit for that.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. Mark, as an active UFC fighter, if you were having a fight at the start of the roster and then a fight at the end, sort of bookending the card, if you will, what would your approach be? What would you be telling KSI maybe something to think about, or the sort of strategy to approach it with?
To be honest, it's a bit difficult one because it's just a bit different. We've never really done anything like that before.
For sure.
But like I said, it's not real fight. So maybe they have different mindset. The way of thinking, like, I can go back in there and fight again. But when you get to meet real fighters, it's a bit difficult to do that. So I think you gotta just enjoy it, take it as in like some sort of an event, just going in and doing whatever instead of trying to take it too serious, because it gets a bit too deep.
It gets a bit too deep. And and when we talk about in the fighting world, we talk about taking you into deep waters. Sometimes those deep waters come upon you when you're least expecting it. Joe, if I'm assuming Swarms has been picked because he's not that great. Yeah, he's not meant to be, a really tough opponent for KSI. What can happen? You've been the expectations being on you. There's been, expectations from yourself, expectations from the fans, expectations from Eddie Hearn, etc., etc. And then, in your fight, sometimes you've been unexpectedly put on the back foot. Yeah. If that happens to KSI during the Swarms fight, right at the start of the card, and he knows, that this guy should go in 1 round, 2 round, whatever it is, but he should beat him. If it doesn't go like that, how do you think it could affect KSI then?
Yeah, it could work against him. If Swarms comes out and puts it on KSI, when KSI has been thinking, Swarms, easy night, easy win, I think KSI could get a shock. But the way it's planned out, I think he's meant to beat Swarms quite easily, quite comfortable. You go back to the change room, have a couple of Lucozades, have a Mars bar, and then fight later on against Pineda.
Yeah, Pineda.
Pineda.
Yeah,
Pineda.
we've actually all just settled on Pineda because not one of us knew how to actually pronounce his name, so we've settled on Pineda. All right, if that's wrong, try spelling it phonetically for us in the comments just to give us a hand. And obviously, as Joe's just alluded to there, you know, championship boxers, fighters follow a diet of Lucozade and Mars bars. So that's really cool. I'm just saying, have we got our first guest that's in there? Okay, so we're still waiting on the first guest to come in. Now, we've also got Deji. All right, so Deji is KSI's brother. All right, Deji's KSI's brother. Now, unlike KSI, what we have got is Deji seems to be at the other end of the spectrum, right? 3 fights, 3 losses. All right. Barry, how do you think, you know, we've had, you know, brothers in boxing, you know, the Smiths brothers spring to mind, 4 of them, 4 elite level boxers, let's be fair. Now, where you've got KSI, who's just such a huge superstar and, you know, is on definitely that upward trajectory. If not, he's already there in relation to what he does, the activity that he takes part in. And then you've got Deji, who's, you know, hasn't got as many subscribers and, you know, isn't smashing it and all this type of thing. And, you know, this could be his 4th loss tonight. How do you think that possibly psychologically affects Deji going into this fight?
I don't know what you're asking me for. I never lost. Oh, I did one. Yeah. Again, I haven't lost that many fights on the trot. It can be an issue. I think it takes a strong-minded, strong-willed person or a thick person to want to push through that barrier to get a win. You have to admire his determination to want to keep going on.
Yeah.
After being, you know, defeat upon defeat upon defeat. But
yeah.
You know, we go mad in the boxing world about undefeated records are more important now than they ever were before, and that's been probably since the 90s. I would have thought.
Yeah.
More belts and then undefeated because you're building stars now, not building the sport anymore. And I think, and we always say about, you know, an undefeated record means nothing. Yet when someone loses a few fights, we say they're finished. So, you know, it's a contradiction there. I think, you know, it's how he's getting beat.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes, you know, if you're getting caught with one shot and you get knocked out, you can say sort of, you know, you can go 2 ways. You can say that you can become gun shy overnight. You can just say it was a good shot and that's the sport we're in. Or you get totally outboxed and you can go, I have no answer to that. That's sometimes more demoralising. We just go, I was totally schooled there, nothing I could do. And so if he's getting beat like that's maybe a worry that he's doing the wrong sport. But if he's competitive and he's just losing out, then why not keep going for it? I think, you know, he's obviously used to playing second fiddle to his brother in the limelight scenario. Maybe not in their personal life, of course.
Sure.
Just because he's more famous and richer and maybe better looking and taller. Certainly taller. I've seen that. He has all the aces, it would seem. No, but I mean, yeah, no. Ah, poor Deji. He's like me.
Poor Deji.
Oh, Deji. Come on, Dej, get that win, mate. We're all rooting for you. Except for your brother might not be rooting for you because he likes to be the star. But yeah, no.
Poor Deji. It's almost like when the auntie and uncles comes around, like, they know that the family's coming to visit for Christmas Day and they'll put Deji, you know, like out in the kennel or something like that so they don't embarrass the family.
But I had an older brother who was very talented as a boxer, naturally more gifted than I was. So, but because he was older and he was the first one in our family to achieve stuff as a sport, he was British schoolboy champion, he was winning everything. And the whole week before a fight, everyone was like this on eggshells. But then because they'd already been through it with him, then when I got to box at a good level, like my first Welsh international, I was sent over the shop to get some bag of potatoes and the paper, like before I was off to go and box for my country. But so in many ways, I felt, well, this is not right. She like this, but then everything was too intense for him, and then by the time he got to 18, he was out, finished.
Sure.
But me, so I learned to cope with other things. Sometimes it can help you, you know, going under someone's shadow because there's no pressure on you.
Yeah.
No, you're not the first all the time, and that's sometimes that can be easier. But he's not winning fights. That's the only other issue. He's not winning fights, and that can maybe be a problem. So he needs a win, and one win, as we all know, you know, you can you hit walls sometimes in your career, but one win, and that can change your whole outlook and your confidence. Once you get that win or a good couple of rounds, your confidence in yourself boosts up, and then you become you can change from being a loser to a winner.
Yeah.
Steve Robinson, who was a world champion from Cardiff,
Yeah.
he almost had a losing record when he boxed for the world title. Then he went on to beat people like Duke McKenzie, who's one of the greatest British boxers of all time. Colin McMillan, one of the most talented. Paul Hodgson, one of the best boxers ever come out of Liverpool. He had a fantastic run until he came up against a little fella called Nazim Hamid, and then got battered. But like up until that point, he was phenomenal. But he had a losing record almost. He wasn't going anywhere. But he had one good win, got this world title shot, and his confidence grew, and that's what can happen. I'm not saying Deji's going to box. He's going to box for the world title, but I'm trying to give an extreme example about how a guy with loads of loss, and you think, why is he bothering?
Yeah.
They might see things in the gym. He might be doing stuff that he thinks, like, if I just get over the line. How many kids have we seen? In all our sports, people in the gym, how good they are in the gym, and they just can't produce it in the ring.
And they don't show up in the ring.
It's weird, isn't it? For whatever reason, he might be one of those.
I think it's the bright lights. That's what does it.
Yeah. Well, again, it's that mental game, isn't it? It's almost important.
Yeah.
Or he just might be rubbish.
That's it.
No, I'm not being horrible to it. He just might not be very good.
Yeah.
And that sometimes you can't be good at everything, can you? I want to be a basketball player.
Yeah, for sure.
Bear
Yeah,
in
for
mind.
sure. I mean,
I wasn't very good.
I'd love to volunteer to be a striker for Newcastle, but it's just not going to happen. Do you know what I mean? I can lace the boots up, I can pull the strip on, give us a ball. It ain't going in the back of the net. Like, I just know that for a fact, But this comes to a really good question, and it was brought up. So recently there was a boxing event on, and some of the, let's call it influencer boxing events. I saw the highlights, and there was a guy called Simple Simon, all right? Bit of an older guy, like me, white beard, and he was up against a younger kid. And as soon as I hadn't saw him sparring or any sort of build-up or anything, obviously I saw the press conference, and as soon as the guy threw a punch, and you guys are reckoning this more than me, I'm like, he ain't a boxer. He definitely ain't a boxer. And I think he got knocked out in something like, I'm almost sure it was like the first 30 seconds. I'm almost sure it was the first 30 seconds. But this is the question, all right? If you're not good, if you haven't got the skill set, is it dangerous to actually take part in it? That's the thing. Mark, what do you think?
Sorry, say that again.
So if you haven't got the skill set, if you're not a boxer, if you're not a fighter, as some of these YouTubers might not have the skill set. I mentioned that Simple Simon, the TikToker before.
Yeah.
He got knocked out hard as well within the first 30 seconds, or definitely within the first round it was. Like, is it actually safe to put somebody in that type of combat environment if they blatantly haven't got the skills to either fight or defend themselves?
I don't really know what allows these kind of fights, to be honest. Is it boxing border? Do they allow these fights?
I'm not sure if it comes under the jurisdiction by the Boxing Board of Control.
Well, it's tricky with this one because it won't. With all the other guys, I don't think they've had to get licenses or go through the medicals to get a professional license. But he is boxing a professional boxer. But then that professional boxer's from another country, so he doesn't really have to be registered or in the jurisdiction of the British Boxing Board unless he's boxing a British Boxing Board license holder. Gets a bit confusing, of course. But
Yeah, because I feel like you got to be physically prepared. It's like some punches that great boxers throw there, I don't think you should take it when you're not ready for it. Or if you're not trained, just a normal person living your life and then try and get in there, have a fight. It's kind of dangerous. You have to be like prepared for it.
And I think what was interesting, so last night we talked about Joe. Well, obviously I've got a great relationship with Joe. Joe, there was some type of altercation. There was a face-to-face meet, albeit for a short period of time, where I think Joe must have been in the vicinity of KSI. KSI mentioned, like, what's Joe Weller standing like that for? I've got no idea what Joe was standing like, for KSI to say that. And then there was a sort of face-to-face off. It's all over social media. Joe himself recognises that, in the first fight, he done anything but box. Joe adopted a sort of really interesting technique of trying to block punches with his face. Yeah, and he'd done that repeatedly all the way through.
That's what Joe does.
He'd done that all the way through the first round. Yeah, all the way through the first round. So, like, when does it, where's that line where we say, okay, this is great entertainment, we appreciate that compared to normal boxing, there's probably a lot more money involved because of the crowds that they can bring and the tickets that they can sell. But then it comes to the skill level about, where does that actual balance lie? And, should there be almost like a verification process of like, okay, let's have a look at you. I get we're going to make money, right? I get that's done. I get there's more money in here than probably normal boxing, at least at the sort of lower levels. But should they have some type of, I don't even know how to do it, but like almost examination, test, some type of practical assessment where somebody who can box can come in and say, yeah, based on my opinion, and it is just a mark one eyeball, you can throw a punch and you can defend yourself. I'm happy for you to then go. What do you think, Joe? And Barry, I'll come to you after that.
Yeah, well, surely to be fighting on the big stage, they would have had a sport, boxers, ex-boxers, current boxers, know what I mean? And I don't think the average Joe should be in the ring throwing punches and taking shots, because when I've been on like a 2-week holiday and I come back from a holiday and have my first sparring session, it's a reality check. Never mind these people who've never sparred before, never fought before, and people can get hurt in the ring. So I think they should have some sort of checks in, but to be fighting on these stages, surely they would have had to like spawn against boxers, ex-boxers, current boxers. Like I say, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think, there's got to be the safety for the fighter as well as, the obvious money-making opportunity. What's really interesting for me, so hopefully the DAZN live stream, for those people in the comments asking, it's coming on at 7 p.m. Okay, that's when the DAZN live stream starts that we will be doing the chat about. What's really interesting for me is the narrative. Okay, so Barry, did you see the KSI Logan Paul fight?
Yes, I did the one in Los Angeles.
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you saw that. Okay, cool. So, I think it's a good point to debate, and I'm sure we've got some KSI fans in the comments there. Please feel free again to leave your thoughts in the comments. What no one's really speaking about is actually Logan Paul lost that fight. Yeah, Logan Paul lost that fight. He had actually starched KSI. KSI was down. Yeah, it was down. I think it was a body shot. I'm not sure what the actual shot was, but then he followed it up, which if you're honest and fair and balanced, was a bit of a pussy tap on the back of the head, because he was down and then he got hit on the back of the head.
Is that a technical term?
Yeah, technical term. Yeah, I've just literally pulled it up the British Boxing Board of Control rule book there. Yeah, a bit of a pussy tap. But that's what happened. Now, if Logan Paul hadn't have done that tap, okay, Logan Paul would have won. Because KSI wasn't really, even when he got up, he was wobbling in the corner. The referee, because of the stature, in all probability, probably would have called it off. However, he did tap him. KSI went to win the fight on points. There's a narrative that they've got about KSI. Everything he touches turns to gold. He always wins, all right? But the fact is that there was a huge opportunity there for Logan Paul to win that fight. Now, if you believe so much, in yourself, and then it starts going against you. Yeah, like there's a wake-up call. It doesn't go your way. KSI is obviously very successful entrepreneur. He's a businessman, sportsman, rapper, etc., and good on him as well. But how do you deal with something that when it doesn't go your way in that particular moment? I'm interested in how you think that could affect his mindset, because he's hitting success in so many fields. What happens if he gets in with Swarms and Swarm puts him in his arse in the first minute? How do you think he reacts to that?
And that could happen because you got two relatively novices here who won't have. So when you go in the gym, you're being taught by guys who know what they're doing. Of course, I would presume, but everything's structured. So your hands are high. You're throwing straight punches and hooks and uppercuts. Everything's neat as you can be. But sometimes when they get in the ring, that all falls apart and they just start swinging. Now, that happens all the time, doesn't it? And so those swing shots are hard to defend against, because for weeks, for 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks, you've been defending against boxers who punch straight and punch correct. So you're blocking and throwing back. All of a sudden, you've got some person just swinging shots all over the place. Yeah. And you haven't got the knowledge or experience or ability to cope with that. Now, I always say about novices, people who are just starting off the sport, getting hit's not the worst thing. Getting hit in the face is not the worst thing to happen. No, that's not what makes you panic. What makes you panic is punches thrown at you. They're not necessarily have to hit. When punches are thrown at you, the first thing you do is go up and away. because you want to get. Because why wouldn't you want to get away from the shot? That's the natural thing to do.
Yeah.
But all you need to do is stay nice and low and always be comfortable with the punches coming over you, and that's the difference. And if you cannot panic in that situation when people can hit you with shots potentially. And you keep calm, you see everything. You see the gaps appear. You know, you see the more time you got to deliver that shot.
Yeah.
You can move around the target because all of a sudden you're not panicking. Your mind's not going 100 miles an hour. You've almost slowed time down, and that's. Again, we talk about experience, but when you're a novice, you don't have that. So you either move up away or you just swing like a lunatic back, and then it becomes whoever hits first. There's no ability, or there's just luck. A lot of that is, and a lot of these fights, you see the white collar fights, which are in hotels around the country, and they're fantastic nights out where people just having a bucket list to fight each other, but they're just swinging like lunatics. They've done all this training where they've been punching straight and all neat, and then come fight night. Once that bell goes, that adrenaline rush, the fear, the nerves, all that stuff that's inside you comes out in an off-flattering manner. You just swing like a lunatic.
And
how many rounds are they doing? Sorry.
How
many rounds?
To be honest, I'm not sure. Usually, it's mentioned in the the sort of websites and the build-up, but the rounds haven't actually. I haven't come across it.
I think most of the fights, the intermediate fights, are 4 rounds.
Right. Okay.
3-minute rounds. And I'm not sure if he's doing 3-3 or 6-6.
Because I think that also plays a part.
Yeah, of course.
Depending how you manage your energy through the rounds. So if he's not very clever with it, he will gas himself out early, and he can't do the next fight.
But also, you got to make sure you win that fight.
Yeah,
as well. That's the worst. That's the thing.
Also, you got to win both fights as well. Yeah, that's another thing.
So we've got True Geordie with the what looks like a crushed velvet suit on there, looking very handsome, and Dapper has obviously trimmed the he's trimmed the beard down. We've got Chris Eubank Jr. as well. Chris Eubank Jr. on the commentary team, got a very interesting fight coming up with Conor Benn. Again, Joe just talking about the psychology there. You know, we've got KSI at the start. The whole night's basically going to revolve around him. If it doesn't go the right way for him, you know, in that first fight, then that could affect everything that follows. Yeah, especially, you know, even if he can't get through the first fight, then what happens to the headlining bout, all right?
Yeah.
When you've been put on the back foot and you know that everybody's looking at you, how did that affect your mentality?
My mentality in the fight, it's like, it's fight or flight. In the gym, it could be different, but when you step through them ropes, it's like no retreat, no surrender sort of thing. If someone puts it on you, you should do what you've been doing in the gym, and that's react to what them are doing. And 9 times out of 10, that's fight. But with KSI, it's all about his mindset. If he really thinks deep down the Swarm's fight is going to be really easy, and Swarm goes out there and puts it on him, he could get a shock. So it just all depends what KSI really believes in his cell. He can say what he wants, but only he knows deep down what he thinks. If he thinks Swarm's going to be a walkover and Swarm puts on him, then he's in for a hard night. And also could be a factor, he is headlining, his name's on the poster, he's fighting twice, and I think if he looks ahead of Swarms too much, it could be a bad night for KSI.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting because KSI, it's not just about this night. It's not just the fact that KSI is the first fight. It's not just the fact that KSI has got some time and then he's the headline fight. It's the fact that this narrative with Jake Paul, all right, this narrative with Jake Paul. So when we talk about performance psychology, which is obviously my background, is that we've got this thing, and I mentioned it on the last stream, called eyes off, okay? Individual zone of optimized function. So everyone's got a sweet spot, all right? And dopamine plays a real key part in helping you be in your sweet spot more of the time. So when someone puts you on the back foot, like you said before, you know, someone puts you on your arse, like you've been, Joe, right? Then you can get over-aroused, all right? It's called the inverted U, all right? So the idea is you're not aroused, you're aroused correctly. So we're talking about psychologically aroused here. People always hear me say aroused and think about something else, yeah? Like cucumbers and stuff like this.
Exactly what I was thinking. Where's this going? No, this is a rabbit hole. I don't want to go down.
And then you've got, so essentially, you're not engaged enough. A bit like Joshua was with Andy Ruiz after the Jarrell Miller bit was cancelled, yeah? Like, I just wasn't interested. I couldn't get up for it, yeah? And then the idea is that you've got external or internal stimuli that brings you up into your sweet spot where you're activated to the right amount, okay? Your thoughts have a lot to do with this, which is obviously my background, and that's why I help people understand about how you can flip thoughts and how you can control thoughts to keep you in there. But then when something goes wrong, and then start to panic, you start to become too aroused. You start to, get that fight or flight. That amygdala starts taking control of the prefrontal cortex, and everything starts coming in. You're going on autopilot, all right? That's what I think could be interesting here about KSI, because there is, now again, he's walked the walk, he's talked the talk, he's been there, he's done it, he's laced the gloves up, he's got on huge stages before. Joe Weller, massive sellout up in Manchester Arena, Logan Paul in London, and then Logan Paul in the States as well. But there's so much riding on here. I just wonder what he will do at those particular moments when or if it goes wrong, right? If it goes wrong. I think that's when, we'll see KSI, can he deal with adversity?
I would say the fear of losing is what drives most of us on.
So just to tell you here, KSI versus Pineda, it's actually 3 rounds. Yeah, 3 rounds at the end of the card, just to confirm there for the people asking in the comments.
Yeah, the fear of losing drives you on. No, that's the biggest thing. Now, that can consume you, and then you fall apart. If those nerves are getting beat, because ultimately, being a boxer, getting punched in the face, or being a fighter. Sorry, that's not exclusive to boxing, is it?
Yeah.
Being a fighter, getting hit and hurt, it's just something that you're used to. You're prepared for that. But getting beat, something that you tell yourself, no, fighters are the biggest liars on the planet. We all lie about weight. We all lie about money, how much we're getting paid. This is true. And we all lie to ourselves that whoever we're fighting, that we're going to win, even if it's an uphill task, and everyone else say we're not going to win. We convince ourselves, we lie to ourselves, that like psychology sort of thing, that you're going to win this fight, and you can't. If you're your very best, he can't beat you, or she, depending on who it is. And that's you have to be. You have to be like that, otherwise you wouldn't get in there. And I think that fear factor, when you can harness that, such a powerful weapon. So I've been on the floor hurt, and like with a body shot, and I was on my knees, didn't know where I was going, and I heard the referee say 7, and the panic. I'm just in pain, by the way. My ribs hanging out, and I'm in so much pain. And when I heard the referee say 7, the panic that I was going to lose, I've come back to reality and thought I'm losing the fight, and I got up. That got me up. Not the I want to fight back. The fear of just losing, not about where I was, just that. When I heard him say 7, I'm going to get counted out, and I got up, and I got battered in the fight. I went back down again 5 more times. But
snap.
But yeah, but that's irrelevant. I mean, the fact is that you have to get up, and I think that fear factor of losing drives you on more than wanting to achieve at times. More than wanting to win, the fear of losing can sometimes be a more powerful weapon.
It is. It's so interesting. Like you say, when you've had that experience, when you've had that conditioning. Now, interestingly, when KSI fought Joe Weller, and then Joe lost, they've done an interview sometime in the past 12 months where Joe got KSI onto his channel, and what KSI said, what really helped him was the singing, was the rapping, was the performing, and going out in big crowds. He said, so it's not, I'm not having a boxing fight, but being able to walk out in front of a crowd and perform, he says that massively helped me. What's your take on that, Mark?
It does help when you go, obviously walking in front of a crowd like that as well. I think KSI is a superstar. I think that alone boosts his confidence because people are actually supporting him. And when you get that, getting support by people knowing they're behind you, it just makes you perform it better.
Yeah, for sure. And so we've got KSI versus Swarms confirmed. 3 rounds as well. Yeah, 3 rounds for KSI versus Swarms. So I'm taking the next 10, 15 minutes. Hopefully, they should be starting the ring walk. And we'll see. This is where we're going to see what happens when both of them make the walk, they enter the ring, and then all the plans, everything that they've done before, will they prove fruitful? Can Swarms, with a never boxed before, never been in the ring, at least on this stage, he's got a 0-0 record according to the official stats. What can he do? He's a performer. Will that help Hill Murray?
Yeah, I think the fact that I think that being in the crowd and having all that, as Max already said, that's an issue in itself. But they've both been in front of the crowds in their own field, so they're both going to be. I don't think the crowd are going to really affect them too much. But you are doing something that you're not an expert at, and that's different. Especially for Swarms. He's going to do something here that he hasn't really done before, really. So there's an unknown there and a nervousness. Cause when you're good at, when you're good at something.
Yeah.
even though you're nervous, you know the other guy or woman in the corner is also very good.
Yeah.
But you know you're good, so you go in and think, listen, I know what I'm doing. But
Yeah.
when you're not quite sure if you know you're very good,
Yeah.
then there is a bit more nerves. I think we take it for what it is, though. This thing, you know, with like, it's for an IBC title. I guess that's an Influencer Boxing Championship.
Yeah.
So they've labelled it all the right way. I think it's I think as long as we don't try and make out that this is real professional boxing and the next person's going to be boxing.
Yeah.
You know, I was going to say Floyd Mayweather, but that possibly could be a reality. I commentated on the Logan Paul fight before.
Yeah, for sure. It happens.
Exhibition, whatever it was, but you know, which is fun in its own right, of course, because it wasn't a serious fight.
Yeah.
So it's fine. But this is serious. You know, these guys are at most of these guys on the card are at the same sort of similar level. So it won't be steeped in quality.
Yeah.
But it will be entertaining.
Yeah,
I think.
for sure. Can we bring the stream back up? So, again, just before it gets started, all right, we've got Swarms there. Now, sitting down very still, not moving.
He looks
Again,
scared, doesn't he?
you guys are fighters. What are you reading into that? Yeah, what are you reading
scared
into that?
scared or focused? What do you think?
It looks like he's thinking this is about to happen. Oh my God. It's
Swarms
happening.
is...
No, boys, that's the worst part, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know
Waiting.
when the guy comes in, usually the floor manager comes in and goes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Oh. I need to go to the toilet.
So we've got Keemstar there on the mic as well. Keemstar, I think he's got a fighter on this card as well, which is an interesting concept. Keemstar, big YouTuber across in the States there, runs a thing called Drama Alert. Essentially, he's like the sort of gossip column. I'm sure there's people going to put in the comments that I've got it wrong, but he seems to be, a gossip king, and anything that happens in the YouTube or, that type of area. Keemstar likes to be the first one publicising it out there. So again, we've got, our sponsor tonight, Block Asset. Now, just to give these guys a quick mention and also have a chat, because what I've discovered over the past couple of weeks is that crypto is not as complicated as I first thought it was. I met the guys, really good bunch of guys down in UFC London, and I chatted to Paul and Bobby, two of the founders. I was like, what is crypto? What are these funny cartoons that we're seeing? Why should I buy something? And actually, there's so much more to it. That's, why they're wanting to get the name out there. They're wanting to get the brand and actually an understanding of how you can actually engage with crypto, all right, with crypto. So if a grander like me, white beard here, never learned it before, can actually understand it in about half an hour. But what's really cool about these guys is that, or the Block Asset community, it really gives you an opportunity for the fans to get close to the athletes. That's what I'm picking up from it, man.
Yeah.
It's almost a bit like stocks and shares, as in, like, you buy Block, all right? So Block is their cryptocurrency. And you can do that. And we've got 10,000, okay? I'm not even making this up. We've got 10,000 Block to give away tonight to you, the viewer. So if you've never been involved in crypto before, there could be 10,000 Block, which is their cryptocurrency, available to share with the viewers on this live stream right now to start your crypto journey. All you need to do is go to the App Store and download the Phantom wallet. Okay? Little icon's got like a sort of purpley type whale-ish. It's not technically a whale, but you'll understand when you see it, all right? Just go to the App Store, download the Phantom wallet. Because what we're going to do is we're going to select some people in the comments to receive some of that 10,000 Block. In order to do that, you've got to take your particular wallet code, put it into the comments, and then that way we can transfer the Block straight to your wallet. Now, what's really cool about this is that they do a thing called burning Block, all right? It's essentially you then get or invest an amount of money, okay, which is then you buy some Block with that. What you can then do is burn Block to give you a chance of either creating some activities with athletes. For example, you could have a one-to-one training session with Darren Till. Hamzat Shemaev, because again, he's another Block Asset athlete. You might go and do something with him. You might have a FaceTime call of one of the athletes that you've invested in. And the best way that someone's explained it to me was Ethan, one of the Block Asset guys. I think it was Ethan who said, imagine you're going to a fairground and you buy tokens. Yeah. You can then go and spend the tokens on any of those rides at the fairground, all right? So that's a little bit like what Block is, apart from when you're doing it, it tends to be specific to the athlete. So I might buy some block, or in fact, the NFT, okay, the NFT, it might be the done one. Last week, we were publicising it, Alexander Usyk, all right? So there was a numerous versions of NFTs that went out that were minted for Alexander Usyk. If you just watch the mic when you're doing that, Joe, cheers, buddy. And the idea is that there's so many cards, all right? So imagine Panini football stickers. Yeah, there was always the ones that whenever you got a pack, there was always like, you know, some of the footballers, they always turned up. But then there was the rare ones, yeah, the Mona Lisa, that it didn't matter how many packs you bought, you were always scrambling for at least one to finish your book off, all right? That's the way that the NFTs work, and that these become valuable because of how rare they are. So again, if you look at a sort of pyramid format, is that, you know, there'll be X amount of these ones, and then it'll get rarer and rarer and rarer. So you can trade those cards, all right? You can trade those cards. But you're actually invested in the athlete when you decide to engage with block asset, buy block, and also the NFTs as well. All right, that's really what it is. It's like, and again, I'm still getting used to this. I'm sure there'll be some people here, you know, part of the block asset community. Put it in your comments. You know, am I following the right lines? I'm trying to make sure I'm not saying anything I shouldn't be saying. But the idea is, it's like it's just a cool concept where if you are a sports fan, you're investing in your athletes via the block asset community. And also, there's only so much block out there. So when you start to burn your block, or when you start to put your block in for, you know, prizes or the chance to engage with an athlete, then the remaining block also starts to increase in value as well, because there's less block available. It's a little bit like gold, yeah? The sort of less that's there, or any commodity, the less that's there, the more valuable it becomes. So as well as saying, actually, I've invested a little bit here, I'll burn a little bit of it to try to then engage with my athlete, or the chance to win a prize with an athlete. Then what you've got is that by other people burning block, their block investing, then you actually increase the value of what you've got left. Yeah, that's really where it's coming from. And again, we're going to be giving 10,000 block away today on this show. So again, please download the Phantom wallet, and later on what we'll be doing is we'll be asking you to put your codes in there along with your comments, and random people will be selected to get free of charge, okay, some of that block going directly into your Phantom wallet. All right, so we've got a little bit of an intro from Block Asset just to give you an idea of who they are, where you can find them, and we'll also be bringing up a QR code after this as well, so you could go to their website, have a look at the whole actual ecosystem, the whole website of what it's involved, but also where you can see what you can do with your block. So if you can bring the intro in, please, the tech team, that would be fantastic. Block Asset, let's have a look at it now. Okay, so that is Block Asset. Again, we're going to be talking about more about the product. We're going to be having a little bit chat about it later on, just to go more in depth. But essentially, if you want to get closer to your athletes, okay, and you want to do those one-to-one experiences, you want to invest in your athletes, okay, the people who you follow, you love, you support, there is a great opportunity through the Block Asset community, that ecosystem, to go and in that space, okay, acquire block, trade it for places, activities with the people who you see on TV, you know, the people who you probably send happy birthday messages to on Instagram, but they never get back to you because they're big stars, all right? There's a chance for you to actually engage one-to-one with activities on there. I've never heard of anything like this before. Yeah, I've never heard of anything where it's actually a possibility, not just some waffle out there in the ether. It is a possibility through this ecosystem, this community of Block Asset, to engage with your athletes on a level like never before. And also, depending on the athletes who you invest in, like Leon Edwards last week, okay? Leon Edwards, we all saw that beautiful, beautiful head kick. Mark, I'm sure you would have been happy with something like that, man. I was like, come on, yeah, go on, Leon. Yeah, we're up there.
Yeah.
Is that because Leon won, then if you had invested in Leon, NFTs, etc., when their athletes win, the people with the NFTs for that athlete then get rewards as well. So if your athlete does well, you get rewarded, you know, because you've effectively invested in that particular athlete as well. It's so cool. We're going to go into it more later on, but definitely we want to give this 10,000 block away. So if you can download the Phantom app, and later on we're going to be bringing you in, getting you put your codes there, along with some comments, some predictions. Yeah, how do you see the KSI Swarms fight? Good, let's have it now. Yeah, let's have some comments. In the comment section. How do you see KSI versus Swarms? Is he going to get through it? What round do you think he's going to knock him out? If that's the case, I know there's a few people in the comments already saying that. Does he do the job on the professional box? And also, is this something that's important where he has fought a professional boxer before Jake Paul? All right, because there's this massive ego battle going on between the two of them. There, obviously, KSI won Jake's brother. Jake wants revenge. KSI's had a little bit of a layoff. Jake Paul. In fact, let's just talk about Jake Paul. What are our opinions of Jake Paul? Barry, I'll hand across to you first.
Do you know what? I'm never a huge fan. I thought he was a bit of a fool. This is what I thought. But then, I was at the Katie Taylor Amanda Serrano fight in Madison Square Gardens. And you can see the magic in him. Mm-hmm. You can see why he's so engaged. You can see why he's so successful. He commands the room when he's in it. And you can't put your finger on it, but he does. And that's a sign of a star. Mm-hmm. I know when sometimes things are obvious, some things are not. And he doesn't look... He looks a bit weird, doesn't he? That funny beard, and when he says some really stupid, childish things. But when he's in a room, when he's engaging with the press and the media, he has them eaten out of his hands. He's so clever, and you could see, and I could see it. Then I thought, you know what? I can see why he's such a superstar. Why he's got so many followers and subscribers because of that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'd only seen bit parts of him trying to make out he would knock out Canelo,
yes,
the best fighter on the planet until recently, and things like that. Saying Mayweather, he's better than Mayweather. All the things he sort of said around them sort of lines, I thought it was stupidity, and I thought he was a bit of a fool. But he's not. He's a really intelligent man who knows what he's doing. Everything he does has a motive. Do
you think KSI will turn up tonight, Mark? Do you think he's going to be...
I've just watched
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul.
Obviously, I hope KSI is going to turn up. All the whole night's off, yeah. But what about Jake Paul? Do you think... Because, again, he's a PR machine. Yeah. Highly successful PR machine. Yeah. Like you just said, very intelligent, very charismatic. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. Do you think we can expect to see Jake Paul in the audience tonight? And if so, what impact psychologically do you think that could have on KSI?
I think he shows up. I think Jake Paul... is kind of is a little bit talented when it comes to boxing. I think he's got a bit of a skill. We can't just say he can't box, because if you just watch his technique, he knows how to box a little bit. And I think they've wrestled before, so they have that combat experience in them. So I feel like they can fight. And him coming over to the show, watching the fight, I think that just makes it more interesting, because I don't think KSI will like that.
Yeah, for sure. Joe, has anybody turned up in your audience who you didn't want to be there? Obviously, you can remain anonymous if you don't want to say them. But has there been anything that's put you off like that? The potential. If you had one, Ryland Charlton, for example, was there somebody else you're going to box after that? Is there someone who antagonises your audience? My question is, does it affect you if there's someone there and you know that they're there?
You know what? When I fought Ryland Charlton, I fought in lockdown, so there was no one there. And that was the most spookiest feeling ever. Literally, my dad's been all my fights. My dad wasn't there. No one was there. I walked out and you could hear a pin drop. I was like it didn't seem real, because there was no crowd, no nothing there. For me personally, I think a crowd in that pressure, that fear losing, spurs me on, sort of, know what I mean? Sometimes in the gym, I'm hopeless, whereas under the lights, I think it is the fear of losing that what really kicks you up the arse and goes, how would your switch on? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think that can go... So we talked about that individual zone of optimized function before, that sweet spot. Do you think you can maybe over-egg something? Do you think you can become too stimulated to do that?
Yeah, you can, but I think it depends on the person, know what I mean? I think you've got to figure out your own puzzle. Everyone's little puzzle's different. Whatever makes you give that extra round in the gym, do that. You can't look at one fighter and go, oh, he does that, so I'm going to do that, because that does move like that. Whatever works you in the gym, whatever makes you get up in the morning before your alarm, whatever makes you give that one extra round in the gym. It could be a song, it could be thinking of certain thoughts, it could be proving all the hairs wrong, it could be anything, just do that. And with KSI, I think if Swarms comes out and puts on KSI, I think KSI will be a bit taken back.
And I think that when you look at KSI's preparation, all right. So Barry, again, I'm really interested in your perspective about this. Is that KSI has been training? Again, in the comments, let us know if I'm wrong, but I believe he's been training at the Shoot Fighters Academy.
Salt Pappy.
We've got Salt Pappy versus Andy Warski. There are some interesting names coming up here for the fighters.
Is that in London?
Yeah, it's in London at the O2.
Yeah, but I don't think it's an MMA gym, right? If I'm correct, it's an MMA gym.
Oh, yeah, with Shoot Fighters, yes. Yeah, absolutely correct.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, so it is an MMA gym, and that's and that was my question, as in KSI could have trained in any of the boxing gyms anywhere in the world. To be fair, yeah, he's got that much clout. People, will be clamoring to sort of try and get a little bit of that Stardust off him. Why do you think he chose to train? Because when he had his interview with Alex Wasabi, so he was meant to be fighting Alex Wasabi. Alex Wasabi, he withdrew with what was communicated as concussion. That was the medical reason that he had. And again, that's been deliberated, conspiracy theories, all this type of stuff that happens when something like that comes out and a fight gets shifted, all right? But he was, one of KSI's narratives that I was noting on my non-verbal communication video was that he was emphasizing the fact that I've been training with killers. Yeah, I've been training with legitimate killers. Now, yes, he's been training with killers, but from mainly, I'm not saying they're all there. I think Derek Chisora does something out to Shoot Fighters. I've seen him on some of the pictures, but mainly MMA fighters. Okay, now the question is, will that make any difference to KSI at the level that he is boxing at? Barry, what's your take?
I would probably say no. I don't see how training with MMA fighters helps you get any better at boxing as such.
Because boxing is part of MMA.
It is, but I think I don't know this. I'm talking out of ignorance here, so please put me right. But it seems to me the stand-up is a means to an end. It's not like in boxing. They call it striking, we call it punching. It's two different terms. So punching's everything for us. That's all we do. So you have to do it right and correct. Where I would guess again, I'm not an expert at MMA. Striking, it's a great weapon. But it's not the most important part. There's so many. There's a million more factors to that sport, isn't there?
And yeah, we also have like different stance to boxing just because you get your leg kicked.
Of course, yeah.
Because in boxing, I think you got to turn your leg inside in, right? You got to turn it inside.
Yeah, you want to be, and you want a little bit of a possibly a wider stance. You got to sit down a little bit more. Where you want to be a bit taller, probably. You want to be able to flick your feet.
Yeah, and you can't cover up with shots. You got to parry them, stay away from them. Because obviously, like smaller gloves, it's much different. Yeah. But I do feel it might be that gym because of like you said, David Chisora is there.
Yeah.
So it might be connections. It might get looked after there.
You got Michael Venom Page down there as well, who's done the sort of bare knuckle. It was just interesting for me, Joe. Why choose an MMA gym when he couldn't walk? For example, if you want to go to Adam Booth's gym down in Adam Booth, fantastic trainer. You've got Ben Davis, and I believe Ben's in Kent or somewhere like that, isn't he? He's got Luke and Pat McCormack down there. A big stable.
You could literally just throw a coin to find a professional boxing
for
trainer
sure.
in London, to be fair. But the people who train might be perfectly fine for him at this level.
Yeah.
I just think when you're at the beginning of any sport, you just learn the basics and learn the basics very, very well in any sport. And no such more than in boxing. Keeping your hands high and throwing straight punches are more important than being able to do all the fancy body shots and uppercuts and hooks. The straight shots, especially at a novice level, will get you home all the time.
How can I say? Obviously, I'm a big KSI fan. In that, you've got to respect. I'm a big Jake Paul fan. In that, you've got to respect what they've done. You've got to respect the platform that they've created for themselves. You've got to, the entertainment value, the money that they're making, the fans that they've got. Like, they're bringing it home. They are bringing it home, and they're doing that very well. There was just something in KSI's press conference with Alex Wasabi when I thought, does he think he's better than he is? Because he's got a lot of yes men around him. Yeah.
But he thinks he's better than the people he's fighting, and that might be the truth. So you can pretend you're the best thing since life. But Jake Paul's doing it, let's be honest. No, he's getting MMA fighters. So MMA and boxing, they're combat sports. I've said this before recently, but they're like rugby and football. So you're on the same pitch, similar-ish rules, and you've got to get from one end of the pitch to the other and score a try or score a goal. But they're totally different things. They really are. No, MMA and boxing, totally different things.
Yeah.
They're just totally different sports, isn't it? You know, they're close, but they're nowhere near close enough to. If you're good at one, you're automatically not good at another one. So he's picked. He had an ex and older MMA fighter who probably was more of a wrestler than a puncher.
Yeah, it wasn't a strike, and then his strike is totally different. And I've also obviously got paid for that fight.
Yeah. So, no, but I mean, so he hasn't. So he's not boxing anybody of any note. And so he goes in full of confidence and brash and telling people what he's going to do and how good he is. Because you look good against a guy who's 40 and he's not a boxer.
Yeah.
His
Or,
hand
or,
picking
or,
him.
or a UFC or another YouTuber guy who's never taken a punch in his life.
Yeah.
You know, all those factors have an effect. So you can be, and that's for KSI. He's up against he's up against a guy who has a losing record and another guy who's never boxed before. So he's going to be supremely confident that he can just go in there and dominate.
Okay, so we've got, if we can get the volume up on our headsets, if that's possible for the stream, please. We've got we had Michael Buffer just doing the introduction here. So
It's serious, isn't it?
we are getting, it's a big production, man.
Yeah.
It's a big production. Like, this is no small whole show. You know, I mean, even the first YouTube event in Manchester MEN Arena sold out.
Wow.
You know, Joe Weller versus KSI. It was
Crazy,
like there was a
yeah.
massive world championship going on there. So we're just having the national anthem sung by persons unknown. Do you know who that is? Any idea? No. Some beautiful lady who's got a fantastic voice. Yeah, some beautiful lady who's got a fantastic voice.
But either way, like, look at this, packed out.
Yeah.
It's packed out.
Yeah.
This is why it works.
For that community,
Yes.
to see all their, I would imagine, their heroes and the people they look up to and the people they follow,
Yeah.
get in the ring and fight.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, they also bring a new eyes to the sport as well of boxing.
Yeah.
I'm not always a massive believer in that because
No?
I think some of them, like you follow KSI, if he started doing five-a-side football or tiddlywinks.
So sorry guys, to interrupt
follow
you.
him.
So we've got Swarms at £199, KSI at 180. We've got KSI standing at 6 foot. Swarms
5'8" and 200
£5'8". So yeah. So Swarms could officially be the Andy Ruiz of the card potentially. Yeah, I'm probably not. I'm probably with those body dimensions.
Heavy as well.
I'm assuming that he might not be body beautiful. However, we know from Andy Ruiz and many other people as well, even myself, that I'm a good fighter.
At the weigh-in, it didn't look like 6 foot, 5'8". He looked bigger, KSI, but he didn't look that much bigger.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them had shoes on. I didn't notice.
So Swarms, this is where we're going to find out. Swarms is now walking to the ring, hood up.
He
Yeah.
looks nervous.
This is where
You what?
this is where we will see how was the event, because everybody can do it in the press conferences, but again, we're stimulated here. This is where we have a critical event where that event is going to go ahead and it's going to happen now. That can affect people differently.
These moments here in the changing room, and when you put the gloves on, and the floor manager comes in for the TV and says 5 minutes. The ring walk here, no, behind the scenes before you actually do the big ring walk.
Yeah.
All these bits is where you can bottle it.
Yeah,
You can freeze.
for sure.
Wait,
And it's
you
here
have to
now.
get in your thoughts,
Yeah.
but not consume you with them. It's a real fine line between getting it right and getting it totally wrong.
Absolutely. And what we've got, and what a lot of the work that I do with people is perform at critical moments. This would be a critical moment in this fight here, where you hear Michael Buffer's voice there just echoing across the O2 arena. You're now behind, coming up the stairs, you're basically behind the scenes, but you're ready to make that walk. The narrative that you're telling yourself here will dictate the hormones that you produce and the energy systems you activate. Are you in control of your own thoughts? If not, your prefrontal cortex, the sort of logic part of the brain, the thinking part of the brain, gets taken across from the amygdala, the fight or flight, and that's where we see a degradation in performance. But here comes Swarms now. Yeah.
And also, you're saying, like, you tell your friend, you say, we've sold 20,000 tickets. Yes, 20,000 people can watch me box. It sounds great. And then you step out and you go, there's 20,000 people. Yeah? It can have that effect. Some people live it, live for it. Others don't.
Good show, man.
No, I wouldn't say Swarms looks...
He's changed, doesn't he? He looks more confident now than he did
Yeah.
behind
For
the
his
scenes.
first fight, he looks calm and he looks cool, calm and collected, doesn't he?
And it's interesting because you've got different phases of stress response. So, for example, the build-up is usually, or for a lot of people, the build-up is worse than the event. The actual time preceding the event. So maybe now there's a high probability, again, if you look at the research, like this to him is the event. So he's now in the event.
Yeah.
So there's no more waiting. He is now here, and they can be very different phases.
I would say though, there's a few little I've already said, the set in the changing room when the floor manager comes in, that ring walk behind the ring walk, or the ring walk itself, all the crowd, that can be fun.
Yeah.
But then you get in the ring now and you're fine. But then when he comes in, there's a little bit when the referee calls you in, and there's like about 5, 6, maybe
when
7
your
seconds.
music comes off and his music comes on, it's like, boom.
Well, not even. When you touch gloves, you go back to the corner. It's like 5, 6 seconds, 7 seconds before the bell goes.
Yeah.
That can be a nerve-wracking.
Now we've got KSI coming in.
I always hear the door lock. When that sound is like, nice, son. You can't jump out of that cage.
Here we've got KSI making his ring walk.
Looks lean, KSI.
Yeah,
It's
looks
like he's been
very
training.
good. Looks very good. I mean, nobody can deny the training that KSI's put in.
I mean, that gym at Shoot Fighters, I think he'll get the physical training. I think we'll definitely give him that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because MMA guys, it's a lot of physical compared to boxing, so I feel he'll be ready.
Yeah, we've got, so the commentary team, Todd Grisham, True Geordie and Keemstar. I thought Wade Plem was doing the commentary. Well, okay, maybe that's changed, or maybe he's coming along later on, because I know they've got Joe Weller as well down there. That'll be interesting. Joe Weller's offering the main event out, and they've got him on the commentary team in association with the Zone or whatever it is.
I wouldn't be shocked if he gets in the ring after the fight. To be
Yeah,
fair.
for sure, absolutely. We've got some rapper type lady in the ring. I'm sure you guys and girls on the stream know.
Who's this guy?
That is. Do you know what? I'm sure he brought him in one of the previous times. I can't remember. I'm not in with the rappers at the moment, but
Is he wearing a wig?
but I
You're
definitely
making
recognise him.
that pretty obvious, to be honest. Bruce.
But here, what is Swarms thinking? What would you be thinking? What would you be thinking back home? You've got KSI, standing looking very confident with a big bottle of Prime behind him. Yeah, with a big bottle of Prime.
It looks like Booker T.
yeah.
Reminds me of him.
Yeah, so a little bit reminds me of Anthony Joshua's ring walk. Anthony, I would say against Usyk was probably a lot more calmer than he usually is, but he's generally calm when he comes into the ring.
Yeah, well,
I thought
the
second fight was. I thought what we just had was he come in with a little bit more pace, a little bit more urgency.
Yeah,
I thought that was quite obvious as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he knew he had to get himself hyped up and go in and be a little bit more assertive in his approach than he was in the first fight, of course.
Yeah.
But KSI's coming in there because he's full of confidence, and he knows that he has the upper hand in size, strength, and experience. Though limited it is, he still has the upper hand, and he just feel that as long as he does what he can do, then it's going to be an easy night.
KSI is in the ring. Yeah, KSI is in the ring. Now it's starting to become real for both fighters. Like I say, KSI has been in this environment before. He's aware of what happens because he's been there and he's done it. I just wonder, is that too big a factor for Swarms to overcome?
It could be. It just depends how good Swarm. No, I haven't seen any little sign of what he looks like on the pads or in sparring, so I don't know what. It's the unknown, isn't it? He could be the next Floyd Mayweather.
Next Barry Jones.
Well, let's hope not. For his sake, eh?
So Swarms is taking off the robe. So he doesn't look. You've read some or I've read some unfair and unflattering reports of how Swarms. It doesn't look that bad.
I don't think it looks in shape.
But what I'm saying is, it doesn't look that bad. There's been some very, how can I say, harsh reports of how he did look. I'm saying, he's not huge. He's not.
No, but he's given away the weight advantage that he's given away, because even though he might be heavier,
yeah,
he's a pancake.
if KSI didn't train properly, he's a bigger guy, isn't he?
I mean, he's going to be a first rounder.
Yeah,
I'm rooting for KSI.
yeah. I'm like everybody wants the Jake Paul fight, right?
Yeah.
It's just like everybody benefits from that fight. So I think we all want KSI to win. It would be interesting. It would be he doesn't look that bad. Swarm's there.
Looks alright, but I think he's on the gas.
Yeah,
Actually, if his face fights ever fought before, it's different pressure.
yeah.
I think it's on the gas.
But I think everybody wants this, the Jake Paul fight. But it will be interesting, because some people's amygdala system, some people are genetically disposed to just being calmer in situations.
Yeah,
some
sure,
people
yeah,
can
yeah,
handle
yeah.
pressure. Swarms might be one of those. He just weathers the storm and then he just lands that lucky punch. Or he might be, KSI looks,
Oh, yeah.
he
He
looks
looks
in
good.
good nick. Yeah,
It looks good.
he looks in good nick.
I
But
would,
then,
I would say though, looking good doesn't always make you good.
what
You know,
do you want to say, Tyson Fury?
People train, yeah, exactly. People train to be body beautiful, and sometimes you,
Yeah,
you
not
forget the
functional.
technical aspect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
absolutely.
different. They've done something like Tyson Fury actual fights.
Yeah.
This guy's never fought before.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe, as you said, if it works for Tyson Fury, it'll work for me. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't I follow the example of brilliance? Here we come. So we've got
it looks
KSI and Swarms head-to-head here.
It looks like 5'8", 6 foot.
KSI looks by far in the best shape I've ever seen him
At the
before.
weigh-in, it didn't look such a difference, but it does now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you should have come to a different show. Then,
One nice clean boxing. It's probably not going to happen here. Okay, so going to go for the predictions. Barry, what do you think?
KSI first round.
KSI.
KSI
Mark-
first round. I'm
Joe.
going for as well.
Swarms second round.
Nah, go on, Jojo.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling Swarm's going to gas out pretty bad. It depends how he comes out. as well.
KSI, very light on his feet, bouncing around. Very loose, very nimble. Swarms looking a
He
lot
looks like
more.
a wild lad, doesn't he, KSI?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give him 60 seconds to hell, Swarms.
This is
Oh,
hard.
I'm
This
thinking,
part
I
here,
don't know what
this
I'm doing. What am I doing here?
When everybody leaves, this is where we'll see.
At
Yeah,
this
yeah, I know.
point, Swarm realised.
Here we go. The bell has gone. KSI comes out late on the feet. Nice jab there. Swarms carrying his left hand,
He looks
left hand
nervous.
quite low. Yeah.
Oh,
KSI,
oh.
big right hand straight over the top.
Oh,
KSI, beautiful right hook.
Good shot there from KSI.
That left hand is down
Yeah.
as well from Swarms.
And
Yeah,
the
that
technique's
left
better.
hand
than
is
he's-
terribly down.
Straight 1-2, can't miss KSI.
Swarms trying something that might resemble a punch in Weatherspoons.
I think he's going to get countered with that right hand from that jab.
Yeah.
Straight right hand by KSI.
Swarms is very jittery at the
Well,
moment.
he's pouring
KSI's
he's
got a
pouring
move.
with that left hand, and all that's doing is taking it away from his face, and that gives the target the hit,
Oh,
doesn't it?
Oh, but KSI, he took a looping right hand there from Swarms. Not sure how much power he's got on. Oh, Swarms trying a bit of kidology there. Yeah,
Doing a
trying a
little
bit
bit-
cerebral kidology there.
Doing a Billy Joe Saunders there when he's looking to the crowd. as
absolutely.
He didn't make KSI miss. He ducked and run away.
Job.
He's getting finished out here.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, he's boxing as well. Swarms. Swarms to
No,
Swarms
he's
to
not.
Chenko.
He's not Joe. He's not Joe. Come on. He turned his back.
I'm thinking out of the two of them there, KSI is definitely showing more boxing ability,
Yeah.
technique.
But see what we say about what you do when your punch is thrown at you. First thing he did with the combination came at him was turn his back. Swarms there.
So I think KSI can feel like he's in control of this fight. I've got a gut instinct. I think KSI could stop it if he wanted to. Maybe that's part of the strategy to actually get a couple of rounds in to give the crowd something.
Yeah, believe it or not, like new guys who've never done it fought before, it's quite difficult just to fight
Yeah.
them.
Well, KSI's just keeping his shape, and that's important. He keeps his
so-
hands.
So KSI going to the head and the body.
Oh,
Body shot.
Body shot.
It's over.
So Swarms is in the corner. Swarms is down.
He threw himself down.
Swarms is down. Yeah,
Ah,
is
that
he
one
going to
that's
get
shot.
up?
He threw himself down. He threw a punch and missed.
There's the sidemen, obviously applauding their leader, if you will, of the sidemen, KSI. So KSI, I tell you what I've been impressed with. He actually looks good, technically and physically. Yeah.
But also, Swarms looks absolutely awful. Let's not
Yes.
keep on the push
To
here.
Miller's
Yeah.
Swarms hasn't been training at all.
That's his
Like,
tactic,
he's not
wasn't it?
even sparred.
You can't keep turning your back.
Right. So the reason why we are laughing, just to give the viewers at home an idea, is that Swarms looks like he's taking part in dancing on ice. rather
Pirouette,
than-
isn't he? He did it again. Though.
Do you know what? I
Still
think
funny.
the referee, Swarms really feels uncomfortable taking a punch. He actually looks scared.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
good
actually
right
looks
hand.
scared.
Oh, he landed with a shot and
Okay,
then
and
gets put down.
Swarms is down again. 10 seconds left of the
No
first
knockdown.
round.
No knockdown.
No knockdown, but he probably actually tripped himself
Well,
up
his
here.
footwork's awful, isn't it? His footwork's
Yeah.
all over the place.
He spins him for
So
the shot.
Swarms last past the first round.
It goes for the
Okay,
second
so
round.
Swarms last past the first round. Again, just to the
Close,
viewers
close
there,
round, that close round. Could have gone either way.
we are
take.
we are again just we're getting some feedback just to make sure that all the guests, when the cameras come on, can actually be seen in the cameras first there. What we've got here then is we've got KSI vastly just better.
Well, you can see he's got his elbows tucked in nice and tight. He's throwing straight punches, and the first punch he threw was a long right hand, and I hit Swarm straight away, hit him on the back foot. It's not heavy, but again, look what he does. He turns away from the shot. That's not slipping a punch. He turned away because he just didn't know what to do when he's under pressure.
Yeah.
And then swinging wide. This is when he gets put down here. It's a body shot, but
It's almost like he doesn't want to get close to KSI, so he's trying to hit him from the changing rooms.
well, look at him. He didn't know what to do. Like, the punch from Anthem, he threw himself down, and that wasn't a shot. He's throwing the right hand there.
So we've got the start of
Swarms.
round 2 here. The referee's just having a chat with, or they're holding a timeout here for a second. Something's going on within Swarms' corner. Is he coming out for the second round? Yes, but I would say
he's hurt his leg. Look.
very unwillingly.
You think this gotta get that excuse in early now?
It was about Joe first. Okay, so round 2 gets underway here. KSI's got a very good job. Keep then going to the. All right, okay.
He's not made any adjustments.
That's done.
That's a balance.
He's
thing,
not made any adjustments.
Look at Clifton Mitchell, former really good heavyweight in the crowd there watching, laughing.
He's done.
Swarms is
Man,
down.
that's awful.
Wow.
That's awful.
Okay, so KSI wins the first fight. Okay, yeah, KSI wins the first fight. That's a really interesting presentation of boxing for me. And personally, I'm a bit saddened. JJ done the job. KSI got 2 names that he goes by. Is that good? Yeah, he definitely done the job. However, that's one of the reasons why YouTube boxing gets the name or the reputation outside of YouTube boxing
but
that
you
it
know
has.
what though? To people who watch boxing or combat sports, but to this crowd here who probably don't even watch or interested in combat sports, all they're seeing is how good and how powerful and how impressive KSI was.
Yeah.
So for them, it's a great result. So that, we know what really happened. He puts Swarms down with the left hook there. Swarms. The only reason Swarms went down, he wasn't hurt. His feet were together.
I mean, he's caught him as well.
He was stood on his own feet, I think, and he's gone on the floor off a balance issue. But he didn't want to know. That's the truth, and that's fine. There's no shame in that.
But I must say, it's quite interesting.
What?
For me, I think it's quite interesting. The
Okay.
show, I
Yeah.
like that. I think it's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's
for the
definitely
viewers.
entertaining.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and I think that's what we need to remember.
In a funny, comical sort of way,
Yes, it is.
maybe.
It's a different.
But again, though, if you don't know the sport of boxing and you're just following these people, or certainly following KSI,
Yeah, sure.
then it's great, isn't it? And to be fair to KSI, though, he's up against nothing. No, he was up against a guy who can't fight him, Swarms. And
Yeah.
that's no disrespect to Swarms.
What was interesting there?
His technique was good.
It was. His technique was on point, especially somebody. Let's just call him unorthodox to be pleasant. And I think what was interesting there from a psychological perspective, and this can impact not just in boxing but in life in general, is that when you get scared, that amygdala fires. That's the emotional seat of, we talk about the fight, flight, or freeze response. Yeah, and it was obvious there that Swarms mentally, cerebrally, was not prepared for what KSI was bringing in, what he was presenting in, be it punches or just being in a fight itself, okay? He didn't have that mental capacity to be able to control his thoughts, which resulted, I believe, in that lackluster performance, even comical performance there. He might have been better in the gym. He wasn't against KSI, he wasn't in the lights, and again, this is where it comes down to that critical moment control, and there was numerous examples there where you could see he didn't want to be there, or he didn't know how to be there
We
correctly.
say that all the time. It's not getting hit in the face. It's having punches thrown at you. How you don't know how to react.
Could we just put that the stream volume up a little bit so we can hear what KSI is saying, please? So True Geordie just interviewing KSI. Good point. KSI saying as soon as he felt the power, he virtually seen Swarms' eyes change. True Geordie just trying to see the insights about what do you think about the pro fighter coming up at the end of the card now from?
Again, I'm not sure that it was the power, though. I think it's because Swarm's not used to taking punches, and he was getting hit, and he didn't know what to do. More than it being devastating power there from KSI.
Yeah. So
KSI looked fine. He looked fine. His legs were nice, and he had a good balance to himself. Nice straight right hand, good left hook.
So Swarm's just getting debriefed now by True Geordie. That sounds wrong. Swarm's getting interviewed by True Geordie.
I won't say he's not trained. Look how heavy he's breathing. He's breathing
So-
so
Do
heavy.
nothing.
Swarm's now just informing the crowd that he's going to be back in a ring soon.
I told you, he's not trained.
So yeah,
that's-
so
that's-
Swarm's' trainer throwing him under the bus, saying, "I've only had 2 weeks to work with him. It's got nothing to do with me. Nobody could have done anything better. So I don't want to
He's
hear any
saving
boos."
himself.
Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to save his professional reputation.
I'm still available for 1-to-1s.
So, okay. If we can have the comments up on the screen there, please, just so we can see them. Let's have a look then, okay? What do we think of Swarms' performance? All right, let's have a look. So, if you could put them in the comments. Did you expect KSI? We've got George Dyer there. Did KSI knock him out in the first round? No, he didn't. All right, no, he absolutely didn't. We had Swarms that managed to actually survive until is even survive the second. In the second round. Is that the correct phraseology?
Well, his trainer just said he had 2 weeks to get ready without no experience, and that's what it looked like, to be fair.
Yeah.
So, if anything, it's a danger to do that against a guy who clearly had more experience, had a better shape to him, threw straight punches, threw correct punches. But it would have been interesting to see if the final fight for KSI, the guy he's fighting, is a guy who will come to fight, because he is boxing a guy who is a professional fighter. But as we know in boxing, to be a professional fighter doesn't mean you have to be any good.
Yeah.
We've seen plenty of those, but if he is half good, then we'll see how good KSI really is.
Okay. And Joe, what was your take on that performance?
You know what? I thought KSI stay composed. And for novices, that's the biggest ask, because when you hurt someone, even myself, could be in spawn, could be in a fight. When you hurt someone, it's like you lose all your composure. Granted, he wasn't fighting the best of the best of opponents, but he stayed composed. Not bad performance.
Mark, what was your take on it? As a UFC fighter watching the YouTube boxing, what are you taking away from it?
I think it's interesting because I think maybe it's just boxing. I think to do that in MMA would be a bit difficult because you got to know the ground and stuff. And I think it'll be a lot of struggle. It won't be as entertaining just because we'll go to the ground and just stay there. Where in boxing you can, have a laugh a little bit.
The thing is, with your sport, you can't kid around with your sport.
Yeah.
Just, I'm boxing I'm boxing all day, every day over MMA.
Yeah.
I all the time. But your sport, you can't play around. Obviously you can't do what these guys are doing
No,
in your
no,
sport.
you
It's
can't.
just one of those things,
Yeah.
isn't it? That's just how it works.
I think it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we've got here, if anybody, remember this live stream is being sponsored by Block Asset. If anybody has downloaded the Phantom Wallet or you've already got the Phantom Wallet, now is the time to put your code, copy and paste your code from your wallet into here, and we will be giving some of that 10,000 block to some lucky viewers. Again, that can be burned in exchange for the chance to win prizes such as one-to-one activities with your favorite fighters, various types of activities that go on there, training sessions, going for meals, FaceTime, maybe you'll either get a massage of Darren Till. I'm just actually making that up, but you never know, depend how much block you burn. But again, Block Asset, the coolest crypto company out there, that ecosystem and the opportunities that they provide, how close they get you to the athletes that you support and love, it is absolutely phenomenal. Okay, so if you have got a Phantom wallet, you have got the code, copy and paste that code there, we will take it and we will select people at random to get some block transferred into your wallet. All right, so KSI did the business. He did the business. How do you think, or what is his preparation right now? What does he do physically, mentally, to allow him to go back he still had to make that walk. He still had to come out with thousands of people. He still had to go through, some physical exertion. What does he do now, Barry?
Well, he didn't. I think that was the perfect scenario for him. I feel. He gets around. He gets to feel the crowd. He gets a round and a bit under his belt with no pressure. There was no danger at all in there. He did everything he wanted to do. Loosened up a little bit. He'll have that feel now what it was like. So he'd be fine. He'd sit down, have a little relax. If I was him, I do another round on the pads.
Yeah,
I would.
It's like visualizing, isn't it? What he just done there.
Yeah, he's done, yeah, actually, it is, isn't it?
And when he goes back, we'll have the actual fight. That was just like a warm up.
But I do a round on the pads just to warm down a little bit, and then I would sit down for a while. Won't put the tracks back on. Just keep nice and
maybe have a meal even.
He's not gonna have a meal.
Relax.
He's eating chicken wings and all that like it. Yeah, I don't see that happening.
If you can bring the stream back up, please. So we've got, KSI. He's obviously got through the first hurdle. What do we think the chances are of, for example, him winning? Now, yes, the pro boxer. We're all hoping. We're hoping. You, the viewers at home, are hoping that he's hopefully got some. We're hoping he's hopefully got some more boxing ability. Now, you take that as a pro boxer, that he probably has, Barry. Yeah.
I'd love to see him win. I'd love to see him win in a fight where the guy comes to win.
Yeah.
Who knows what the box? I'm not saying the guy got to be great because that would be ludicrous. Because you don't get that with a prospect in terms of boxing. But if you got a guy who's going to throw punches at him, proper punches, with a little bit of weight, and how he copes with that, and if he can keep his shape like he did against the guy who didn't fight, if he can keep his shape against the guy who does fight, then that's a massive plus for him. That's really impressive. That'd be really impressive.
And also for him, Mark, as well, where so we've got Dean the Great versus Evil Hero coming up. We'll come back to these in a second. Dean the Great versus Evil Hero. Now, interestingly, Dean the Great is actually a street fighter.
More important than that, they're both 5'5". That makes me taller than the both of them, and that's a rarity in my world. It really is.
We've got Dean the Great, who is, he's a street fighter. I've got it down here, but a bit like Masvidal was, and sort of, that sort of YouTube scene before they got brought in there. Now, when you look at that, street fighting, surely that's got some operated condition in there where they've experienced it. In that style. Maybe it's not in the ring. Could that help?
Sometimes you can, but I've seen some really tough people who are really hard and tough on the street. When they go into the ring, because there's rules and structure, they fall apart. It's a weird thing. Once you've got some sort of structure where you can't do this, you can't do that, then they feel restricted, and then they lose confidence in what they have.
Yeah.
Because he's up against somebody who, again, with lack of experience, having obviously taken punches with the knuckles, which is much worse, by the way, obviously. Then he might feel that like this, I can just bully this guy now.
And that's what we've got. So Evil Hero here. We've got Evil Hero in the corner out of Los Angeles in California. So he's actually done some fighting. Bare Knuckle. Yeah, Bare Knuckle
okay.
He's been involved in. BKFC was one of his fights that I was reading up on today.
Why you would want to do that, I don't know.
So both of them not actually being in this type of environment, but both with what you could call fighting backgrounds, Mark. What do you think?
I'll go for the Street Fighter. Just because it's more obviously real, and
I go the other way, me.
Oh, Barry,
Yeah.
Barry's disagreeing with you.
So I know it's danger in the street out there. You know what I mean? He's gonna fight. He's like
but the bare knuckle fight that's been in the ring, haven't he? So he knows you have to hold your hands up. He might.
Yeah, but I feel like not every bare knuckle's as good. Some of them just call themselves bare knuckle, but not really bare knuckle.
Yeah.
Joe, with Drew, we've got one. We've got one person back in the bare knuckle. We've got one person actually in the actual street fighter.
Yeah.
Who would you go for? What type of fighting do you think prepares them for this?
You know what? I think some bare knuckle boxers aren't very good, and they aren't even very good boxers or even fighters. I think to be a street fighter, you need to have that toughness about you.
Okay.
So I'm going for the Street Fighter.
Okay, so Street Fighter 2. Yeah. Bare Knuckle Boxer 1. Let's see if it plays out. So we've got the Dean the Great, I'm sorry for it, and Evil Hero. Oh, man, how cool yet weird.
I've literally gone for the whiter, bolder fella. I've gone for the guy who looks more like me. I've done that.
So straight away, so Dean the Great. Dean the Great got some nice footwork, to be fair there.
I went for Dean the Great, didn't I?
That was a good fight.
Yeah, evil
But look
hero.
more technical.
Yeah, he looks much better. Dean the Great looks much better. Squared his feet up there, though, Dean the Great got caught, but
We've got handsies.
So again,
Lean back,
this
right
is
hand.
interesting.
Evil Hero's going to get knocked out here.
So when he goes back, he does drop his left hand.
Yeah,
that
it's more
time
of
for
a
the
swinger,
overhead
innit?
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
The bare
Yeah.
knuckle guy.
However, you know, you would have to say that in comparison with Swarms, what we are now getting is at least you know, hierarchically a more advanced level of boxing. I would think, you know, it's pretty hard to get worse than Swarms, I think was, but yeah, there seems to be some.
Oh, they both missed with the right hand there, but
Just.
right at the same time.
They've trained.
So there seems to be a bit
Yeah,
MMA going on there. Yeah, so, but no, both fighters shown a reasonable level of competency compared to their experience.
Yeah, you can see that, but the hands are up. And
Oh!
What happened there?
Dean,
Jabbed.
the left jab,
Dean the
wasn't it?
Great
Over the jab.
just put a big punch onto Evil Hero.
What?
Evil Hero's energy levels was just zapped. His lifelines went down.
He needs
but
the health code.
He's going to be all
Oh,
over.
he's turned away.
No.
Dean the Great, straight at him now. Now, Dean the Great is all over him. Evil Hero takes a knee. His cerebral system. Now, it's interesting because when Anthony Joshua first got put down from Andy Ruiz, his right knee didn't stay stable. That was the central nervous system not activating correctly. His legs just look wobbly a bit there as well.
But his appetite's gone, hasn't it? You can see it.
Yes, so people do take that option. Now, he's not looking at the referee. I think we could see very shortly Dean the Great, potentially, unless Evil Hero can, you know,
It looks
spin
like he
himself
wants to
round.
quit.
Yeah, he does
Yeah,
know.
Yeah, it
that
looks
body
like
he's done.
Yeah.
the body language has changed. However, that can be just transformational. Transactional in the moment. He could tell himself a different story. He could get a perk from somewhere. You know, he could G himself up, is my point here. But what we're seeing at the moment is Evil Hero's body language isn't the great. Definitely not as proactive or offensive as it was, Barry.
Dean the Great looks pretty good, doesn't he, to be fair?
Oh,
Another
love
big
that.
right
Nice
hand.
fast hands. You got a nice wide stance as well. That's where the power comes from. You can push off the back leg when you throw that right hand forward.
Yeah,
The first knockdown was when Evil Hero, through that shot there, we just see another right hand,
yeah.
brought his body forward, squared his feet up, and just walked into a jab.
Joe, as an active fighter, what's your opinion of what you're seeing at the moment between Dean the Great and Evil Hero?
he's down again.
You know what? Dean the Great's got hands. Harry. Dean the Great's got
He's
hands.
definitely trained
yeah,
before.
Yeah.
He's looking for a way out here, Evil Hero.
He's
He's
done.
pulling these faces. That's telling the referee, I don't want to know.
Evil Hero's done, and that's all she wrote.
So, Evil Hero has been counted out by the referee. Dean the Great has won.
Whoa.
Oh my God! So the reason why we're all laughing here is Dean the Great so he's not so great at somersaults. He just tried a backflip and landed on his head, virtually knocking himself out there.
Would that be a draw if he knocked himself out? A technical draw.
Sorry, Joe. What were you saying there, buddy?
He's got hands.
Yeah.
Fast feet movement,
Yeah.
and impressive performance, I thought.
Yeah, just for the guys in the back, the light on Joe when the camera goes in is a little bit low compared with us three there. So yeah, I mean, you know, the first round that they come out, I was pleasantly surprised, Barry. I thought the technical, or what we were witnessing, was a level above, or maybe it's a few level above Swarms.
But they were both certainly. Dean the Great was throwing correct punches, and also Evil Hero was throwing pretty decent shots. You see it there. Just seen the replay, a nice straight right hand there from Evil Hero.
Yeah.
But as he went to throw a right hand, he squared his feet up, and then there's just a jab there from Dean the Great, and the forward momentum of Evil Hero added with Dean throwing that shot. The names
I
are
was going
ridiculous.
to counter that.
As you know, as an ex-world champion, as a commentator on some of the biggest global platforms out there, did you ever, imagine you would hear yourself saying, Dean the Great has just planted Evil Hero on his bum? was that something that was on your wish list?
I literally don't know where I am right now, but that was brilliant. That's a lovely somersault there. That didn't work.
He headbutt the canvas.
To be fair, he took it in good man, but he looked again, like Joe said. I think he looked okay, didn't he, Dean the Great?
Okay, guys, if we could just bring up the comment section just to see if we've got anybody who has downloaded the Phantom app, and they've got. If you have downloaded the Phantom app, now is the time to get your code from there and put it into the live chat. We will be putting some block out there so you can start doing what you want with it on the Block Asset community by engaging with your athletes and hopefully making some money for it as well. So yeah, okay, we've seen that, you know, increase. We've seen it. How can I say it? It has been that there. You know, you could offer. I've seen worse, you know, examples from boxing from pro boxers, Barry.
Yeah.
Some of the small hole shows that I've been to, you know, there's some not great. That wasn't a total embarrassment, is my point here.
No. There was the outline of boxing there. I felt, and you know, it depends what he's up against, but I think Dean the Great there looked pretty decent again. And you know, just by the way they shape up, and he shaped up quite well. A nice wide stance. He had fast hands. And I think that was the difference in that fight. He looked okay. I think he's the sort of guy you maybe want to see him fight someone else and see, you know, not turn pro or anything like that, but to see, you know, to fight a better level and see how he gets on. But yeah, that was quite an entertaining scrap there, I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
And they both committed, to be fair.
Yes.
So did the what's his name? Evil Hero. Can't keep saying that. But he went for it, didn't he? They both came out, both threw two right hands. He was like Rocky at the end of Rocky, wasn't he? They both threw two right hands.
Do you know what? I was just about to say, so obviously, they've been sponsored by Block Asset. Leon Edwards is one of their athletes.
Yeah.
Like, there wasn't more, or I mean, I thought Leon bossed the first round mock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least he took him down. He took him down, which has never been done before. I would say Leon won the first round, but then rounds 2, 3, 4, and potentially all the way up to that kick in 5, he lost. Yeah? But there was just that one bit of
Rocky
magic.
Moment.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's a Rocky moment. It's in like that wouldn't have looked out of place in a Hollywood movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked out. You know, it wouldn't look out of place in a Hollywood movie. What was your thoughts when Leon Edwards managed to pull that off against Usman?
It was crazy, but when he posted a video to what he was practicing, he was sitting up nice. I feel like it was losing, but when he saw that movement, the way they've been drilling at the back, he saw it, and I think that boosted his confidence. But before he does the kick, if you notice, it feints a lot of times to see if he's there, there, and then boom, he goes for it. So I think him seeing that, okay, that move is there, he's not moving his head. That kind of boosts his confidence. He can go and try it. Yeah. And it's like one of them lucky ones. You see it, okay, let me go for it. And you get it.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, that's, you know, it was like we were watching it here, and it was almost just the countdown to the end of round 5. Yeah. You know, like if like most people, I thought, okay, we can see the way it's going to go. Yeah. You know, he hasn't managed to do it. His corner were brilliant in that fight. Yeah. When I say brilliant, I mean very entertaining. Yeah. I don't know if it had an effect or not, but like, you know, when Leon went back, he seemed almost lost during the rounds.
I feel sometimes especially when you wrestle somebody, you know there's no way out of it, so you just accept it. Yeah. You go in your corner, you think, I know I'm going back for him and get wrestled again. I felt like he felt that for the whole round, all the way to the round 4. Yeah. And then he got shouted at by his corner. Sometimes you come back, you think, well, I'm losing anyway. Yeah. You might as well go for it. It could be one of the moments as well.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, what was that moment where he did go for it. Yeah. And he sort of managed to pull it off as well. It was interesting speaking to the Block Asset guys when they were talking about, you know, if you had acquired some type of some part of Leon's Block Asset capability, that when he won, that there was lots of rewards given to people who had effectively invested within Leon Edwards. Yeah, now I'm beginning to get why. Like, for example, you know, one of my favourite fighters, Gilbert Burns. Yeah. I was lucky enough to go out to Sanford. Hopefully we've got Ian Gary coming on the stream in a second. Yeah. Out to Sanford, talk to Gilbert. Gilbert's now part of the Block Asset team. It's like, if you look at the athletes who Block Asset are sponsoring and who are involved with them, like, show me another company who's got those connections. Like, with the athletes, it feels as if the whole of the UFC is sponsored by Block Asset. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You've got Darren Till, Shemaev, the Smesh brothers. That's been phenomenally successful. Yeah. Phenomenally successful. Like, that's, you know, when you think of Block Asset, or, you know, when you think of two athletes within the UFC, like, you always come up with Shemaev and Till. Yeah. They just work. There's a nice chemistry there as well. But Ian Gary who's coming on, he's a Block Asset athlete. they are big movers and shakers, and again, it's just that access. Usyk. Who else gets access to Usyk? Where potentially, if you had invested in that UFC NFT mint of Usyk, and you had acquired one of those cards, one of those NFTs, is that you could potentially be involved with an activity just one-on-one with Usyk. I don't know any other company who does. I mean, Barry, you're a boxer. Does anything like that exist in the boxing space?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I know so. It doesn't.
Because it's a brand new concept to me, and I'm thinking does this already exist? And it just doesn't.
In this generation, though, where access to celebrities or sports stars is more important than anything else.
Yeah,
I think
we all like to feel connected.
Of course, yeah. You want to feel like you have.
It knows
me. Yeah, the
Yeah.
person you're watching, and that brings more fans.
And I think that's it. That it doesn't get any closer than one-to-one activities, and I'm sure that appeals to a lot of people. It was interesting that where I was talking to some guys the other day about the crypto market, and they said, "Oh yeah, well it's up and down." And I think if you don't understand it, well, stocks and shares go up and down as well. There's no guarantee with anything. But I thought what one guy said was really interesting. He said, most people make money when the market's crashed. He says, if you look at the housing market, he says the people who know what they're doing wait for the crash, and then they invest when the prices are low, in order for them when it comes up and everyone wants, wants like a piece of the pie, if I can call it that. Then that's really when they make the money, when it goes up there. And I thought, that's an interesting way, because again, I'm just educating myself here.
It'd be a crypto cookie, I think.
A crypto cookie?
It wouldn't be a piece of the pie. I think it'd be a
crypto cookie. Yeah, I like that.
That would be the term, I think.
Yeah, but like I say, check out Block Asset. Head to their website after the stream, and you'll understand what opportunities are there if you're a real sports fan and you want to connect with your athletes. Not just about investing in crypto. There's something unique, special going on here where you can get access like never before. Okay, if we can bring up the stream, please. Let's have a look at the next. We've got, I believe, Sam Hyde versus, and I'll probably get this. So they've got the big heavyweight fight here. In fact, it is the heaviest fight in YouTube history, with a total of over 500 pounds in weight. Both fighters.
It's when you say YouTube history, like it's. I actually commentated on the Eddie Hall versus Thorne Augustin fight over in Dubai.
Yeah,
and that was like the heaviest match in fight history, but it wasn't really a fight.
Yeah. YouTube history. So the heaviest fight in YouTube history, all of 4 years. All right. So we've got Sam Hyde versus I Am Thompson. We've got Jordan Thompson. He's an Australian violinist. Yeah, an Australian violinist, but he trains out of the Wildcard Gym with Freddie Roach. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, you get plenty of sparring, because that's what they do there.
Yeah, for sure.
They spar more than they punch the bag. they do. I think it's a real, like an old-fashioned American gym where the sparring is tough and hard and regular, So it's no good for longevity, but it gives you like a real feel of what it's like in the ring, of course.
It's like going to Holland.
So we've got Sam Hyde coming in here now. Sam Hyde.
He's massive.
He's actually. I've watched a little bit of Sam Hyde, and he's actually been quite funny. I believe he's some type of comedian, but he's got a cracking personality. He's got some really cool energy about him.
So have his YouTubers as well?
Pardon?
Have his YouTubers?
Yes, so they're all to do with like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube type stuff.
Influencers.
Yes, influencers. I'm still yet to fully understand the term influencer here. But yeah, so this guy, I just wonder if he can fight like he can make people laugh.
You know they're big when they walk over the top rope. Just see him literally go over the top. Just take one step and over he goes.
Yeah, so Sam Hyde looking very committed there. Yeah, he's up for it.
Well, at the weigh-in, they were face to face, and Sam Hyde was just screaming at the other fella.
Yeah,
like absolutely, not saying anything, just going like woo.
He's obviously got another, a good 8 inches on top of him with that top knot as well. I wonder, if his shoulders go, if they plan to use that as a rhino horn. I'm not sure. Remember Paulie Bonanargi? That hair was fantastic.
That was in Manchester.
Was it?
Yeah, it was in Manchester, and he had to cut his hair. Yeah, it was on the undercut of Ricky Hattonbill. Yeah, the cut his hair was they were sort of like using a knife, weren't they?
He looks like a bodybuilder.
So yeah, we've got Sam Hyde versus.
Thanks, mate. I've been working out there. So, you're not talking about me?
I Am Thompson. I'm sure that's what it says. I Am Thompson.
Cool
But
hair.
yeah, I'll be interested because those spars in the wild card, mate, they ain't no joke.
No.
Has he been taking part in them?
Yeah, I know. It's only a small place, so there's nowhere to hide. That's the issue for him there.
Yeah. So this could be a quick one. Yeah, this could be a quick one.
This isn't going to points, is it?
So they are two heavyweight boxers.
Well,
We've got I Am Thompson, Perth, Australia. That's interesting. What are you thinking looking at these two's body language, Barry, as they stand in the corner?
they both look quite confident. To be fair, you have to give him that. Neither one's look frozen.
I'm going for this guy.
Yeah,
He looks like that
he's
old
much,
school
he's
guy.
much bigger as well. I think.
Yeah.
Look at it.
I'm going for him, yeah.
A bit of a lunatic,
Sam
isn't
Hyde.
With hair like that and called the Kanye man, he's got to be able to fight.
he? The Candy Man.
Who are we going for?
I'm going for the Candy Man.
Look how big it is as well. Look at the size difference. So much
Nah,
bigger.
big.
See the size of the Kanye man?
It looks a bit
Big
ready,
little
doesn't it?
mini.
Yeah.
Taller
There we
and
go.
wide, isn't he?
It looks fluid.
But technique can sometimes overcome all those deficiencies in height and reach and strength and power and youth.
Where is he from?
He's from Perth, but he's based in California, and has awful technique.
Oh.
Oh,
Got a good right
Kanye
hand there.
man straight up.
Candy Man.
He's hurting them 2 right hands there, doesn't he? Hyde.
Ooh.
Now you put the layout.
Candy Man, don't get tired of me.
Okay, so we are looking here. Sam Hyde versus I Am Thompson. Sam Hyde standing off. In fact, both of them standing off. Oh, big right hand across the top from I Am Thompson. Again, a little bit like Swarms. Maybe he didn't want to move his feet too close into the... Okay. This is... okay, so I think I Am Thompson would make a good opponent against Swarms. That's just my opinion.
They might be the same size, actually. Just being a bit too tentative there with that jab, isn't he?
Yeah.
Hyde came up with a nice solid stab, but he slowed down a little bit here and not really letting his hands go. He has that physical size, but he should be using it now, putting pressure on.
He's
I Am
trying to
Thompson.
counter, you know.
Yeah.
I Am Thompson trying to counter.
Okay, so I Am Thompson, I would say a relatively not a fast twitch fibre athlete.
Yeah.
No, slowly. But he's
I think I Am Thompson getting comfortable with that right hand.
yeah, well,
He's getting his timing.
the thing
Yeah.
is, the jab of Hyde's so slow, and he keeps it out there. He
Yeah.
throws it and leaves it out there, doesn't he? So
Yeah.
there's a
So-
target to hit there
Yeah.
for Thompson.
One of them will surely will land. He's
So-
just looking for that now, isn't
Yeah.
That's
So
good, just
boom.
a jab from Hyde.
so Sam Hyde looking a bit more of the composed
Oh.
one, but I Am Thompson throwing bombs
Yeah.
essentially. Yeah.
all the quality, it's good right hand there from Iron
He's
Thompson. but
gassing.
all the quality works come from Hyde here, even though he hasn't been as busy as Thompson.
Yeah. It's the top knot, you see. It's
Top knot.
yeah. It's like a
Thompson's
special
gassing.
power. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I Am Thompson. Now, I was expecting a little bit more composure from I Am Thompson just because of the performances through being a well-known violinist.
Oh, there
that
you
doesn't
go.
seem to be the case here.
I think Thompson's landing more, but I think he's going to get gassed.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to get gassed, or he is gassed. That's the question. Yeah, so we've got like 35 seconds left of round 1.
Well, that right hand's getting slower and slower.
But it's only still in it.
His health bars is coming down and down.
He can put his left hand in his pocket.
I believed it for a second.
Okay, so there's some, yeah.
I tell you what, when you're tired, you miss. Oh, that's a good shot though from Thompson. And again.
Oh, I Am Thompson coming back. The
He's
bomb.
definitely winning.
Oh, not the left hand's coming in here from Thompson.
So yeah, for the people who maybe aren't looking at this you know, you aren't watching it, and you're very kindly joining the stream. Think of 2 people after 10 pints outside Wetherspoons or any other pub on a Saturday night in Newcastle. That's probably the technique that we're seeing here. I Am Thompson leans heavily in the corner. He's tongue out, chest rising and falling quite deeply and rapidly. Can't really see what Sam Hyde's doing. Guys, what's your opinion on
But
what
he
we've
won
seen
the
so
round,
far?
Thompson.
First round,
You know,
Thompson different.
I think
Yeah, he did.
by the halfway stage, even though he was busy, I thought the quality work came from Hyde. He started have a good fight, but then, no, Thompson just once he hit me with he hit me 2 good right hands. I Am Thompson. Then he had 2 hands go. He realised, hang on, I'm not an amputee here. I got a left hand as well, and he let it go. None of it was quality. It was awful to watch, but I mean, he committed, didn't he? He committed.
I think he's looking for a big shot. What's his name?
Hyde.
The Candyman.
Yeah,
He's looking for a
because
big shot.
Hyde landed with a good shot early in the round, he thought, and to be fair, he wobbled, didn't he? He wobbled Thompson, you felt,
Yeah.
but they never threw it again.
Okay, so we'll go back out. We just got confirmed that we've got UFC fighter in the future, Gary, standing by. We're going to be having a chat with that. Ian's a quality fighter. After this one here, we'll be bringing Ian in, very kindly coming from Miami, live and direct, I believe.
Oh,
if
good
you're out in
job.
Miami. So straight after this, we'll be bringing Ian, the future Gary, in UFC fighter.
Again, there, Hyde lands with a good jab. He knocks Thompson back on his heels and then doesn't throw another punch.
Now, if you guys had paid $11.99 for this, would you be disappointed?
Oh no, it's worth every penny.
Worth every penny.
Yeah, I love a comedy.
Yeah, I'm glad because it was I'm glad because it was me who paid for it. I'm
I
just
know,
trying.
I know.
Yeah, so we're seeing some Windy Millers here. We're seeing some
Windy
Yeah, we're
Millers.
seeing some Windy Millers. That's probably the only way I can phrase it.
again,
You know?
though,
What
the
we're
au-
expecting.
Again, the audience, like they're not boxing fans, in
Yeah.
there tonight. So they, they're
To be fair to Sam Hyde, he's got a strong jab. He steps
Yeah.
forward with a jab. He puts, he
just
puts
doesn't let
the
his hand-
momentum in it.
Just doesn't throw enough shots, does he? But again, this is mirror image of the first round, isn't it? Where,
Everyone's gassing.
he's landing with the better shots. I Am Thompson's just swinging that right hand.
Yeah.
That's all he's doing.
So I Am Thompson, I would say, has either mentally, spiritually, psychologically left the building. He's very, very tired. Is my point here.
He walked onto a jab there,
Yeah.
didn't he? From,
Yeah, and he just hit him with the forearm there. Brilliant. Or complaining to the referee. Slightly wobbly on the feet there.
he's knackered. Look at him. Look at I Am Thompson.
Yeah.
Absolutely
I Am
shattered. bless him.
Thompson, yeah, but he's still throwing the punches. He's not quitting. Yeah, he's telling Sam Hyde, yeah, you may take my energy, but you'll never take my Windy Miller right hand.
The thing is, in his mind, he's throwing right hands like Lennox Lewis. Oh, look at this from Hyde there. 3-punch combination.
Oh, he's gassed.
Danny's gas. 3
Sam-
punches, I'm done.
Sam
the right
Hyde
hands from
is
Hyde.
gassed now. Yeah, Sam Hyde is gassed now.
He
He's
threw,
moving back now.
Yeah.
he threw a combination and like a vintage Muhammad Ali there, wasn't he then, Hyde?
This is so yeah. Hyde's going
shot.
Hyde's going to the body. Do you know what?
It's entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
In a different way.
Oh, good uppercut there from
So
Hyde.
we've got 20 seconds left of the second round. 2 rounds out of 3. Yeah, I think both fighters would be fair to say are fatigued, and I think both of them would gladly accept if the referee said, you know what, we'll just end it
A
in 2
draw.
rounds.
I think
It's
both
good round.
fighters would accept a draw.
Good
We'll
round for
just,
Hyde here, though. Much
yeah.
better round for
We'll
Hyde.
just do that there.
See, as you can see, his stamina got him through that second round.
1-1.
1-1.
Well, I'll say
I
1-1.
think it's won both
I think
both
it's
rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who, Hyde?
Thompson.
You saw Thompson win that second?
Yeah.
Hyde won that second?
This is Hyde, right?
That's Hyde, yeah.
Yeah. No. I think Thompson won it.
No.
He kept swinging the same man over and over
Yeah,
and
but he
over.
was landing all the heavy shots. I
So
thought.
again, this comes to the debate
Yeah.
about judging and scoring.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't, because he, no disrespect, man.
Oh, he's good.
No disrespect.
Oh,
What's
Salt Pappy.
We're just seeing
Oh,
a
it
clip
was
of
this
Salt
guy.
Pappy on the pads.
Yeah, we've got Salt Pappy in the locker room. So we've got Salt
Look at his
Pappy.
glasses on, by the
We've
way.
had Dean the Great, and we've also had Evil Hero. Yeah, okay. So we're coming out for round 3 now. It'll be interesting to see. Do they get a boost of energy going into the last round now? like the end is in sight.
Yeah, I think when you see
Or have they
when
shot
you can
the
see
load?
the end of when you can see the end, then you will get that second wind.
Yeah.
No matter how tired you are in a fight or sport, as soon as that last 10, you get energy from somewhere, don't you?
We should
Sure.
get in a war of attrition. Now this has clearly been in 2 rounds in 6 minutes, which I never said that before in my life. You will get at some point you will get a second wind. You will have to.
So here we go. So a little bit clinch work there, to be fair, from Sam Hyde, wrapping that left arm around the head and neck of I Am Thompson and delivering them right. This is like the paratroopers milling.
So the referee warned I Am Thompson for the head, but not for the slapping.
Okay, so but to be fair, I Am Thompson still keeping his hands up, fatigued. He still wants to be in it.
Yeah,
To some degree, then I think plaudits have got to be offered for that, you know.
He's taking the heavy shots, and then
Yeah.
you know, swinging that right hand over the top, disguising it with
I think what's really interesting here.
headbutting his own knee when he throws it.
Ooh.
Good
Oh.
shot. He's wobbled him. Standing
That's
count.
Standing count for I Am Thompson here.
He leaned in with that right hand, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's weight. That's the weight of the shot because it's slow, isn't it? From Hyde. It's
See
the
him
weight
again.
and fatigue.
This
Right
round goes to
hand.
Hyde.
Boom.
Oh, good shot.
Leans
Oh,
in, legs went. Oh, he's
legs
got
have
him.
wobbled. Legs. I think if you just pushed him,
Oh.
he'd go over. He's going to call it. Oh no, he's given another standing count for I
his
Am
legs are
Thompson.
gone.
I Am Thompson. I think that's a full combination of fatigue as well as probably cerebral. Yeah, and the referee has waved it off. So what we have is with 1 minute 37 left in the final round, Sam Hyde puts I Am Thompson onto wobbly legs twice, and then the referee decides to call it off.
And that's what champions do. That's what champions do.
Yeah.
In a fight where it's closer, you got to put it all on the line. You go out there, you get the stoppage.
Okay, so just because I know he is strapped for time, we are going to bring our next guest in, which is a block acid athlete. He's a really cool guy. I've been privileged enough to go out in Miami, spend some time with him. His beautiful wife, Layla. They're married. If you follow Instagram, you've seen all the fantastic photos. They've got a lovely little family, and they're expecting one of their own as well. So it's a pleasure to bring, I would say, probably not as good looking as me, but he's nearly good looking as me. Obviously a better fighter. Ian, the future Gary, UFC fighter. Ian, how are you doing, sir? And thank you for coming along, buddy. If you could just turn that volume up in the text so I can hear Ian, that would be great, guys. Yeah. There, I've got you there, brother. I have got you. Just give us a count of 3, Ian.
1, 2, 3.
That'll do for me, mate. That'll do. So, where are you joining us from, mate? Is it Miami or are you out and about all over?
No, we're back in England. We're in London because we're going to have the baby here. Just
Oh,
makes sense with the NHS.
cool.
So,
Right, fantastic. So, when's the baby due, if you don't mind us asking? I know I'm getting personal just because, I hope all the best for you and Layla,
baby's due in October, so that's going to be awesome. So I'll take a little bit of time out away from fighting.
Yeah.
Focus on family, get the baby fit, fat, and healthy. And then once the baby's ready to go and ready to travel the world, we're going to scalp everyone.
I think that might be your notifications or something on the computer there, brother. Cool. So we've got a lot of people interested. You talked about you taking some time out for the baby. Great. Now, with you, vastly experienced boxing background as well. Obviously, me and you spoke about your boxing background. We've got a big event here on tonight. KSI, he's fighting 2 people. His first fight, I don't know if you've been watching it. It was very. I don't know. You can comment either way. But then he's taking on a professional boxer at the end of the card as the main event. Ian, what is your take on YouTube boxing? Just give me your overall opinion. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it indifferent? What do you think of it, sir?
Firstly, I'd love to fucking fight twice in one night. That's awesome. Fair play to him. Whatever it is, if he said it's a one, look, I heard he said that he signed 2 contracts and said, I guarantee I'll have a fight no matter what. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'd love that. That's cool. So props in on that. And secondly, YouTube boxing is people look at it like they're technical fighters and they're pure technique when actually there's a whole machine behind them. They all own their own production companies. They all have millions and millions and millions of views on YouTube. They are marketing kings and they know what they're doing to put on a show. I mean, they put on shows. They have a lot of people watching it, and there's a lot of people on the card who you might not know, but they get a lot of views because they know what they're doing. They're awesome production, and the show is awesome.
And I'm interested, obviously, we've got various people calling out Conor McGregor, etc., at the end of his career. And again, that might make sense. For somebody like yourself, although there might be money involved in it, would you be interested in doing something? Logan Paul's talked about coming to MMA. You've seen Jake Paul's talked about coming to MMA. Logan Paul, I think it's called out Paddy the Baddy. Is that something that interests you at this point of your career, mate? Would you be up for it? Or are you more set on that goal that we talked about? Would that help you to become the world champion? I'm interested in your perspective.
I want to be a UFC champion. But if you mention my name and you want to fight, I'm fucking I will punch the mouth after you have to. There's no arguments there. That is the way I am. That's what I like to do. I like to compete. I like to... If you think you're better than me, figure it out. Let's find out. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to punch them out at whoever standing across the cage, the ring, whatever it may be. But I want to be UFC champion. That's my goal. That's what I'm here to do. These guys put on a show, and they do a lot. I mean, when you look at KSI tonight, the fight that he had with Logan Paul, how much traction that brought, how many people sat and watched that. Then you look at the fact that the behind the scenes, they've just launched an energy drink together. They've just launched Prime. They're smart, man. They've got their heads tuned in. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. And as someone who might enjoy these type of events, I do as well. Whether they're technically great or not, they're definitely entertaining. They're pulling a large crowd. Obviously, KSI's got the strategy in place that he wants that fight with Jake Paul. Given your experience in the game, etc., and everything that if you had to hazard a guess, what would your prediction be that if they do that fight at Wembley next year in 2023, which is what KSI said is going to occur, who do you see winning, and what would your prediction be for how it ends?
Who do I see winning between
Jake Paul and KSI, yeah.
Man, Jake Paul's not bad. Like, when we're talking about technical ability, he's big, he's strong. I know he's got an athletic background in, like, wrestling or something. I've seen interviews and stuff where he's talking about that. Like, he's athletic. He knows what he's doing. And we compare him to the best fighters on the planet because he's on such a big stage. We compare him to the Connors, the Mayweathers, all the UFC fighters that he calls out. We compare him to that when, in reality, he's only had a number of fights. And everyone's comparing him to the best in the world at any given sport. But from what I've seen of him, he's like sloppy. There's holes, but he can throw a punch, and he's got some power. So, I mean, we've seen him clean out Tyron Woodley. So, my guess would be Jake Paul.
That's it. So, Ian Gary's prediction, I'll send it to KSI now. Ian Gary says you will lose. That's great. Yeah, he's like that. And I'll take them all on.
Mate, I'll pop down to the stadium tonight if you want to have an argument. No problem with that. No problem.
So, for yourself then, Ian, obviously you say you're taking some time out with the family. Is there any opponent on your horizon who you think, you think that could be the next strategic step for you on your journey? Like you've mentioned, you've got all the capability, and good wishes to become that UFC champion. Is there anybody, I'm interested in who, as a fighter, you see somebody, because, you've said openly that you want to be tested, you want to fight the best, and you're courageous and vulnerable enough to say that on camera and put it all out there, which I think is fantastic. Is there anybody that right now you think that's probably the person that, would be my next fight, or can you even say that?
I can say what I want, mate. I'm not someone who likes to sit here and call out fighters. I don't really give a fuck who stood across the cage to me. I don't care who sent. As long as Sean Shelby sends me a contract with whatever name is on it, I'll say yes, I'll sign the contract, and I'll see that person in the octagon a couple of weeks later, whenever it is. That's what I do. Now, I'm obviously taking time out from the family and from me, but when I come back, I'm looking for anyone and everyone that I can get my hands on to make me 11-0, 12-0, 13-0. That's all I care about, is winning and fighting. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the champion of the division. I don't care if it's number 5. I don't care if it's someone who's not ranked. As long as I'm getting into that cage, I'm getting experience, and I get to punch the mouth off someone and get praised for kicking the shit out of someone, I don't care. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of kind of people talking about all this hype and stuff, and it's like, I've earned it. I'm one of the best fighters in the division already, and I'm so young in the division. And I want people who sit there and think, oh, well, he's not that good. I want to prove them wrong. I told you, we talked about this before. My favourite thing in life is proving I was right. It's proving I was right. And I want to say, all those people who sit there and say, I'll never beat this guy, or I'll never beat this guy, to have nothing and come up with just more excuses, more excuses. And that's it. So anyone and everyone, I don't care.
Brilliant, fantastic. Well, look, we'll have to go because Layla's told me you can't stay for very long, and I'm not upsetting Layla. All right, I am not upsetting Layla. I've got to put that. Okay, she's that. She's texting. She's got to be away at this time. Cool. So for the end of the fight, KSI. So Jake Paul and KSI, they've both been, how can I say, highlighted for not, fighting professional boxers. KSI tonight is fighting the professional boxer, so he's the first out of the two to do it. With his performance that he put against Swarms there, do you think he wins against the professional boxer? Like, what difference do you think he will face coming up against someone who's actually been there and done it? We know he's not, like a world champion, but what do you think some type of, do you think KSI will have to come through something in order to win, or do you think he'll win easily, Ian?
So I think this is up your street. A lot of it is mentality. Obviously, there's a technical ability in being able to actually perform the skills, but half the battle is being able to go in there and think you can murder someone, and think that you can make a show of them, and think you can beat them. That's the hardest part that most people find, is having that confidence and putting all the training together to go in there and have that confidence on the night in front of a big crowd, under the bright lights, to be able to perform. So if he can do that, I don't see why he wouldn't be able to come out and he's someone who gets 40 million views on a diss track on YouTube. He's no stranger to fame or to eyes, and he's been criticized his whole career. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't care what anyone thinks. Go in there and do what you do the best, and just have fun.
Fantastic.
And I think for us to be looking at that, going, oh, he's fighting a professional boxer, and let's find out. Let's see how he does. He goes in there. I mean, it's the same with Jake Paul. Let's see it. Let's see it be done. Let's see against these guys. And if, like what I'm saying, if they like proving people wrong, do it. Go out there and show the world. Give us more excuses. Give the people more excuses, because there's a lot of jealousy out there. But that's what you hear.
For sure. Brilliant. All right, Ian, thank you for coming along, buddy. Really appreciate your time. It's always good to meet up. You always put a smile on my face. Wishing you all,
Just don't ever actually genuinely believe you're better looking than me.
I've got, hey, it's all in the mind, brother. If you believe it, you can achieve it. That's all I'm going to say. But thank you.
I know.
Please give my love to Layla. All the best wishes for you and your new family coming along, buddy. And hopefully we'll catch up soon, please. All right, guys. In the future, Gary, thanks very much for your time. Cheers, sir. Absolutely fantastic lad. Great lad. He's got all the potential in the world. I went out to Sanford, saw him train. He's in Henry Huff's gym. Out there with like Mike Chandler. We talked about KSI training at Shoot Fighters.
Yeah.
Ian Gary's moved out to the States. Mike Chandler, Gilbert Burns, all those guys in there. What's your opinion, Ian Gary?
I've watched him. He's good.
Yeah.
He's good. He's got talent. Obviously, I think he's still evolving. With the right fights, I think he could be a champion.
Yeah, for sure.
He's got all the tools that you
he's
need.
definitely got the right mindset. I spent a couple of hours just interviewing him, and I always find it's really insightful when you sit down with someone by themselves and just hear what they think and how they think, and the mental processes that they go through. It's always interesting. And for Ian, he's got the utmost confidence that with the correct path, that he can actually do that. He can actually do that. He can go for it. He can be there. I remember we went for a meal. I was looking up to go for a meal with the gym owner, Henry, and he was telling us about Ian Gary. He said, like, this guy's special. He says, this guy loves to fight. He said, he comes to fight. He said, he'll fight anybody in the gym. Yeah. He said, and you can see it, he sort of lights up when he fights. And he says his technique it's different. So I think you're right with the correct placement of opponents and that development journey as well. Hopefully, he's a nice, he's a cool guy. We could have another world champion. I know he's from Ireland, but I'll claim that anyways. Barry, you're going to say something there, yeah?
I think some things you can't
Yeah, your microphone there, Barry. Cheers, brother.
I would say I won't say anything any good anyway. Some things you can't teach. So you can teach technique and all the rest of it, and how to throw correct punches, and and what to do in the panic. But mindsets, I think you can get better. But the fact when they say if someone just loves to fight, you can't teach that.
Yeah, for
You, some things you either got or you haven't got it, and if you have that,
yeah.
and then can learn all the other stuff around it, then you had a problem for anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Potentially.
Okay, let's get back to the event. Can I have the stream back on there, please? Thank you. So yeah, hopefully now what we've got is on the next list. We've
Without
got
Salt Pappy.
Salt Pappy versus Salt Pappy versus Andy Warski.
Ooh.
And what we've just come
What?
to
What
is
is now?
Salt Pappy with a huge left hook to the jaw of Warski, and that rocked him.
Look at that.
Now, I know it's not as good as this, but that reminds me of Pacquiao knocking out Ricky
Pac
Hatton.
again, that was
Yeah, Pacquiao, Ricky Hatton.
Yes, I
Pac-Man. Salt Pac-Man.
The thing is, though, you've seen him with his little round glasses on. And he just he's not in shape, and at the weigh-in, you just thought, oh, how can he fight? He just looks awful.
What a shock you would get, wouldn't you?
I feel like usually that's the case.
So we
They make you
had
get
Salt
comfortable.
Pappy versus Andy Warski at a catch weight there. Salt
Oh, I
Pappy
know he's
1-0. Andy Warski just now Salt Pappy again. You could okay. So Salt Pappy, you were commenting on Swarms before. Salt Pappy didn't look, aesthetically pleasing to the eye.
and still doesn't right
Yeah,
now with his
still
dancing.
doesn't. So 29 seconds in round number 1. Salt Pappy wins by, to be fair, what was a brilliant left hook to the jaw.
But that's the problem is when you got people who don't know what they're doing. The other fella just doesn't get a chance to get into the fight because he doesn't know how to defend himself. And if you get caught with a big shot, you just don't know what to do. That's the issue with these, and that's the worry about the health implications with these fights. They're all fun and great to have. They're all boxing the same sort of level, novices, but literally, there's one guy could be so much better than the other one naturally, and also different weight classes. This is a catch weight. I don't know how much weight difference there was.
Sure.
And there's no real governance over it. That's the only worry with it. But apart from that, it's a good finish. And look at him now. He'll be calling people out now, won't he, after tonight? If he can get out the ring, he won't get out the ring. Look at him.
Interested
I
as
mean,
well.
puts the show.
Pappy's got swag.
Well, Pappy does the river dance. Look at that.
Pappy can definitely move. Again, just to confirm with the interview that we're doing with Ian, future Gary. Ian is, of course, one of Block Asset sponsored athletes. If you want to engage with Ian or try to understand more about what Block Asset does and how you can actually take part in that community, and maybe even engage with activities with Ian. If Ian's one of your favourite fighters, we'll be bringing up the QR code soon, where you can head across to Blaze, which is the Block Asset platform, where you can learn more about what you can do on their system and also how you can potentially engage with athletes on those activities that we have mentioned. So Ian, the future Gary, if that's something that an athlete that you want to aspire to, again, he's a really cool guy. Fantastic potential, but he's just one of many athletes that Block Asset has on their roster. All right, has on their roster. So now what we've got coming up is FaZe Sensei versus King Kenny. FaZe Sensei versus King Kenny. Barry, tell me what your breakdown of FaZe Sensei's abilities are.
Well, I think he's a little bit of a Pineda Whittaker type. Very hard to hit, can spin you on a sixpence.
Yeah.
I haven't got a clue. Who knows what he's going to be all about? And it's all been a bit of a mixed bag, hasn't it, tonight? We've had some guys who surprised us with their technical ability.
Yeah.
We've had some guys who haven't surprised. We haven't been shocked how poor they've been, and we've seen a guy there we thought would be absolutely useless get a fantastic knockout.
For sure. So we've got we've got Salt Pappy, who's just getting some props from Chris Eubank Jr. As you can see on the screen there, we've got the Blaze Block Asset QR code. If you are interested in finding out more about Block Asset and how you can engage with athletes and you're interested in crypto, etc., that is the QR code there. So we've got King Kenny now. Coming up now, King Kenny, what I've got in my notes here is that actually he won FaZe Temper, which is one of the co-main events coming up later on. But then it went back to the scoring, so they actually challenged the result and it got overturned. So King Kenny, then he won a fight, it got overturned, phase, temper, then won it. What type of things go on in a fight, Barry, where that would afterwards rule a decision being overturned? Because I'm not sure.
Well, it doesn't really happen. It's happened in amateur boxing a few times in the Olympics where the fights have been judged and been checked, but unless there's been a miscount of the scorecards, that's happened in the past. But you don't go back and re-score a fight. That can't happen. So unless it's just been the scores have been written down wrong or have been announced wrong, that's happened in the past in professional boxing. But you can't change unless someone fails a drug test or there's been something untoward happened. Then that will be changed to a no contest.
Yeah.
But apart from that, no, those things don't really happen.
So we've got Faze Sensei as well. So Faze Sensei is 1-0 in boxing, but he's got a background in MMA and kickboxing as well. So
It all
these guys
helps.
on the card, it's not like they're not bringing anything here.
No, and it helps when you come up against someone who might not have that experience. I think it don't help you so much massively if you're going up against a guy who's been boxing all their life.
Yeah.
Or doing that particular sport all their life. When you're up against people who haven't, then it gives you a bit of an advantage because you have been in that fight scenario. That,
Sure.
You know, 'cause obviously, in any combat sport, at the very start, and the nerves you have to go through and overcome and conquer and use to your advantage are a massive thing. And when you're not used to that, you know, it can consume you.
And I think one of the things is that like we can all, so there's a psychological phenomenon called the Hawthorne effect. All right, that is that we behave differently when we perceive to be being watched. Yeah. The Hawthorne effect. So it actually come from an American factory. What they're trying to do is that they were trying to tweak the lights, as we've just been doing in the studio here, to see that if they turned up the lights, would production increase? Yeah. So it's again big experiment.
Yeah.
Have a look at it. It's called the Hawthorne effect. All right. And what they found is that production did increase, but it wasn't because of the lights. What it increased for is because people knew they were being watched. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure, of course, yeah.
So what we've got with that Hawthorne effect is that when you've got YouTubers out there, it's a little bit like, and I give this example on the stream last week, is that imagine me and you were in the gym, me and you was on the bench press, all right? You can probably out bench press me, but let's just sort of go with it, all right? I mean, I only do 10 reps at 250 kilograms on the bench press, so I'm not that strong. What are you laughing at, Joe? Yeah?
The last thing I lifted up was...
Bag of shopping.
No, my world title belt when I went like this. Or myself, actually. It was I, myself off the ropes.
But you've got where, you know, there's potentially, you're on a bench press, you're doing some reps, and you say, Bruce, I can't take any more. All right, you can't take any more. And at that moment, you actually tell yourself, just like I am Thompson, I am knackered. Yeah? The moment you start thinking like that, you then deactivate certain energy systems. Your thoughts control your ability to perform. Yeah? But then, let's just say there's 3, and again, my wife's probably watching, so this is not me, darling, okay? I'm just saying theoretically, all right, Kel? This is like, I'm just imagining it. I'm sure it's happened to other people, but it's never happened to me. At that moment, 3 ladies who you find attractive, okay?
Oh, you just said to your missus, I'm just imagining it.
But imagine it for you, Barry, all right? Imagine it for you.
Okay.
That they come, you know, they've got this Lycra gym gear that's going on, and they come on the bench next to us. Now, before you saw them in your periphery, you were knackered. You've just then seen them, and from somewhere you've got an extra 3 reps out. That's the Hawthorne effect. Yeah. How you flip it. Now, what's interesting for
3,
me,
I'll get 7 out.
Get 7, yeah, easy, yeah, depending on the colour of the Lycra stuff they were wearing, yeah. But what my point is here is that these YouTubers, all right, are so aware of the people watching them, yeah, and also the potential outfall, you know, the memes, the Mickey taking, everything like that, that will undoubtedly come with it, is that will affect some of them, their cerebral processing, to the point where they maybe like psych themselves out of the fight.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I've seen that with professional fighters at the highest level. I've seen that. You know, you can zone in on something. And you can overthink things. That's true. You can just overthink stuff. And what if, and then that what if then becomes just a massive, huge if that takes away your ability to think straight, or to focus, or to download information, or you need, you know, because
Is the fear of the what if I get beat? What if they make a meme about us? What if I get a mixed was on Twitter, like it's and all that takes away from your energy.
You've got to be calm and clear when you're fighting. That's usually the one who has the clearest head. If you're technically on the same sort of level, the one who stays calm under
Who
any
can stay
circumstance,
calm.
under pressure. That's what I'm saying about having punches thrown at you. If you stay calm in that situation, you see things so much clearer.
So we've got FaZe Sensei walking to the ring. Looks confident, looks calm, looks composed. Looks like he wants to. Looks like he wants to be there, Joe.
That's what it's about. It's about being calm. I think most fights. I think every fighter is capable of beating each other when they fight. It's that half an hour before the fight when the fight's won or lost. Who can stay calm? Who's been practicing the warm up? Who's been through this before? Who's just going to lose the mind, lose everything, get full of nervous energy? And I think if you stay calm in there, I think 9 times out of 10, that puts you in a better position where if you weren't calm.
Yeah, for sure. And again, just to come back to your point, where that's what we're seeing with the Block Asset sponsored athlete, that Leon Edwards, is that many people, and even in the fight, he might have just accepted. I'm just here now with Usman. There's nothing I can do. But if you can change that thought, and that's what I believe can happen, is that we can all feel down. We can all in moments not want to be there, where it doesn't go our way. But that thought can then, keep going on and your performance can go down.
Yeah.
Or you can change that thought and you give yourself a fighting chance of coming back up. And it's important to be able to recognise when you're talking to yourself. Because you need to know how you're talking to yourself because you're listening. It's very important.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we saw with Leon Edwards.
Props to his coach as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Props to his coach in the corner when he's going, show me something then, show me something then.
Yeah.
I think a coach has got a massive part as well. I think a coach needs to know you because some of these fighters, they've got bravado, but your coach should know you, like know when you're tired, know when you're not tired, know how much you've got. And props to the coach because I think he needed that kick up the backside, didn't he?
But even throughout, so yes, I would say that he did. Or was that just, again, you've been in the octagon, Mark.
Yeah.
Is that, like, are you even listening sometimes? You're like, do you just do what you're trained to do and what your abilities allow you to do in that particular moment, which is what Leon did. He had been practicing the kick. He managed to compose himself, and then he delivered the kick.
Yeah, I think I listened pretty well, but then also, like, you listen, but you also have your own instincts while the fight goes. If it's the right move to make, you make it. Even if it's talking, if it's the right move to make, you make it. But if you feel it's not safe, but you always, if you're, say, a fair die, it's always watching out for you. So it's always good.
Yeah. So we've got just King Kenny has come into the ring now. King Kenny in the green and gold robe. NDL, which is the Nico Defense League. Look at me. Yeah, I don't know if you're into YouTube, but he's quite a funny guy, Nico.
Yeah, I watch him all
I think
the
you've
time.
done it the way where you've got.
Who, him?
He's got. He does some big like YouTube videos, like investment. He took over. I think he made like a fake McDonald's up or something like that. Like there's some. He's really creative. And but what Ian Gary was saying back to Ian is like these guys have got production companies. They've got companies. They're business owners. So there you've got a YouTuber who is then looks what to be that he's invested in fighters. He's got a management stable there. That these people are business people. That's what I don't think a lot of people get.
Yeah.
But we're not judging them on that. We're judging them on their fighting ability against each other. I think that was something that we have to keep in mind as well. That Ian said, of course, that let's not judge them at the highest level. Let's not judge them even in the professional realms of boxing. Let's just judge them for what they've labelled this now, and that was whatever they've called this new sort of arm of combat sports. Influencer boxing championships, or whatever it is, where there's people from the same environments, from the same worlds, roughly the same levels.
So FaZe Sensei, they're looking very composed. Like he's in the zone, if we can call it that. Doesn't seem to be too nervous, or at least anything we could take from it. You've got King Kenny.
They've all looked confident. The only one who doesn't look massive confident was Swarms. And even him actually, when he walked into the ring, he changed. Didn't he, to be fair.
Maybe he's shot his load when he's walking in the ring, but maybe that's where all the energy went.
You've got to watch your terminology, mate, to be honest, Bruce.
So we've got, we can just turn the volume up in the stream, please. So we've got the fighters coming into the center of the ring. Again, let's have a think. What is your prediction? Again, I don't know much about these boxers. Maybe it's the guys, you know, the viewers do. Put it in your comments. Let's have a look. But here we go. King Kenny versus FaZe Sensei. FaZe, I believe, is a team. You've got FaZe Temper coming up later on. So, yeah, you know, it's good that you've got your team across here with you. That could bring pressure as well, that you don't want to let the team down.
We haven't seen any Southpaws yet, have we? They've all been Orthodox fighters.
Solid Pappy was a southpaw.
Was he?
Solid Pappy, aye.
Oh, there you go. Really
He
was another
delivered that
Pacquiao
beautiful left hook as well. Okay, so both of them looking very focused here.
He's got a very Vaseline forehead, hasn't he, that King Kenny?
King Kenny got a very Carl Froch-esque. So even George Groves, like very low left hand, quite a wide stance.
No, what I say, no, with a low lead.
Oh.
Oh!
What was the referee stopped him for?
Oh!
Standing count. No, what?
Standing count for King Kenny.
What
His
happened there?
legs went there ever so
His leg
slightly.
did go.
Yeah,
No, he was hurt
see,
then.
that's the detail that you get with Believe and Bruce. Just that slight little went there. Hopefully, get the replay, you'll see it.
I was just going to
But he
say,
did connect,
I was just going to say there.
and it's back again. So coming back out. So FaZe Sensei, very, actually quite good footwork from both
Yeah,
of
I
them.
was going to say, you got fast feet, haven't he, Sensei?
Very composed, that FaZe Sensei.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, King Kenny seems to have composed himself.
He's timing that right hand, isn't he?
I think you got those long, you got a long reach there like King Kenny has, but it's got to come back straight.
Yeah.
So it's like you can throw it from your waist, but you got to come back fast. Got to get yourself out of trouble.
So they are. These actually technically, off just purely from a technical perspective, look quite impressive.
Yeah.
They've got there. So King Kenny probably looking to avenge his loss to FaZe Temper. Obviously, that win that he had that was then overturned. But yeah, looking to that he's composed himself quite well. Again, ego plays a big part, doesn't gents? You know, when you get buzzed, the crowd's there. Oh, so King Kenny comes back. Was that a slip?
Yeah, he was just pushed him in the back of the head. It was actually FaZe Sensei landed with a right hand. Just brought that right foot forward, squared himself up, and lost his balance.
Again, when you get buzzed, sometimes your central nervous system needs some time to recalibrate. What's your opinion on ego? You know, Amir Khan was, I think, always a good example where when he should have held, he just, he punched and maybe he's exposed himself. And obviously, many other fighters have done that as well. Barry, what's your perspective on that when buzzed?
It's a fine line, because I've seen people like Joe Kazagi got knocked down by Byron Mitchell, and he was all over the place, and he got straight back up. The worst thing you could do, and then knock Byron Mitchell out with the first punch he threw.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes that fine line between stupidity and greatness.
Yeah.
You take that risk sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
I always think that taking that knee, just composing yourself. Again, if you've already been knocked down for a few seconds, or if you've been buzzed, if you've got the footwork just to get out a little bit, just to compose yourself and come back, save yourself. You don't. You take the risk for a big finish, and get knocked out, or you take 5 seconds out. And you win the fight.
Is that you saying, Barry, because you're all on ways out, like years ago, if you got dropped, would you took that knee years ago? Or would you?
Well, I did, because I never got knocked down to my very last fights.
Yeah.
As a professional, and I've never been on the floor of my entire amateur or pro, and I got knocked down. Literally, I knocked him down. He knocked me down straight away, and I wasn't hurt, so I could have jumped up. But I stayed on my knee till 7, and then got up.
That's a mature decision, Narco.
But you don't know how you're going to react.
Yeah.
I think it's I wasn't like all over the place. That's a good right hand there, though, from Sensei.
Yeah, his legs did go there.
Really good shot, wasn't it? And he tried to follow up, and the referee because they have the standing count rule.
Shot that.
It's a lovely shot.
That's a meme.
I think as well, when you mentioned Joe Calzaghe, so there's a really good example where you've got, I mentioned before, when AJ got knocked down, his legs weren't there. When Fury got knocked down, his legs were there. I think that's the thing. Do you believe in planning for negative outcomes. So say, for example, some fighters you'll speak to say, I don't want to plan for getting knocked down because then it's going to happen. But then if you do get knocked down and you haven't drilled it and you don't know what to do, maybe you make the wrong decision.
I think, well, maybe, but you know, like my trainer used to say to me, scrunch your toes together, get the blood pumping back into through your body, sort of thing. Because you know, people get up and you sort of like rush to your head and you don't know where you are, but you've got to compose yourself. But I don't think you could. You're not going to train for that.
I remember.
I wish I could.
I think you're not, because you don't know how you're going to react. Because every situation is different. So I got knocked down and I was fine. I just didn't see the shot coming. But if it's really hurt me, do I get up differently? I got knocked down with a body shot and my rib was hanging out, and I was out. I forgot where I was for that those 6-7 seconds. I was just in pain.
Yeah.
Until I heard the referee say 7, then I panicked and jumped up. Because I'm out of the fight. And so you react.
And I think that's there. When you're not cerebrally present, it's not really in your control.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. And some people just recover quicker. Fury recovers. Just has a natural gift to recover.
Yeah, for sure.
A bit like King Kenny did there.
Yeah.
Right up there with Fury, he is King Kenny.
When King Kenny moves back, he keeps his right hand very low.
The thing is, if you don't box, if you haven't trained that way, you can't do it in the ring.
Yeah, for sure.
So you might be able to box with your hands low. But you have to train with your hands high.
Yeah. Interestingly, guys, this has gone to 4 rounds. So we've had 3 up until now. This is
Ooh,
4
got caught
rounds.
up there. I think King Kane's came back this round.
Yeah, he's just the movement of the shoulders just throwing off Sensei, isn't it?
It's getting a bit of confidence.
I wonder if you have got and again, it's just me theorising, postulating here, yeah? So I wonder if you have got a background in MMA and kickboxing, would that become either frustrating, as in you'd want to throw a kick or you'd want to take them to the ground if you can't do that, because that's where your strength lies?
That's your bread and butter.
No, people think that, but it depends, because I spar a lot of boxers. I never feel like taking them down.
Just give them a quick elbow.
No, it just depends where you're comfortable at.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you're so used to grappling, you just feel like I can beat them, I can take them down, beat them.
Yeah.
But it's not always the problem, the issue.
Well, ironically, this weekend is the 5-year anniversary of Mayweather versus McGregor.
Yeah.
And that was the fight where you thought, is he going to all of a sudden just
Kick him.
Yeah, just kick him,
Yeah.
Kick him.
or just choke him out or something, you know?
Yeah. But we've got both fighters moving back and forward beautifully, to be fair.
He's not putting the shots together, though, the King Kenny.
Yeah, it's
It's for a lot of one shots.
Yeah, one shots. Yeah, correct.
But it's still there's still enough to keep Sensei off him, isn't there?
Yeah, I suppose.
The Sensei, you know, he threw that right hand in the first over a lazy jab, but he's just looking for that one shot again.
For sure. So that comes to the end of the round. I'll be interested backstage now. We've got, obviously, Deji up next. Deji we mentioned before.
Poor
He's got,
Deji.
Hope he wins.
the
We're
sort
right
of
in Deji's corner here, aren't we?
possible runt of the family compared to his brother. You know what I mean? Hide under the table when the family comes round. I wonder what thoughts are. Like, he knows, like, it's now. So the critical moment is here. It's definitive. It's a bit like death, all right? So we all know we're going to die.
It's not like death.
No, it is. Cerebrally, it actually is.
Maybe for Deji, maybe.
It's, for example, so Deji's knowing this fight's coming, but it's here now. Like, we all know that we're going to die, but when someone says to you, like, for example, you've got a terminal illness or something, it becomes real, it becomes different.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it becomes different. So cerebrally, it's very similar because our brains, although there's different stimuli, they work in exactly the same way. So for me, I just wonder how Deji's thinking. I've lost 3. Is it good? Like, has he got that narrative where, like,
Is it
I
going to be the
hope it,
fourth?
but, like, am I just shit?
That's where the corner comes in, because if you've got a fighter who might be emotionally or mentally a little bit fragile,
Yeah.
you have to keep him occupied with good thoughts constantly. So, like, I used to do it to myself. So I would literally, like, my world title fight, when I won the world title, my dad had to come into the crowd and grab me out. I'm talking to my friends. I'm doing what I always did, just doing the thing, just keep me relaxed and natural.
Yeah.
I want the guys who need to sit. Some people need to sit in the changing room and just focus and concentrate on what they have to do.
Shot.
Face Sensei unloaded on King Kenny. Oh! King Kenny, he needs to hold here. They're doing a bit of clinching. Mark, you'd probably be proud of that. There, give them a necktie, give them an uppercut. But yeah, so King Kenny felt that one. And I think that's what Face Sensei does very well. When he moves in low, and he lets his fist go a little bit more than a bit more than King Kenny.
But he should do it more often now. And now he's got King Kenny on the rails a little bit. You got to keep the pressure on, keep the foot on the throat.
Yeah. So this is round 3 of 4. Very hard one to score, gents. Joe, what are you thinking?
I think that Face Sensei is having success, but
see that?
Look
Yeah,
at
how good's that? That was good.
Lovely.
That was good.
Nothing above it.
Yeah.
Like,
So
This
Sensei
is
just
not bad.
standing
This
off
is
the
watch-
edge of the moment.
watchable, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that King Kenny's he's a confidence fighter. I think when he gets
Yes.
big success, he gets looser and he gets more. That Face Sensei needs to
Yeah,
stick it on him.
yeah. He's allowed
Break
him,
each rhythm.
he's a few times he's allowed him back into the fight,
Yeah.
hasn't he? When he has an advantage there, Sensei, and he's allowed Kenny back into the fight a little bit.
When we were doing the stream last week, something that I found very endearing, impressive by Usyk was how strong Joshua had in that round 9, and then what he
yeah,
did
that's a sign.
immediately as he come out.
After
It's a sign of a great fighter.
Yeah.
Ringside, I was lucky to be ringside, and it was just amazing. Like it
didn't
was-
stop moving over being like 16. He didn't stop moving.
Yeah.
The feints, even when he was hurt, he was still feinting.
Mhm.
There, King Kenny's came back.
Again, and I think that always happens is that, we're human beings, we can't stop thinking and we can't stop feeling. But the ability to control your mind allows you to be out of your comfort zone less of the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, if those negative thoughts continue, then you can stress yourself out or demotivate yourself for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
So when someone gets tagged, it's natural to then go down a little bit, depending on how tagged you are, or your ego kicks in. But then if you can control your mind, like, you get back in control of that situation a lot
Same
sooner.
with Joshua. Like Joshua can take a shot. He just panics when he gets hit. That's all. When he gets tired and hit and hurt, he panics a bit. And someone like Tyson Fury doesn't.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's to do with experience.
Do you think AJ can improve his gas tank? Because that's something I said at the start of the stream. That was my
I don't
concern.
think he can, but I think you know your strengths, and he's not a light and agile fighter. He's a
As you said, he's 18
he's
stone.
a tank, isn't he?
He's not 14 stone.
And that's what he is. He's a tank. So you give him, you make him more agile and a better boxer, like they tried to in the Ruiz second fight. And ever since then, he boxes like a man who's afraid to get hit a little bit. So he's trying to box more, move more. But that's taking away that little bit of that raw strength that he had. I think you go back, and I think they tried to go back to that a little bit, but they came against a guy who was just too clever, too good.
Yeah. I thought Block Asset, they brought in Usyk as a sponsored athlete into the Block Asset community. And they done an NFT drop. And that was to help with the humanitarian crisis going on across in Ukraine.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a really cool thing to do, that they managed to hook up with Alexander Usyk.
Yeah,
brilliant. World heavyweight champion, do an NFT drop with, the sole purpose of that Block Asset drop with Usyk, that mint, was to help the people of Ukraine. So not just a cool company for athlete activities, but very much like human cause at the heart as well, at least for that example. But here we've got King Kenny and FaZe Sensei.
Oh, good job there from
Good job
Sensei.
there.
I think both of them are competent boxers, but for me, I would say FaZe Sensei, because of the 2 times that he's landed on King Kenny, I would say he's leading the fight just because of those 2 contacts.
But King Kenny's taking the centre of the ring. So the overall impression is that he's the one who's looking to force the pace a little bit more.
It depends what you like,
Yeah,
Barry.
it is a little bit.
It depends what you like.
Has been as active that Face Sensei.
Yeah, I think he's. I think for me, he's the better boxer, the better shape, better stylist, and has the better power. And he's a faster feet. He has lots of things in his way, but that long reach there of King Kenny, and the fact that he's taking the centre of the ring all the time.
Yeah.
And
He looks in charge.
Yeah, well, Sensei can't work for. He has no continuity in his work.
I tell you what's really interesting. Have any of you, active fighters, former world champion, have you ever been aware or trained or talked about a performance to impress the judges? And what I mean by that is that the judges are watching you, and even your body language can affect how a judge feels about you in that fight. He looks knackered, he looks tired, therefore I'll give the other person the round.
Like I grew up watching Sugar Ray Leonard, so he's my idol, like my absolute world. And he would steal fights. Like, I mean, he'd win loads of fights. He was great. But him against Hagler, for instance, flurry in the last 30 seconds, things like that.
Yeah.
And I would, as an amateur, I would certainly do that all the time.
Yeah.
Like I've stolen fights that I haven't won, and I've known that.
Also, I think body
I mean,
language.
so I've won them really because I've done that, but I've done.
Yeah.
I've known that a close fight here, me throwing 15 punches, but only landing in 3, really is going to be enough to win me the fight.
And also body language. If you look across the ring and you see your opponent hurt, tired, or whatever, or there's some type of thing that you take, like as a positive, that gives you a rush of energy. So I'm always wondering what are fighters aware of their body language and what they could be doing to their opponent as well.
Yeah, I'm always aware. I like to look at them from far. I'm always aware, looking.
Yeah.
See what we're up to. See what we're doing.
Yeah.
I have to pretend like I'm not tired.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. But it's true. It exists. If someone sees a chink in your armor, be it a cut nose, a big eye, you looking tired, they'll get some energy. A bit like those people training with the Lycra suits at the gym comes next to you that they're not entitled to. So the last 15 seconds of round 4 here. For
It's
me,
a giant poker game, isn't it?
I'd have to go with Face Sensei. Just because I like how he wobbled the legs of King Kenny. Oh, now they're trading. Last. They're swinging. Oh, the referee. What's happened? Okay, that was strange. That was a bit like Eddie Hearn coming into the Carl Froch.
Oh yeah.
But
the bell had gone. See, the referee's gone in. But
so that's why the referee was stopping it.
the bell's gone.
Close fight.
Close fight. Joe, what are you thinking?
Face.
Could be a draw.
It's a close one, isn't it?
Close fight, close fight.
It's hard to score, really, isn't it? I think the better shots came from Sensei, but I've got a feeling that King Kenny
Look more busy than
just to take the end of the pace. I think you might just get over the line here.
I'm going for Sensei. I feel like King Kenny didn't
Now this is interesting.
do enough.
This is interesting. We've just had some information there that apparently Logan Paul may be doing the walkout later on with KSI. That's an interesting partnership, isn't it? They've got the prime connection. They've actually come together. But then you've got Jake Paul, like the elephant in the room there.
Thing is, though, like you said, they're all content creators.
Yeah.
They might be building a story here about like the brothers not falling out and one brother going with his rival.
Yeah,
and
it creates a storyline.
Yeah.
It creates interest. Yeah. And to be fair to Logan Paul, I thought that was great how he could take that loss and then actually come back even stronger as a creator and then partner up with KSI as well. I just think that's cool.
Yeah.
I just think that's cool. Mark, what are you thinking about that fight? Where FaZe, Sensei or King Kenny? We're going to get the result here.
I'm going for Sensei.
Sensei?
Yeah.
Barry?
I'm
You're just more
going to
active.
go King Kenny.
King Kenny. All right.
Draw.
I'm going to go for...
King Kenny used the jab, but I don't think he used it enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for FaZe Sensei. I'm going to pin my flag to the mast. Going to the scorecards for the judges.
Plus,
Both
we rocked him a
fighters.
couple of times as well.
Here we go. Judges' scorecards have been read out. Let's have a look here. 38, a draw for the first judge. You couldn't argue with that.
No.
39 to 37 for the second judge. $39, 38.
FaZe.
We've got a winner by majority decision is Watford, England. King Kenny has done it. King Kenny took the centre of the ring, gave the more punches, looked the more composed, probably higher volume of punches. I think FaZe Sensei there would be right to be annoyed, but you couldn't really argue with Barry.
Pumped.
No, I think in close fights, you're always going to get one who's ecstatic, and the other one's always going to feel really hard done by.
Yeah.
But and I understand Sensei because he did land with the shots that had the only shots that had any effect on any fighter came from Sensei, of course.
Yeah.
But I do think that he allowed Kenny back into the fight too much and taking the centre of the ring, giving that overall impression, and those when not much is happening, you're the one
not a bad belt,
being
that.
the busier. It's a garbage belt.
For them. Not about belt.
There's a little bit bling there.
And it's-
Yeah, that's in the
you can
blink.
buy one of those in a toy store.
Yeah.
Like,
Both
it-
are
but, the,
marvellous.
but the belt doesn't matter. The belt doesn't matter. The win's important.
So how far can the YouTube boxing scene go? That's the question.
Well, I think it has a shelf life. To be honest, I think they'll go on to something else. They'll find something else to do. And that's fine. No, it don't matter because I don't think it brings more eyes on the sport of boxing as such. I wouldn't have thought so. Not massively enough to help to change the sport for the better. The worry is that somebody gets hurt. Because if someone gets hurt in one of these fights, they all just walk away from it, and boxing is stuck with a stain. That's why.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why boxing people are not always fans of it. But
I mean, I thought those two there had done a very, reasonable display of boxing. I thought there was technique there. I thought there was skill, there was stamina, there was recovery,
Yeah.
there was resilience.
and I think as well the standing counts that they administer. Like in amateur boxing now, standing counts are not a point against you. It's a rest for you. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
And that might be the same with these crossover fights. I guess they're called.
So we've got Deji versus Fuzi
Oh, come on,
coming up.
Deji. I'm so excited about Deji.
Yeah. So we've got Deji. Now, Deji here, according to he's been beat by Jake Paul. He's been beat by Vinny Hacker. And he's been beat most recently by Alex Wasabi. Obviously, Alex Wasabi was meant to be fighting KSI before he pulled out with concussion. Fuzi, he's been beaten by Slim, who's also on the card here. But that was 3 years ago, so this will be an interesting one. Deji's got some experience. He's been in the ring, although he's been beat.
Yeah,
Those walkouts count. That handling the pressure, the training camps, that counts for something.
You learn what it feels like when you're in there. I know the silly mistakes you make. You might not make them the next time round and the time after that. Of course.
Yeah, we've got Conor Benn versus Chris Eubank Jr.
This is interesting, this fight.
Do you think it'll be a great fight, or do you think
I think-
nobody
I-
cares because
no.
everyone's just been part of the brain called hippocampus, emotional memory? Tell me, people at least of our age,
Well,
who's not thinking
I boxed
of
on,
Nigel
I
and
boxed
Chris.
on the Ben Eubank, the second fight in Old Trafford. I was on that bill.
Yeah.
There was only 5 fights back then. Those big bills, they weren't like they are now 12 fights.
Yeah.
There was only 5 fights on that night.
Okay.
I was one of them actually, and I won. By the way, if people don't care, but I want to tell you I won. But
I'm sort of getting that theme from you tonight, Barry.
I win. I win a lot. And then, and then when I lost, I gave in. I packed it in like proper bully me. But I mean the build up to get the dads involved would be fantastic. I mean, I'm ringside actually. I'm doing the commentary for the Zone on that night, and I'm really looking forward to it because I think Eubank has to be a massive favourite.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you actually think it'll be a good fight, or is it just
I
the
think-
build
no,
up that's the
No,
exciting fight?
I think it'd be a really good fight because the way Ben fights, he's fully committed.
Yeah.
And the way Eubank throws his punches in blusters and combinations,
Yeah.
it makes for a really good clash of styles.
Yeah.
But he has all the experience, he has all the technical ability in his corner, and he has the natural size. It's the rehydration clause. He has to come in lower than he's ever weighed before as a professional, and that's the day before. And then they got the rehydration clause, which you can only put on so much weight the next day, and that usually is like 8 o'clock in the morning. No, that's at midday. So he almost has to make the weight twice.
Yes.
So that's where that might be a real detriment towards Chris Eubank Jr.
So that makes it fair, and that's what
Makes
Chris
it
Eubank Jr. was saying in the fight.
tips
so
the
fair.
scale slightly towards Ben, but not enough. It's still Eubank still has more in his locker.
Yeah. Do you think Chris Eubank Jr. is capable of winning one of the main belts?
I do not, because he's in a really difficult weight. As is Conor Benn as a welterweight.
Yeah.
His weight is tremendously hard, like maybe the best weight in world boxing.
Yeah.
And also at middleweight, Eubank Jr. That's another difficult weight. So I don't see either one of them winning world titles at their respective weights. That doesn't mean they're not world class because they are. They both are.
Just a quick one, just obviously staying with boxing, just obviously not influencer boxing. If you thought, I'm just interested in your perspective, if Josh Kelly ever fought Conor Ben, has that changed now with Josh's recent performance?
Massively, yeah.
And Conor's recent performances.
At the time, Ben wasn't very good, and Josh Kelly was a star in the making. So that was tended to be a great fight for Josh Kelly because he just boxed in a name with no ability. But Conor Ben has been the most improved fighter in the country, year upon year.
Yeah.
He wasn't very good, and now he's very good.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what he's been well matched, but he still looks really good. And Josh Kelly have shown some vulnerabilities, and he's rebuilding. He's still a good fighter, but the desire for him is the question, because he's successful in other areas of his life now, and does he still want to be a boxer?
For sure.
That's the issue. But he has all the ability in the world. Just making the weight right, getting the right weight for him is an issue, I think.
So we've got the Deji and Fuzi card coming up now. We're watching Fuzi into the changing rooms.
The weigh-in here was really good for these two yesterday. Really spicy.
What are you thinking about Fuzi's boxing style? Just as he's shadow boxing there, warming up on the pads or even on the hands.
Yeah, no, he reminds me of a prime Marvin Hagler, because he had a shaved head also.
Good shape.
And then we've got Deji here.
Oh, it looks like him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Slick.
So I think
Southpaw, that's always a puzzle to get by.
Keeps that chin high though, doesn't he, when he throws his shots?
And he's punching from his hips.
His throwing is like a,
Yeah.
it's never a
interesting.
jab.
I think that's one of KSI's old trainers as well. I think it's a guy called Leon, who trained when Vidal was training KSI.
Oh yeah, Vidal. Yeah,
when Vidal was training.
Vidal, what a good fighter he is.
Yeah, Vidal's quality. Yeah, and I love the fact
Riley.
that he actually said, "Okay, that's enough for me now. I need to concentrate on my own boxing career."
But he was a boxer before he was an influencer.
Yeah,
That's
for
the difference.
yeah, for
with
sure.
him. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a real talent boxer.
But the money, the fame, the adulation, you could see how people would
Yeah,
say,
of
"Do you know
course.
what?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I'll take the easy life, Barry, and I'm just going to train KSI and
I
never
would.
step in again." You know.
I would.
Yeah. So we've got 25 years of age is Deji, 32 is Fuzi, 5'9", 5'10", both 172. Fuzi with a 3-inch reach advantage. Does 3 inches make any difference?
Yeah, it does. But he's boxing a southpaw, so
A lot.
I
See, that Joe's mind there.
man,
That's
no.
Joe's mind. But Barry just said, yes, it does. Who is the... So we've got Fox the G. Like Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory or something, isn't he? He
does, doesn't he? Yeah.
Interesting character.
He's like,
Like Home Alone, no Home Alone.
if Johnny Depp was ugly.
So here we go. We've got Fuzi coming out. It's your birthday. Cool. So we've got some people clapping him for him. Yeah. So Fuzi.
The wolf.
Again, I'm just commenting on what we can see.
Are those his coaches?
Good physique and nice beard.
It's for seeking nice beard.
Yeah.
It's a boxing match, not a dating program.
Yeah, obviously
Good physique and nice beard.
some nice dancing going on, you know.
He's got the full package.
His hobbies are reading and
Favourite colour.
he's full of confidence, wasn't he? There singing, dancing to the crowd.
Yeah,
They know how to entertain, don't they? If anything.
correct.
Like the ring walk, everything. Like they know how to bring it.
That's what's his name in the background in the corner. What's his name? Dean the Great, isn't it?
That's Logan
Behind
Paul.
him.
There we are. We have Logan
Oh,
Paul
there,
in the
yeah.
audience. Then you've got a young chip and the guy who does the trainers. I can't remember his name, but he does some cool trainers. Let us know in the comments what his name is.
Is his
One,
name?
2 ways, I think.
Is
I
his
think
name
they're called.
Adidas?
No.
Okay,
That was terrible for you.
I know. Not for me. It was terrible. But not for me.
I'm expecting better. Okay, so now the music's finished. We've got Deji coming into the ring. This is interesting for me from a psychological perspective. What is going on inside his head? Deji the what?
Deji the Den. I don't know what he said.
Deji the
Deji,
D.
Deji.
Well, it's not really a.
Okay, so Deji looking very confident, welcoming the crowd. Do you know when you do something like that, that's called the power position? It actually does something to your brain and the endorphins and stuff like that. Yeah, it actually sets them, it triggers them. But it's also, again, just a bit of body language here for you guys. It shows that I have no fear. We've got ventral protection here. So, you know, when somebody feels uncomfortable, you'll see them cross their arms because they want to protect the vital organs. Again,
so I've been doing that.
Yeah. No, but at that moment, because
but he did that every time I touched his leg.
because there you might feel uncomfortable. But generally, when you're talking to somebody, like for example, I say to you, Joe, are you capable of winning your next fight? And then you do it like that or like that. Absolutely. It really is that powerful in that particular moment. So that's when you see, you know, for example, when you see football hooligans, and they say, come on then.
Aye.
You never ever see a football hooligan saying, come on then, I'll have you.
Aye.
Yeah, it's very much like that. But that power pose, Conor McGregor done it against Donald Cerrone as well when he walked into the middle of the ring and done this. It actually does something to hormonal regulation and can trigger better performance as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting how that, you know, little things like that can have a huge impact, to be fair.
Yeah, sure.
Or he could just be a brilliant actor and absolutely shitting at himself, you know.
But ultimately, you know, all these things can help. But if you can't fight, you can't fight.
Yeah. So Deji's got about over 10 million subscribers on YouTube.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely Leon, who was Vidal's second coach.
There's also Steve Broughton in the corner there, who trains Joe Joyce and a few other fighters.
Okay.
He was a very good technical coach.
So Deji looking quite calm. Do you know what? There's just something inside me. I think something inside people where every now and again you just want the underdog to do well. Like, we don't want someone to keep feeling sad. Yeah, I want to see somebody smile. And that's, I think, you know, that's the stuff that I'm feeling here. It's like,
but I know some amateur boxers who, when I was a kid, and they would lose, not always, but most of the time, but they just lived it.
Yeah,
just
love the game.
Going in, doing it, competing, trying. They said, I don't care if I lose. I just really enjoy it.
Yeah,
I can understand that.
I know a couple of them. Yeah, there was one guy, our amateur club, not the greatest boxer at all, but just kept coming back and coming back.
Yeah.
Because he loved it. Big shout out, Amar. You're probably not watching, but good on you. Amar Rupra. So we're getting the introductions to the fighters in the ring. Fuzi,
they're fighting for a belt as well.
Looking good.
Yeah, everyone gets a belt.
What is the governing body here?
It's like real professional boxing. So we all got
a belt.
We all got a belt, mates. We all got a belt.
Do you think there's a bit of jealousy from normal fighters for the amount of money? Like, for example, Swarms probably got paid more than a world champion, Barry.
And fame and all. I know most of my early career, I was in leisure centres. But again, it's not. You know, these guys have earned the right to get to demand a big crowd like this from their other life. You know.
I just feel like it's like us fighters. We feel like the way we work. This is our main goal, to get to the stage.
Of course, yeah. You know, like Jake Paul's earned more than Roman Gonzalez. Gonzalez, a flyweight, one of the best fighters on the planet.
Yeah.
Who's ever done it, by the way, and
don't make sense.
So but you can see that about heavyweights
coming in now. Deji and Fuzi coming in.
You know, it's not fair.
Face to face, Deji and Fuzi, both of them looking calm and collective.
What I say, break.
I mean break.
I know Seamus actually. He's just a referee, just a unlicensed circuit. Look at the crowd, packed.
That's what I'm saying.
Packed, isn't it?
Oh, Deji, pull it out. Pull out the bag.
Right. The weigh-in was. I've said it about 5 times, but the weigh-in was really spicy with these two.
Oh.
Shot. See with the southpaw, you get that right foot on the outside.
Oh, both of them swinging
left
for the
hand
rafters
straight
here.
away.
Deji is all over now. This is a point where hopefully he doesn't shoot his load, because he's looking good in the first 20 seconds of round 1.
Yeah, he's getting.
Deji is putting it on him. Deji is definitely putting it on him.
He's controlling that jab hand.
Yeah, he's a southpaw. So he's getting the foot on the outside, making it hard for Fuzi to throw that left hand.
Go on, Deji. Keep it up, backhand. Lovely.
And again.
And again,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
lovely.
Deji
shot.
just striking him at will with that backhand. Hey, I'm not one to get optimistic, but this could be Deji's first win, or at least it's looking that way in the first minute of round 1.
Bit of panic, isn't it? You can see it in Fuzi there. He needs a good shot, and he needs a bit of confidence here.
Yeah.
Fuzi.
Yeah, it's almost that reaction where he is incapable of controlling when he
Keep on
gets
the
hit.
back foot, Deji. Keep on the back foot.
But you know what? If he, one good shot, one good right hand or a left hook, and then and he'll feel comfortable. He'll be back in the game. But at the minute,
It's a giant main
Deji
game in
controlling.
this.
Deji being spurred on by the vast majority of the arena there.
Shot.
Oh, good right hook.
Yeah, lovely right hook by Deji. Oh, Fuzi now unloading. I would say Fuzi looking a bit erratic. Would that be fair?
Yeah, he's tense up, haven't he? Because he's been caught. He's a little bit nervous. And he's all too tense, too compact. And just
Same.
oh, and again, Deji with the left hand. He throws that right hook. That right hook always misses, but then he just takes the step across for the left hand.
Deji looks slick at the minute, like.
Fuzi needs to do. Fuzi doesn't look like a boxer. I know that may be being vague and ambiguous, but
Looks shocked, doesn't he?
yeah,
He's too tense, he is, and he's
it's
going
almost
to
like
be knackered.
thinking. He's almost thinking Deji's 3-0 loss. This is not the way it was meant to go for me here. He's probably had the ideas, the vision of grandeur, the adulation, standing up on the ropes and, coming out with his win. And Deji is not letting him have it. In fact, he's ripping that dream away from him second by second, to be fair. Even falling short with that right hand there.
Now look at the confidence here at Deji.
Deji looks definitely better than Fuzi in every capacity.
We've got to be careful though, Deji. He doesn't square the feet up. Throw a
Yeah.
little screw shot there, Deji, with the right hand.
Go on, Deji.
There's the sidemen there, all egging Deji on. Oh, Deji leaving his chin open there, though, Barry, do you think?
Then with Fuzi though, he's just because he's so tense, he's just so
Yeah.
tired now, isn't he?
Yeah, you see it in the shoulders. So that's the end of round 1. Definite strong round for Deji.
Brilliant round for Deji.
So far, so good. Joe, what are you thinking?
Deji's got hands. First round, Deji.
What did you think? We're keeping the gloves in.
I think Deji needs to keep that confidence because if he gives Fuji a bit of space, he may land a few shots. But I think so far it's all Deji.
Yeah, it's looking good.
He can't miss that left hand.
You've got big Mike down there sitting next to Logan Paul on the front row.
I like that straight left to the middle.
Yeah, it's a good shot, Nick.
Yeah.
Again, because he's a southpaw, he takes that right foot on the outside of the left foot of Fuzi there, and that just allows him. That you got a right direct route there through the middle of the guard.
He comes over with a right hook, then looks away and Pop brings it back.
He almost throws the right hook not to even hit, doesn't he? It's all about just throwing that left
Like a
hand on the
recoil.
middle. Fuzi now needs to relax a little bit and let his punches go. He's lost a bit of confidence there because he got hit with a good shot early on and just see the confidence drain from him, all the tenseness and all. Just his engine was just useless in that first round.
Again, Deji's legs just wobbled ever so. Fuzi's legs just wobbled ever so slightly there.
That's a good shot
Yeah,
there.
Go on,
Oh,
yeah. Deji by far putting it on him. And as
Sugar
of
Ray
yet-
Deji.
Sugar Ray Deji. Yeah, and Swarms Fuzi. Yeah, so this is this is definitely not going the way Fuzi imagined it.
No, he just shows, look how tense his shoulders are. He just needs to
Yeah.
relax a little bit, let his punches get a little bit more speed in those shots.
Do you think he's
Shot.
nice.
lovely body
footwork.
shot there from Deji?
Footwork was better than the shot for me. The way he moved around the target there, Deji.
He's got good distance control as well.
Lovely that.
Look at how he's
He doesn't look like
No,
face lost feet, does he?
no, not at
No.
all. Oh, look at this. Put on a masterclass here, relatively.
yeah. No, this is interesting.
It's good, isn't it?
Min distance.
I hope he doesn't get complacent and do a Lennox Lewis versus Raheem Hoffman. Do you know what I mean? Is what he.
Or Lennox Lewis versus Oliver McCall. He done it a couple of times, didn't he?
Again, but concentration's such an important part of
Yeah.
it, you know.
Shot.
Oh, he just again wobbled the legs and again.
Oh, his eyes gone there.
Yep, it is. Well
Yeah.
spotted.
Deji.
Ooh.
Oh, skimmed the target there from Fuzi. But look at him! Look at that. No, that's a drainer. I know when you throw a shot like that and you miss.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah.
way down.
Oh, so demoralising. Apparently, I've never done it. Joe told me about it.
So, yeah, Fuzi starting to look lethargic, a little bit tired. He's obviously still got some power in his punches, but it's definitely drained, and he's missing quite a lot as well. There's that sort of freneticism around his technique, almost panic, if you will.
Well, and the more the more you miss, the bigger the panic. The more you get hit, the bigger the panic. The more you tense up. That's a lovely left hand there.
Like Deji just unloading with that rear left hand, and it's more often than not finding its target.
Shot.
Again.
Yeah, so Deji's technique seems to be that looping right hand followed by the straight backhand to the left. So, and it's been effective so far. Oh, that just glanced there. Again, another backhand from Deji glancing off the skull of Fuzi. Fuzi's down. Fuzi is down. Deji's back in the corner. Fuzi's down.
Deji
He looks
Chengo.
fatigued. Now, in this moment here, he's just been put on his arse by someone who's lost 3 fights. How does he cerebrally handle this?
And he got dropped with a jab as well. I think it's where that left eye's closed.
What?
Oh.
This is interesting. This is the critical moments where we thrive or dive. So we've got Joe Weller coming on the mic with Logan Paul here.
What did he say?
That's not Joe Weller.
Ah.
Yeah. Unless Joe Weller's dyed his hair. Achieved a big chest and is called Jolene Noble. So Logan Paul giving a bit props to both fighters here.
She's like, but not to promote.
I don't know, just.
Yeah.
He literally said nothing, but
No.
got everyone on their feet. Amazing, isn't it?
Fantastic motivational speech there by Logan Paul. Some guy in the background was looking very confused. I'm taking that's one of Logan Paul's pals. So Deji, again, thoughts become things. Yeah, he has the belief now. He's got the confidence. That will activate in his systems. And again, he's even coming down with the hands down now. Bit of showboating.
He can't miss him with that left hand, can he?
Yeah.
Nah, hook backhand Deji.
We've got KSI there just coming up on the smaller screen so we can see KSI watching his brother.
He'd be fuming. Okay, so his brother's taking his limelight off him. Absolutely fuming.
Oh.
Again, another straight left. He cannot miss with that back left hand.
Do you know, he's boxed really well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh!
Another one. Oh, Fuzi on.
Shot that.
Very
Oh,
sharp.
the left
He
hand.
turns away. He's got to get a standing count here. Fuzi's legs have gone.
That's it, he called it
Fuzi's
off.
legs have gone, or he's highly fatigued, but he was wobbling there in the corner. He
2
had to grab
steps
the
in,
ropes.
Deji.
He had to grab the ropes to keep upright. This is going to be an interesting. We've still got 1 minute 49 seconds in the round.
Backhand hook backhand Deji. 2 steps in.
The end might not be so far away if Deji can keep his balance again.
I want to.
Deji gets his first win. Deji reverses that 3-0. He gets his first win against Fuzi, with which is a very technically pleasing display of boxing. That right hand, that jab, that back left was the dominating force in that area, and his team go wild, and quite rightly so. I love the fact that he's lost 3 and he's come back for the 4th one.
Class.
You've got to give plaudits for that. Go on, Deji, son.
I'm embarrassed how excited I am.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, brilliant. He boxed really well, didn't he?
Yeah.
He boxed really, really well.
This is great. This is great to see. The feelings, the adulation, the dopamine specifically that will be running through his body now.
That's his
absolutely
night.
fantastic. Yes.
That's Deji's night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't he? Wasn't he good? Really good, wasn't he?
That was really good.
Because it's not so much the punches. He was getting the feet in the right place. He was getting
Yeah.
the right foot on the outside.
He was boxing, Barry. He was boxing.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and his hands are low, but he was always taking that little step back, making him so Fuzi. And what he did, he made Fuzi feel the power early.
Yeah.
And that made Fuzi tense up. And when you tense up,
No,
everything's
great.
pulled and slow, and
That's-
easier to read.
That is fantastic. So we're going to go. We've got one of the co-founders of Block Asset that's going to be coming in now. Christian, really cool guy. Met him down in London. He'll probably going to tell us a little bit more about what Block Asset is. Oh, you can't get it? 2 minutes, cool, okay. So we said that's going to come in a few minutes' time. We thought he was lined up there.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good.
So-
He just flicks with the right hook. That was the theme of that was the combination there from Deji. Throw the right hook, left hand on the middle. So
Out of 10,
with-
how did he perform from a boxing purist perspective, Barry?
from about 6. But I mean for his ability and for him and for what and for actually he's 0-3.
0-3,
11.
the big event,
11
all that crowd,
11
everyone wants him
Oh,
to lose.
for hi-
He's
for-
become
for
a
him,
joke.
For him and all that, 11 out of 10 for him.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. You couldn't have boxed any better. And I don't know how good Fuzi is, if he was, but he didn't allow him into the fight.
Yeah.
Fuzi might be able to hurt him and might be able to be a problem for him, but he didn't allow him in the fight. And it was a simple formula.
Yeah.
Take the step of foot on the outside, throw a right hook. If you hit him or miss, don't matter. Always throw the left hand to finish the combination off.
Yeah.
And he did that, and time and time again, he caught with that left hand, and in the end, he just knocked away the resistance there of Fuzi.
Do you know what? I said before, I want to see Deji smile because he's put his heart and soul into it. He's lost 3, he's come back for 4.
Yeah, it's
I
brilliant.
just
isn't it?
like that, man. The underdog.
Yeah.
The underdog. There's just something about it there that makes it, that makes it cool. Fuzi looks fatigued. He looks like he's just been beat.
Missing tires you out, getting hit tight,
Yeah.
drains your energy.
Deji, now that's got to spark KSI up.
Yes.
Again, that could be a trigger. We're talking about external stimuli. Yeah, we are talking about external stimuli there. We talked about the body language before. When you see your brother win, boom, your thoughts change. That can give you an extra increment in your performance through energy systems being activated. It's all these things that impact how the mind works.
Yeah.
That ultimately impact
Yeah.
on your
I feel like
performance.
sometimes it works the other way around though. You could think, oh, I'm next now. I've got to go in. I've got to win.
For sure.
But-
But it's all about what's going on in your head is my
Yeah.
point.
I've boxed a loads of times with my brother on the same shows, and it's not the greatest of things. It's
No.
not. It's horrible. It is. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
horrible.
And when we lose, it's like,
I was the youngest, so I was always be on before him as an
Oh.
amateur. So it was
Yeah.
worse for him because he had to watch me. Whatever. I'd win most of them, but sometimes I would not all of them, and he'd have to fight them when I just got beat.
So we've got True Geordie in the ring now, interviewing Deji. Deji giving props to his teams.
that's the best PT.
Deji thanking the crowd now. Brilliant. Fantastic. It's great to see.
Can't find me. No, I'm over here, mate.
Deji just giving props to his friend Shane, acknowledging that he wouldn't have boxed if it wasn't for him. He's done all his macros, yeah. This guy is high on life right now, isn't he? Yeah. He's thanking someone for getting all his macros right, which is, hey, it's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the food, the diet. Who's he going to call out? Come on. Deji calling out Bryce Hall now. Is that a potential fight? True Geordie just announcing the winner is Deji, and Big Raw. He goes across to Fuzi. Oh, look at that left eye.
He's getting booed.
Yeah, he is getting booed, which is bad form, isn't it?
True Geordie's microphone just dropping out, so I couldn't really hear him. Yep. So Fuzi just saying about the tough life that he's had. Nice little speech there by Fuzi, to
Yeah.
be fair. So, Fuzi thanking Deji, saying congratulations. That's nice to see.
Yeah, it's class, that is.
Yeah, that
Class
is. That's
stuff.
nice to see. So that there, I
It was
mean,
a good fight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
from the start, guys, you know, Deji was just on it.
Yeah, he's straight away.
Straight away on the
for
front
a
foot.
guy who's lost 3 fights, you think he come in a little bit more tentative, or but he came in full of confidence, didn't he?
Yeah.
And, came out early, stamped his authority straight away, made Fuzi feel that right left hand really early in the flight.
Yeah.
Drops him with
A
a
jab was naughty.
yeah, drops him with a jab.
Oh.
But he
Clean.
couldn't miss him with that left hand.
That
all
left hand
night.
was just landing as if there was a rope tied between his
Yeah.
left hand to Fuzi's forehead, and
Yeah.
it was just on elastic.
Yeah.
Just kept landing. It was like, you know, them balls, you see the tennis balls, what they do there?
Yeah, on the head,
Like
yeah.
that, do you know what I mean? It's exactly like that. That's just what it was, apart from he's hitting his own head. Fantastic result for Deji. And again, you know, we've had some good fights. We've had some... In fact, I would say we've probably had more...
They've got technically better. They've gone on.
Yes,
To be
yeah,
fair.
absolutely, yeah. And I think, you know...
Or is it that they were so bad earlier on that now we think we're seeing like real quality stuff?
So we've got FaZe Temper up next versus Slim Albahar, and then that leads into the KSI versus Pineda fight. I think, you know, that will be at 6 rounds, I think it is. Is it 6 rounds or 4 rounds? We'll see, because it's not coming up on the screen yet. But again, KSI shouldn't have really fatigued himself that much in that fight. He's
No.
had some recovery time.
He'd be fine.
Deji just getting interviewed here. Fantastic result for Deji. It'll be interesting to see, because of the beef that occurred yesterday, will Joe Weller jump into the ring and offer KSI out? Because, you know, they've had a history. Joe's always said, you know, I didn't perform my best.
Yeah.
Joe's got a really big profile as well. KSI might believe that actually that could be a nice step for me again to knock the ring rust off. That would be a huge fight in the UK, to be fair.
Yeah, you can see it, can you? And obviously at the weigh-in, Joe was massively, as you already said, he's massively. I watched it, massively vocal. He was on screen more than most of the fighters.
Yeah.
To be fair, so they're obviously trying to build something up, and he's obviously a clever young man. He knows how to get himself. You know, he's forced himself onto the line, and I think he was working for the broadcasters.
Yeah.
To be fair, he was there, you know, working, but still, you know, he knows how to force himself onto the issue, of course.
So the next one here, FaZe Temper versus Slim Albahar. Interesting, because Slim is 3-0 and he's stopped every single opponent that he's had.
Yeah, and
So he carries some power.
and again, these two were having a.
It's
was-
the
it was
Slim,
a-
right?
It's a Slim, yeah.
It looks like Prince Nazim.
He actually, no, do you know what? He doesn't. He looks like that guy who I'm sure you've all seen.
Who got
Is
knocked
he?
out? Aye.
Is he?
The one who Sam Sexton knocked out, is it?
No,
that was the
the
dancing
dancers
and stuff,
come to the ring.
Yeah, Sam Sexton knocked him out.
Did he, yeah?
Is he Hamid?
Yes.
Something
Comes
like
in.
that.
Because they've obviously, I mean, it's beautiful how someone's edited the video
Yeah.
because it actually comes from a different fight, but either so
I've
it's
never
cool.
seen the real fight on Sky at the time. Obviously Eurosport, one of them.
I think it was what's his name? Earl. Who was Earl? The boxer with the second name Earl. Is it Dean? No, it's not
Graham.
Dean.
Graham.
I figured
Graham,
it out.
I think
It's
it might
like
be
him.
Graham.
Who fought him?
Yes.
No, it was Sam Sexton. The flyweights, they were.
Yeah, there was some. But who actually knocked him out on the video is I'll find his name. I'll come back to you. So we've got there, you know, Slim's from the research that I've done. Slim is avoided because he's quite a small influencer.
Ashley Sexton.
Ashley
Ashley,
Sexton.
Ashley
is it?
Sexton. Not Sam Sexton, it's a heavyweight. Ashley Sexton.
Probably did
Sam
knock him
Sexton, yeah, Sam would have killed him. Yeah, Ashley Sexton.
So yeah, Slim is avoided because of his danger as a boxer, but also he hasn't got much clout. He hasn't got that many followers compared
Oh,
with the
I
rest
see,
of
yeah,
them.
so
So it's almost like a sort of
lose-lose,
no-win
isn't it? Yeah.
situation. Yeah. But for sure, he's 3-0, and he's stopped 3 of his opponents inside the distance.
Oh.
So the guy carries some power. He absolutely carries some power. And then we've got FaZe Temper, who is the guy who King Kenny boxed.
Yeah.
King Kenny won, then the decision got
Oh, that's the-
overruled.
yeah.
So he does come in with a win, albeit, you know, you could argue
Yeah,
either way. So here we go, the tail of the tape for the co-main event of the evening.
It's for a world title as well.
Yeah,
Let's not
for a
forget.
world title. You can almost detect the irony and the sarcasm in Barry's.
No, well, so it's not. I'm just reading out what I
It's a
see in
world
front of me.
title.
You know what I mean?
So we've got Face Temper 29, Slim 28, 6'4" for Face Temper, 6 for Slim, both 171, both similar reach, just an extra inch for Slim.
At the weigh-in, Slim was all over Face Temper.
Yeah.
All over it. And that Face Temper just handed himself just with so much class.
Okay, so what's happening here?
It's a world title fight. You've got to have a national anthem, haven't you?
I'm serious.
It is.
What do you think about what do you think about the
Ah,
national anthems? Do you think they're needed? Do you think the people are bored of them?
Well, in America, they obviously, if you've got a Mexican boxer like Golovkin versus Canelo, they'll do the Kazakh one, they'll do the Mexican one, but they have to do the American one. In America, if whoever's boxing, they have to do the American one as well.
Right,
Even though there's neither one all the time.
right, okay, cool.
It just drags it on, doesn't it?
It actually puts a bit of a breather that can be a bit of a downer, to be fair.
Yeah, but if it's not your anthem, maybe yeah.
Yeah. Suppose how patriotic you are really on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Are you patriotic, Joe?
What does that mean?
Like you're proud
Then
of your,
obviously not.
Yeah.
You patriotic? I'm not picking my nose. What are you talking about?
Mark, what about you? You patriotic?
what's that?
Yeah, obviously not as well.
Yeah. So we're currently listening to the American anthem before the Slim versus Face Temper fight begins. If we have got any more guests lined up in the online green room, if you just send us a text, we'll break to them. But here we're getting prepared for this fight. Again, here on my YouTube channel, sponsored by Block Asset and also in association with Give Me Sport. So the American anthem now coming to an end. You know, it's not that I don't like the American anthem, but I want to see fighting.
I'm loving this. I watch basketball. I'm a basketball fan,
Right?
and every game.
Is it?
I mean, they have an 82 game season,
Yeah.
but like they show more games on TV. Every game with the anthem,
Yeah. Okay.
so I know it off by heart.
So the stadium's gone very quiet now. Is there another one? So the bout's going to get underway now. Here we go. Okay. Face Temper versus Slim. Slim's obviously got some power. He's obviously got some technique. He's obviously doing something right to stop all three of his opponents. That must be the American version of True Geordie. In there. Yeah.
It's Slim.
Here we go. Love it. Yeah, so Slim is coming in.
The hit, man.
He's got charisma, man. He's loving it.
Oh, I hope he doesn't get knocked out, though.
Well, he's knocked all three of them out so far.
I hope he doesn't get knocked out this dance.
He's literally doing what you said Izzy did.
He's in it.
He's heard us. Somehow our comms have got mixed up
Oh, he's in the same
with
thing.
the DAZN stream. He's heard up.
Ashley Sexton, all of a sudden just got stopped what he's doing and gone, hang on, somebody needs me.
Fantastic, this. Yeah, great walk in. He's loving it. He's absolutely loving it.
Good luck to him. Let him enjoy
Yeah.
himself.
I hope he's got better footwork than he has dance moves because that's not impressing us. But I'm loving the energy. I'm loving the positivity. The confidence. The confidence is what I'm taking from this.
And
He's coming in.
I felt I've seen this before.
selling himself, isn't he? Selling
just hope-
himself.
I just hope he doesn't pop his knee with some of the turns and the break dancing that Slim is doing on the way to the ring.
He's made it's like 35 steps to the ring and he's made the last 25 minutes. Yeah, YouTube belt told
Fighting for the
you.
YouTube belt. What is the governing body of the YouTube
Yeah,
boxing
that's
scene?
right. Yeah,
Is it
no, you're
ICB?
correct. What's that?
Over 10,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, what they call it? I don't know. Is it an influence? I don't know. I just made it up.
Money talks, innit?
So Slim Slim dancing with the
Dancing with the
compare.
dancing with the ring announcer now.
It might not be Michael Buffer, but Slim does not care.
This ring announcer was the guy who used to work for the Underground, the London Underground. Do you ever see him? He became a YouTube sensation. He did an announcement on London
really?
Underground, like
Did
as
he?
in Michael Buffer. Yeah, and they've that's him.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Slim giving everybody cuddles. He's obviously a nice, friendly guy. Face Temper now starts to make his way to the ring. Let's see if there's any difference in, approach, cadence, body language.
I think his would be more serious.
Yeah, we've got a bassy tune that he's walking into. Yeah, no joy.
No joy.
Yeah, very different in characters as they come into the ring. We've got Slim, who is effectively doing the hokey cokey on the way in. And then we've got Face Temper, who looks like he's here for a fight.
But they were like that at the weigh-in, though.
Just two different characters.
Yeah, they would like.
Could make a good fight.
Slim was doing all sorts in front of him at the weigh-in, and all the Temper did was just say, "Oh, best of luck, mate."
Yeah. And I think that's important. It can actually help with performance when you get comfortable enough to be yourself. So whether
Yeah, it
that's
should-
flamboyant
yeah, of
or whether
course.
that's quiet, just be you, because that means you're more in the zone. Or it helps you be more in your own zone. Or Slim just pretending he is Hunger Games.
Robin Hood.
Yeah, he's firing an imaginary bow and arrow at Face Temper there. What's my daughters will kill me for this. What's Jennifer Lawrence called in the Hunger Games? Come on. Katniss Everdeen.
No, watch this.
Who's that?
Katniss Everdeen, she's there.
Yeah,
She's got the old Hunger Game things going on. just a random bit. Yeah, just a random bit of general knowledge there.
You drinking, Bruce? Have you got a drink somewhere here?
Here we go. So this guy's actually from the UK, the ring announcer.
Yes,
He puts the American accent on for.
They found him. He was doing the announcements over the tannoys in the underground, and he did like a ring type announcement, and I'm pretty sure that's him.
Jack Goodwin, the referee, looks a bit like the guy of Breaking Bad,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
he does, yeah.
Professor.
Yeah. Slim looks psyched. Let's be fair for the viewers at home. Slim looks absolutely psyched for this fight. Yes, I can see all the similarities with Izzy. Or is it Uzi? Or is it Izzy?
I think it was Uzi. I don't know.
Something like that, but definitely the dance. Slim looking very confident as his name gets read out to the crowd. Gives it the old neck sign.
But
Face temper now being introduced.
whatever keeps you relaxed and loose and keeps your mind on the game, if that's what it is.
For sure.
Like an idiot, that's how it works for you.
Do you know what that's called, Barry? Idiosyncratic behaviours.
Yeah.
Idiosyncratic behaviours, those ones.
I used to kick my leg out all the time. I had one.
But that's just, sometimes we don't do what makes us comfortable because of the opinions of other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the opinions of other people. I was talking to Cameron Ellis, Camchita.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met Cam down in Kent, and me and him had a good discussion.
Say that fast.
Camchita.
Cam down in Kent.
Calm down in Kent. And me and him had a chat, and I was saying, there's some things that or you feel make you a better you, but you've stopped doing them because of X, Y, or Z, and it was about other people's opinions and thoughts. And we can all do that to some degree. It's important to do what makes you tick.
Yeah.
And balls to anyone else's opinion.
Yeah, but it's easy to say, it's hard to do, isn't it?
It takes practice. It takes daily discipline to practice. To give less of a shit what other people think. It doesn't just happen.
Because my whole job is like that, caring what people think about you. To be honest.
So,
Slim.
I tell you what, Slim is.
This is a world title fight. Let's not forget.
Slim. So Slim is reminding me of a bit like he's got a sort of Deontay Wilder style about him.
Oh, come on, no,
Yeah.
that's not fair.
You know what? The way he came out, I thought we better than this.
Oh.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. Has he got that one punch knockout power?
Nah, yeah.
So he looks like Bambi on ice, but if he tags you, he's going to hurt you. Is that is this what we're seeing here?
He's got a reach in him.
He doesn't know how to use it
And to be
properly, though.
fair, so he's been hit. Yeah, wild punches, frenetic punches. Not looking that technically brilliant at the moment. Slim, fierce temper, very.
See, when you got reach, it's important when you throw the shots not to lean your body forward. So otherwise, you're just giving it away. You got to turn from the waist and turn from the core. And that keeps the punches nice and long, so you can land. They can't hit you back.
Yeah. So here we've got Slim not really reproducing his dancing skills, but however, this is professional boxing. One punch can change it all. Oh, and he tags Fierce Temper. And to be fair, Fierce Temper tagged him. Oh, Slim is on unsteady legs. Oh, Fierce Temper's unloading. He is absolutely unloading on Slim. So I think Slim needs to I would say get back to the boxing, but I'd probably say start boxing.
Oh, a little feint there from Slim.
Yeah. Well, it's safer than trying to do what he was doing before.
See, he throws that right hand because he leans his body over bends over when he throws it. He has to hold on then because he's too close to the target.
Okay, the referee's just stopping the fight for some particular reason here. Maybe it's to get a slight warning to Slim for some discrepancy or deviation from the rules. But for me, Fierce Temper so far, at least in the first round, definitely the more composed.
Oh.
Shot there from Slim. And again.
True, Jody just mentioning that Slim's eyes were glaring wide open. I don't think that's the fight. I think he was like that when he come in on the ring walk.
Yeah, I don't think that brings you any points, does it?
10 seconds left in round one. If anything, Slim may be disappointed, but again, we've got another 3 rounds to go, Barry.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think he's landed with the better shots for me, Slim.
The most competitive fight so far.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
DJ.
I would question that. Yeah, I would question
Well,
that.
I guess because it was like they both had their successes there, but pretty scrappy, I felt.
Yeah,
to
for
be
sure.
honest.
So now, it's really interesting. What I was seeing in Slim when he walked back to the ring there was his expectations hadn't been met.
Yes.
And that can cerebrally, again, when you start doubting yourself, if you can't stop that ball rolling, then further doubt creeps in.
Yeah. And that's where you have to persevere through it.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Fierce Temper would have got some positivity from that. He's got, Slim's got a 3-0 knockout record. So there's definitely some effect when either you perform like you're meant to or above, or you don't perform as well as you do.
Yeah, sure.
How you handle it really matters. Start of round 2. Let's see what Slim does when he comes together here. Let's see if he changes. Let's see if he deviates. Let's see if he can make some adjustments, as they call it in the fight game.
David Hayward's ringside there, smiling.
Yeah.
Or laughing, maybe.
Yeah.
Probably laughing.
I like David here. One of the boxers who would turn up to an opening of an envelope.
Used to be my old work buddy, David.
Fantastic boxer. The speed that he used to.
As a cruiser, he was fantastic.
Watch there.
Oh,
FaZe tags him.
And he,
Yeah, and he's doing. FaZe is so Slim tags FaZe. FaZe wobbles ever so slightly, and then Slim does what Anthony Joshua does: is sticking the tongue out. Yeah, and his opponent almost to goad him on there.
that's good response there, though.
Yeah. FaZe
On
Temper
temper.
comes back with a couple of good punches that land and impact on Slim.
But look at the nervous energy. They go tired, especially FaZe Temper. Both of them, how tired they are already.
So the thing I like about
Shot.
Slim is swinging from the hips, but if it's landing, it is having an effect.
He's getting a bit too close.
I'm not sure what.
Head movement. That was good.
Didn't quite. Oh,
Ooh.
good shot.
Yeah, so Slim lands a great looping punch there.
That was good there. 'Cause he threw the first right and he missed, and then you thought that was it done, and then just unloads it again. Good body shot as well there from Slim. Starting to get his punches together here now. Tempo waiting a little bit too long. See, sometimes you can't be afraid to miss. You just got to let your hands go sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's wobbled it.
Oh, Slim! Slim has unloaded. There's knockout.
Oh, he's trying to get up like.
Oh no, he's done.
Stop the fight. Slim Albaher brings a
Nassim
punch
Hamed.
from the ages. It was from that far back. It was from 500 BC. Detonates onto the chin of Face Temper, and it is all, and that's all she wrote. And there he is. 4 fights, 4 stoppages. Slim. He's got something about him, Barry.
Man like Slim. He's in that world title.
Well, he lived up to his moniker, the Hitman, didn't he? That's for sure. So a lovely shot.
Yeah.
And a lovely shot, and then a great finish after that as well.
Fantastic.
So once he had him hurt, he kept him on the rails, didn't he?
Is he, whatever you want to do.
Nah, that's not.
Mate, he pulled it out of the bag.
He did a good job.
That's what I love about the fight game.
Listen, he was
That
making-
one kick from Leon Edwards, that one kick from Slim, bang, done, it's all over. And it's like, there's something, I think there's something in the soul, and I do believe that's why, Gladiators back in the day back in Roman times, was so popular. As in, there's something
shot.
visceral and emotional that resides within a lot of humans. Like, you like to see the combat knockout like that.
Yeah. Good, great shot. And that's what it takes to become a world champion, see, boys? That's what it takes. If you could also be an IBC, whatever it is.
Oh,
it's a
there it
great
is.
Shot.
See, that's
See the eyes go rolling back then when he got caught.
That's my point there. Whether Face Temper was cerebrally available or not to hold on, whether he knew what he was doing, but that's the point there where you hold on, Barry.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, he's throwing Temper.
Yeah.
If they show it again.
But he was already gone.
No, but as he's about to throw the right hand, that's where Slim gets him with his right hand, a little bit faster, a little bit neater with his work.
Slim is everything a boxer doesn't look like, but boy, you can bang.
No, he makes loads of mistakes. He made so many errors there. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't matter ultimately, because if you get a finish, if you can
Absolutely
land with a shot like that,
bang, brilliant, fantastic. Okay,
and that's the magic of combat sports.
we are going to go to, we've got another guest coming on from Block Asset himself. We're going to bring Christian on in a second. Christian, one of the co-founders of Block Asset, is going to come on, just talk a little bit about the community, a little bit about what they do, across in that ecosystem, how you guys can get involved. He's abroad at the moment with Darren Till. I think they're at some MMA event. Christian, we've actually got, it's Darren Till.
Darren.
It's Darren Till we've got, I was told it was.
Well done, mate. Well done.
Fantastic. Darren Till just showing us a bit of the local population. Darren, can you hear me, buddy? Are you there?
He's there.
Darren, have you got me, Paul? Can you hear us?
Oh, you okay, yeah?
Fantastic. We've got Darren Till. Better late than never. So Darren the Gorilla Till, I was told it was Christian that was going to come on. Darren, nice to have you on the show. Thank you for coming along, buddy. I know you're busy tonight, so we'll not keep you very long. First and foremost, how are you doing, Darren? I watched the interview with Adam. I had a chat with Adam Catterall down in UFC London, and I thought it was great, the chat that you and Adam had about you, the decision that you made ultimately to look after yourself. We all want 100% Darren Till available, so I'm just saying, how are you doing, Darren?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Thanks for asking. Yeah, just taking care of my health and getting back to full fitness, 100% full fitness.
And do you think a little bit about your decision? Obviously, we had Ryan Garcia. I'm not saying your background similar or the reason why, but actually fighters saying, do you know what? I'm not 100%, be it mentally or physically through injury. Do you think, people like yourself, a massive UFC star, doing something where you're actually saying, "Do you know what, I am going to protect myself for a little bit so I can come back stronger." Do you think that can help and, maybe inspire the sort of wider fighter community space to maybe help some fighters make that decision that, possibly they wouldn't have if people like you hadn't done that, Darren?
I can only speak for myself, really. I've only, because of the past 2 years in my career, really, I've drove my body into the ground. I've had countless injuries. I've snapped my knee, I've broken my collarbone and stuff, and I've just I've persevered up until a certain point where I've had to step back and just be like, I can't do this no more. So it's not really a mental side. It's more of like a physical side for me, and it's like that type of saying, being too tough for your own good. I step back and sort of work on other things rather than just going in the gym and just breaking my body day to day. So that's what it's ultimately been for me. And now obviously I'm training in Sweden, so I'm just focusing on, if there's days I don't feel right, I don't really go to the gym. And if I wake up and I feel like my body's a little bit overworked, that I have that morning off. Whereas in the past it was all just go and smash my body to the could, and it wasn't smart. But when you're young, you don't know these things, obviously.
And also, I think so. My background's performance psychology. I do a lot with athletes to help them get more control of their thoughts and feelings, which ultimately correlates to hopefully a higher performance. And although you say it's not mental, it still takes courage, Darren, to be able to say, hey, I'm injured. This isn't the right time for me now. Do you think, when you were younger, you would have had that courage or even vulnerability? It's actually a lovely mixture of the two of them to say, put your hand up, right, this is not right for me now. Or do you think that's something that's come with age, where you've actually got more confidence and, maybe, belief in yourself to say, a different answer?
I've always had the vulnerability. Like, I remember when I beat Calvin Gastelum at Madison Square Garden, and the interview after with Adam Katzel, and he was like asking me if I was scared and that, and I obviously said I was, that I didn't even want to go in and fight. But like, for me, it hasn't been about like vulnerability and insecurity. I just say what's on my mind, and I don't care whether it's like makes me look weak or what. It's just what's on my mind. But I don't know, man. I think like the younger Darren Till that come back from Brazil and was like, when I was fighting from here, I was just, as I say, I used to just wake up in the mornings, and no matter how my body felt, it was all just go. It was 100% in sparring, it was 100% in wrestling, and it wasn't a good thing at the time, because it's got to this point now where my body's become a little bit shattered from it. With so many injuries, and that's why I've had to pull out of like the last 2 or 3 fights. So coming into like, I'm not even in my 30s yet, but when I come into my 30s, I want to really take a different approach, like sort of the more smarter approach, like train, recover, get lots of sleep, stuff like that. So that's like my thinking on Raw now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's like to say, you say, if you're a UK fight fan or even a global fight fan, you're a really engaging, gregarious character. I don't think there's anybody out there who wouldn't want to see 100% Darren Till coming through. So obviously tonight we've got the KSI fight going on here. I'm just interested, what's your opinion of the sort of YouTube boxing scene, as a professional fighter yourself, Darren?
I don't know. I don't want to lie and say it's. I don't look into it too much. I think I met KSI a few years ago in the UFC BT Sports studios. He's a nice guy, and obviously I've had a little bit of Twitter beef in the past with Jake Paul and Logan. I don't know. Like if it's bringing new viewers, I don't see the problem with it. I don't know what to make of this 2 fights in one night type of thing. I fought a tournament years ago in Romania, three fights in 3 nights, and it was cool, it was fun. But I mean, as I say to you, if it's bringing new eyes to the younger generation and it's motivating someone to get up off their ass and train, then obviously it's a positive. It's not a negative. I know people like to hate on these YouTubers and that, but I don't want to be that guy. I just want to. If it's bringing more eyes, it's better for all of us. Like, people are always complaining about fighter pay. So, these guys are doing the job, KSI and all these guys, do you know what I mean? I just don't like Solon saying that him and Jake would be the biggest fight in boxing. I don't agree with that. Tell him to shut the fuck up.
So where you're coming from, obviously, Jake Paul has been fighting various fighters, MMA background. There's no doubt, that it creates eyes on the sport and also a lot of money. At your stage in the career, Darren, with where you are, would that be something, if Logan Paul, Jake Paul called you out and it was achievable, would you be interested in that? Are you still focused on, becoming that champ that was your ultimate goal?
Yeah, I've been asked the question a lot of times. Even I've been asked it from close people. They've said would you fight them? And of course I would. You get a lot of money. I just want to become a champion in my respectful sport first. Which is UFC. What I set out from the start. So, I've had money, I've got money, I've lost money, whatever. Money's money, innit? I've never really been a guy who holds a lot of value for money. I spend it faster than I get it. So I don't know, man. I just want to be a champion in UFC. I'm still young. I know I can achieve it. I know I've got the fitness. I know I'm always 1 or 2 fights away from it. So but as I say, it's Jake Paul's making so much noise, and KSI, the massive fights. And I said to my partner as well in Block, I said YouTube the future. So they're doing everything from. We've got all these subscribers. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just a lot of people have a lot of different opinions, like MMA fighters and boxers. Sort of look down on them. It's what it is, isn't it? He's fucking fighting any man. He's got balls to get in there. It's hard enough getting in there. So
yeah, for sure.
Credit, you know what I mean?
So, one last question before we let you go, Darren. Again, I know you're busy, and we've got the KSI final fight coming up now. So, if with your knowledge of the fight game, KSI and Jake Paul eventually, do fight, that's what the strategy is there for. It could be a huge fight. To be fair, it would be a huge fight. How do you see that going, and what would your prediction be, Darren?
I think Jake Paul would win.
See, I tell everybody this. I think Jake Paul wins.
I think so too, definitely.
The work he's putting in, and I think he's taking it quite serious. I think he's investing in all his trainers and his nutrition and stuff. So I think he's actually taking it quite serious. And I mean, he was meant to fight Tommy Fury, and I like Tommy. I speak to Tyson's brother all the time, but I think he might have took that fight if Tommy would have fought him. I don't know, man. Jake's got power. As I say, if he's dedicating his life to it, which he seems to be, he's training a lot and investing. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think Jake would beat KSI. I really do.
Yeah, cool. All right. So, Darren, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you coming along, and I appreciate you're busy. And again, hopefully your recovery goes well, mate, because like I say, everybody does want to see 100% Darren Till, mate. Thanks very much. I appreciate it, brother. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Bye.
So, Darren Till there.
Gucci, Elvis. Let's go, guys. Blind box, brother. Block.
Okay, so we are back. That was Darren Till there, courtesy of Block Asset. Again, one of Block Asset's athletes that are on their roster. So again, if you are interested in NFT, crypto, anything like that, but specifically you want to get closer to your athlete, they have potentially, win a prize, a training session with Darren Till. Block Asset is the place to go. Again, if you can bring the QR codes up there, that's a platform called Blaze where you can find out more about the Block Asset community. Again, to have Darren Till come on here, UFC superstar, all right? That tells you the sway, the connections, and the opportunities that exist if you get involved in the Block Asset community. It's just a cool place to be. That's the thing. It's a cool place to be. I don't know anybody else who's offering stuff like that. And to grab Darren on a night out to come in here, would you fancy training with Darren Till?
I would actually, because I never really, I don't watch UFC, and the reason being, I don't understand it. So rather than want to learn about it, I mean, I watch the fights, but I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's so technical.
Yes.
And it is so technical that I'm lost with it.
Yeah.
When they're stood up, I can understand that. Once they're on the floor, they're grabbing. It's just, and I can see, why is his arm gone there? Looks. Why would you want the fella on your back? It's, things like that. It just makes no sense. Because I know how technical it is, and so you need to learn more about it. And I'm watching so many sports. I can't. My missus would leave me if I watched another sport.
He's just a boxing fanatic. He'd learn if he wanted to.
No, I'm,
He'd learn
I'm boxing man. No, but I can understand and appreciate this. So I actually would like to shame with one of them. I'm not really. I mean, yeah, he's gentle with me. I'm an old man. I'm small, but like just to see, because sometimes you no better learning when practically. You learn more by doing it than seeing it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's interesting. Like I heard of block acid. Let's say I was aware of them about 12 months ago. Yeah. When I first started seeing the T-shirts and stuff come along on the athletes on the interviews, and obviously, who's block acid? Oh, it's his crypto company. But then you look at the growth that they've had in the past 12 months. The athletes who Usyk, for example, done an NFT drop during the bout across in Saudi Arabia. Absolutely phenomenal opportunity.
I've spoken to them. Obviously, I don't understand it yet, so that's why I'm like trying to get time to try to understand a bit more before I get involved with it.
Yeah. But literally, it is as, and I asked this. So I asked this question to Paul. I asked the question to Ethan. It really is. You download the Phantom app again. So if you want to get involved, if you're asking questions like me, asking questions like Mark as well, like what is it? Because I think a lot about the fear is just through misunderstanding. Yeah, like because we don't get something and we make something up on the head to try and make logic of it. That's what we do. We're sense-making beings as humans, all right? But it's literally go down, you download the Phantom app, okay? Once you've downloaded the Phantom app, you can then start putting money in to purchase block. And then that block, you can do certain things on the Blaze platform where you can put your money in a hat and see if you get a prize. Just as happens that those prizes are a training session with Darren Till, going for a meal with Gilbert Burns. These aren't official prizes, but it's like that one-to-one connection that you stand a chance of winning. And also with the NFTs, if you invest in an athlete, for example, Usyk, Leon Edwards, then, you've got these cards that you can trade, like the NFTs. Some are more valuable than others. That's, for me, it makes it a bit exciting. But then also you've got a chance to make money where you're burning your block to try to win these prizes. That means there's less block available. So if everybody burns their block, that by putting money in to then become eligible for these prizes, that means the remaining block then becomes more valuable because people want to buy that block as well. Yeah. It's actually quite a simple concept, and I was confused as hell about 2 months ago. I went into the guys; they were having this live stream, Anna Catterall and Nick Peet were doing it. And honestly, like I come in with all of this, oh, well, it's not for me and it's not this and it's not that. And actually just after a couple of conversations, I'm like, I get that. Like I actually get how it works. I get the sort of chance, I get the excitement. But for me as a fight fan, it's like the access that they've got to the athletes is just it's just surreal. It's absolutely just surreal. That's the biggest thing that actually appeals to me through block asset. Yes, the crypto stuff, and you can potentially make money. You sort of do your stuff, but investing in the athlete who you care about, who you don't have to invest in all the athletes. It's like I want you. Yeah. That big army. It could be you. Like I'm coming for you, Mark. Yeah. So that's the idea. And then just like Leon at the weekend. Like, because I've invested in you, because I've acquired some of your worth, or, I'm maybe not even using I'm just trying to sum it up for, the sort of lay public, then because I'm part of your company now, again, that's probably not the right phraseology, but you get it. Yeah. If you do well, I do well. Honestly, man, it is cool and it's so simple to get involved. But again, Darren Till coming on, having a crack here. Decisions when pulling out through injury. A lot of you've all probably been there, in camp it's hard, you spar. Darren took, that decision not to fight. It was UFC London, it was a big fight, a big atmosphere. Paddy the Bally, Molly McCann, Tom Aspinall. Have you ever been in the situation and, done something? Obviously, I know that you've told us, I think, about 30 times tonight that you've never lost any, maybe it's that you've got a really good record, Barry. Yeah. But are you aware of other fighters, including you guys, that you feel forced to fight, even if it's your own mind taking over?
Well, me and my great record.
You sound like Carl Frotch.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah.
Do you know that I fought in front of 80,000 people?
I fought in front of 80 people. But, you just never used to pull out. I mean, you'd have injuries we've all had injuries and boxed and fought, and I think that and the same with a lot of people. But I think The problem is with especially with contact sports is opportunities don't come around very often. So you can pull up because you're injured.
Yeah.
And then an opportunity never comes that way again. If you're a marketable fighter like Olympic gold medalist or something like that, or a Conor McGregor, great talker, then opportunities will always come your way.
Yeah,
if
for
you can
sure.
fight as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can be a good fighter who's not very marketable, like I wasn't. And if I don't take that opportunity, so I took a 10 round of British title eliminator at a day's notice, and I won luckily. But I got a cauliflower ear from it, which I have to this day, because after 7 rounds I was spent. My world title fight was 3 weeks' notice because someone pulled out. I was like number 8 in the world or something like that. And they said, and 3 weeks.
Sorry, guys, I'm just saying, I keep looking because KSI versus Pineda is up next. Okay, is up next. There's some background footage going on here. So we know that we are getting close to the main event. Just a quick question, Barry. Darren went out to Sweden, trains with Khamzat Chimaev. He's visiting different gyms. Was that something that you would ever do?
No, I moved to London at the end of my career, and I went to a few gyms there and had a look. But yeah, but you'd always go sparring to other gyms because like in Wales and like now people are more accessible. But Wales, there's a gym everywhere, so you go spar as an amateur. Certainly, you go around spar. You go around as a team.
It's more working with other coaches as well. And so with
boxing used to be. I don't know if it still is. Joe will be able to probably comment more on this than I can. Boxing used to be very territorial, so
yes,
especially in the amateur game.
I think MMA is like that to a certain
extent. Train
extent.
with someone else because trainers might steal you.
Yeah.
Or even if they don't steal you, you want to go and train with that guy
Yeah.
because he seems, I like what he's saying better than what my coach is saying.
Yeah.
And that's so. But you'd always go sparring with other gyms and other clubs constantly.
Yeah.
And that's what you develop. You have to. The better people you train with. Look at Joe Calzaghe for instance. I go back to Joe because he was one of our best fighters. But that gym there, him and his dad, they produce more champions off the back of Joe. It wasn't so much for Joe's dad was a good trainer, but it wasn't that. Success breeds success. So when you're around, like in
Roger Bannister's 4-minute mile.
Yeah, but
I believe it can be done because I've seen it done.
But just be in any walk of life, you're around successful people. They say, don't they? Never be the richest man in the room. Never be the most intelligent man in the room. You got to be around people who got more, who are better, who have more.
That's
knowledge.
quite easy for me to achieve. I'm not very rich and I'm definitely not very intelligent. So
I know that. But you know, and because you want to gain stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
You wanna, every interaction, you should gain something from it, shouldn't you? That's what they
That's
say.
what I like about Darren Till. So Darren Till and Khamzat Chimaev, they've forged through Block Asset, and it's amazing to watch that they're such unique individuals that the chemistry that they've got together is just unreal. It's just unreal, and they're a real representation of that Block Asset brand because they're so strong. You know, obviously very skillful fighters, but they're interesting characters. They've got interesting stories. When they talk, you want to listen to them.
Storylines are more important than talent. Now, it's more than ever nowadays, since the X Factor, which is obviously a music thing, but since the X Factor, people get behind Human Ninja stories. So if you have a good story, if you have a unique story, then you have to be able to do you have to have the product as well. But if you have that story, that sets you apart. And to invest in someone's story, Joe's got a great story. He's a massive character. He's a lunatic. But he's mad.
No, you are. No, we're not even joking.
but behind all that madness and all that and everything is a real nice kid and a genuine kid who feels. By the way, I know it's sort of like crying. Who feels when he loses, who wants to be successful. Not all joking like nothing affects him. It affects him. He wants to be a champion.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I don't think there's anybody, and I said this to you when I met you at Time Off Beach that time, like when I saw Joe's interview after the fight, I got emotional.
Of course you do.
I couldn't not. I felt even now I still feel as I'm talking about it, a lump in my throat, watching how emotional you got, and I think that added a different element to you.
But if you just seen him on Instagram or whatever or Twitter, you just think I don't care. He's mad. He just goes in. He don't care. And he
cares a lot.
Because it's his life, it's his world.
But I think that's what Block Asset do quite as well.
That's what I mean with Block Asset. I'd invest in him.
Yeah, you need to have a look at their documentaries. That's what they're very, very good at, is bringing to life the story behind the fighters.
Yeah, of course.
That's what makes people want to connect with them even more. They've got some fantastic, the production value in the because sometimes people follow them around and watching them do some press ups and push ups and stuff, but the storylines that Block Asset bring to life through their athletes, and again it's just another layer of getting you to connect with the athletes.
Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, wait there. We've got Michael Buffer in the ring. Can we have the volume up? Sorry to interrupt you, Barry. We've got the main event coming now. So we've got the challenger coming in here. Pineda was his name, as confirmed there by Michael Buffer. Joey's got one of your masks on.
He's wearing me mask.
He's got one of Joe Laws's masks on. All he needs is the cigar and the sombrero. Fantastic. Okay, so this is where we see, can KSI deliver? If you think so, leave your voice in the... Tell me, have the courage, have the conviction to put it in the comments who's going to win and how they're going to win. Put the round, put the method. Is it going to be a knockout? Is it going to be points? Can KSI pull this off? 2 fights in one night. He's already done it with Swarms. A very dominant, a very tactical, a very overpowering display. We get, Swarms wasn't much of an opponent. This guy is a professional boxer. Forget about the record. KSI is fighting a professional boxer in the second fight on the same night. That's got to, deserve plaudits there, guys.
Yeah, of course, got to. He is now. Again, I don't think the guy's all that good, to be honest. But still, he's boxing a fight, and it's his second opponent in one night, which is quite a unique experience in itself, of course.
And for me now, so KSI is just about to make his way to the ring. For me now, this is where KSI might feel like this is real. I've got a boxer now. The Swarms one, I was meant to win. That's why the fight card was set up like that.
Sure.
Here it could be different.
Yeah, he'll know that he'll know in this fight that if he did know that he is still the favourite. Let's be honest, but he'll also know that this is a fight that he has to be better.
Mm-hmm.
If he makes a mistake, he might pay the price for that.
Yeah. And KSI has shown that he can dig into the trenches. He showed that he's got resilience. He showed that when knocked down by Logan Paul, given the right recovery rate, he can actually come back and throw bombs himself. It'll be interesting to see from a professional boxer, what does this guy bring?
Yeah.
Because we're putting credit because he's a professional boxer. He might be horrendous. There's plenty of them out there, Barry. Hopefully, it can give KSI a challenge, not just to make it a good fight, but to give KSI that experience, the rounds in the bank that could help him against Jake Paul.
And the right rounds, of course. Not just going through the motions. The rounds where he's in a competitive situation.
Mm-hmm. Mark, what's your thoughts coming up to this main event?
It's interesting to see. I think it's a risky fight for KSI. Obviously, he's the favourite, but I just feel the guy is a boxer.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit risky for him, but if he can go for this guy, then things will get more interesting with Jake Paul. Yeah,
for sure. Joe, what you thinking?
No, I think, granted, he isn't the best of boxers, but he's a pro boxer. He's got the experience of being hurting people.
Mm-hmm.
Ring craft. I think it's going to be a tough fight for him, but I think if he beats him, it opens doors for bigger YouTube fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For me, from the psychological perspective, what I'm looking at KSI, there doesn't seem any deviation in his body language before. He's confident. He's waiting for the walkout. Again, that sweet spot, that zone. Is he in it? That expectation, Logan Paul. I'm very surprised Jake Paul isn't in the audience, to be fair. That would seem like a logical move. Does Jake Paul need to even come across to do it? The fight's already made, isn't it? It'll be a fight on a biblical scale. KSI just waiting for the music to start. Man. Yeah. You can't say nobody can say YouTube boxing isn't popular, because the people in that arena do not lie. The pay-per-views do not lie in comparison with even, world title fights, Barry.
No, of course. Well, very few fighters can fill the O2 arena. That's in professional boxing in the UK. Mm-hmm. And that's just a fact. That's not... No, I'm not saying this is real boxing. The quality... There's a million fighters better than these two.
It's a very specific vertical.
But for the selling point, the marketability, they're right up there.
Mm-hmm. Is this the same arena what Savannah Marshall and Cross and Shields going to be fighting at?
What's that mean?
The O2, that's right. Yes, correct.
Oh, sorry,
yeah, correct.
Bloody hell, man.
Okay, we've got another rapper. Welcome KSI into the ring.
Bling.
A lot of bling. Should give him your necklace, Joe. Do you think that would fit? That would fit with his attire? again, so KSI, he managed to perform in the first fight. I'm wanting to see KSI tested here because of the reasons that I just said before. You know, it validates the 2 fights in one night, but also it's that experience that you can't get in the gym, Barry. It's got to be done under the lights.
Of course it is. Yeah, it's an invaluable experience. And if he does have Jake Paul next, which will be a genuine competitive fight, then
I don't think he'll fight Jake Paul next.
No.
No, I think I think he'll have another 1 or 2 fights before he fights Jake Paul.
Oh, so he's a real boxer then. Just drag it on for another 2 years, like every other big
Not
fight.
necessarily drag it on. I do believe what's happened here is that obviously KSI fought Logan Paul and won, and then he hasn't fought in a ring since then.
Yeah.
Jake Paul has been very, very active.
Yes.
And when you're new to boxing, that learning curve is exponentially quick.
Yeah.
So Jake Paul has obviously got an exposure, experience, credibility that KSI hasn't been afforded
Yeah,
yet.
sure.
So, but can that gap be caught up is the question.
It depends how good KSI is. That's the truth.
Love the fact that Michael Buffer's in the ring.
The thing is, he hasn't been alive for 15 years. That's a robot.
Okay. So
I bet you
KSI
can't believe it
looking calm.
either. He's announcing this fight.
Oh, yeah. He'd be
Is
getting
that what
paid
am I doing?
he might be getting paid the most of them anyway.
So again, you've got to wonder, Pineda, all right, not the best boxer out there, legitimately a professional boxer. Has he ever fought on a card like this? What
no,
nobody's talking about what the pressure, what that psychological expectation is doing to himself.
If you box in an arena like this,
Yeah,
it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. when it's
yeah, for
empty.
sure. Yeah, and also you've got to think there's got to be the what if. That's like, what if I beat KSI, I become a global star, I become a household name.
Well, look what happened with Freddie Flintoff. I commentated on the Freddie Flintoff when he boxed.
Yeah.
The cricketer, and they didn't get a British journeyman because of that reason alone. I think.
Yeah.
Because they got some guy from America who didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
And just got paid to fall over.
Yeah.
Because they thought, what if? Because a British journeyman might go, do you know what? I'll make a name for myself here.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
knock
for
it-
sure.
Which they could have, by the way.
Let's get ready to rumble has just been called out by Michael Buffer. Actually, the sound out of my ears there. It sounded like it did. I'm not sure if it did. Oh, so Pineda's getting booed by obviously the very strong KSI crowd there. Looks quite tall. We could have another slim on our hands here.
The tougher Mexicans, I tell you.
Well, not all of them.
Yeah, I was going to say we very much generalise, population.
You've got tough Mexicans. You've got Mexican road sweepers as well, by the way.
Yeah.
That was a term that was used a lot in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Where, because they've got so many boxers, they can't
Yeah.
all be good, can they?
Yeah, for sure.
I think a Mexican road super is tougher than an English road super. Just,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
know what I mean?
So KSI looking very calm, very confident in his own abilities from Watford
He's
in
the best
England.
boxer from Watford.
Yeah,
Name another good boxer from Watford.
Anthony Joshua.
Oh, except for him.
The previous world champ. That's it. Hey, I'd done Barry Jones once on the stream. I'm happy with that.
I mean, never. I obviously knew what it was. But I was going to say, if he wins, he can say to David, hey, there, you can box a little bit. He could go to Anthony Joshua. Well, technically, on paper, I'm better than you now because I'm on a roll of 2 wins and you're on a roll of 2 losses.
Yeah, for sure. Just a quick one, just while we're waiting here. I'll be very quick. Who do you think AJ fights next?
That's a difficult one, isn't it?
Do you know if he should fight with the guy that he knocked out, England, Chisora?
Dillian White.
Dylan White. I think he should fight Dylan White.
Again, yeah, that would be a
Third.
good one. Right, here we go. So we've got KSI in his corner. We've got his opponent praying in the corner. KSI looking calm,
Looks nervous,
composed.
eh?
Let's see. Again, it's a big stage. KSI is used to performing, not just in the ring, but on stage, singing.
And he's been in there already tonight, hasn't he? So
Yeah.
He's sampled
He's
it.
experienced it, for sure.
Oh,
Oh, so yeah, KSI is putting it on him.
Oh, that body.
Oh,
No.
so KSI has
Swarms was better than this fella.
knocked his opponent down.
He looks like a child.
He looks like a child. He looks like if a human was a lollipop.
I feel bad for him. Like he's getting hurt, innit?
He got hit in the back of the head.
So,
He said he got hit in the
back
back
of the head.
in the back of the back of the head.
So this guy looks like Pineda doesn't want to know.
Trying to work the body. Oh, good.
Oh, he's down
Back-
again.
That was in the back of the head.
Yeah.
That was in the back of the head. But not enough to put him down though.
Somebody's saying in the country, who's looks at Swarms is looking better than Pineda. Oh, but
Took
do
a
you know
knee,
what?
eh?
But
Took a
this
knee.
is embarrassing for KSI though in a way.
Yeah, doesn't do many favours there. Because
No.
he'll get criticised for his
Yeah, for
opponents.
sure. He will get criticised and probably unjustly. But surely someone's done the whole. To be fair, they were just desperate for a professional boxer to step into the ring after Wasabi, weren't they?
Well, the right. Let's be honest. The right professional. Oh, good shot.
Oh,
The
my
right
God.
professional boxer, by the way.
This, yeah.
and there's
This
nothing wrong
guy
with that. He had any
is
fights.
on his legs.
back of the head again, though.
Yeah, he's getting the back of the fight. JJ needs to be careful here. That's a few times he's went to the back of the head. Although that other guy is making it easy for him to hit there because he's virtually turning around and running away. Let's see what Pineda does. What is he doing?
He did. But he turned his back. He turned his back. So he's hit him in the back. The kid's complaining, but he turned his back. So what's he supposed to do?
This Pineda is shocking.
He's awful, isn't he?
This is absolutely horrific. Bring back Swarms. I never thought I would say that.
If my managers listening, please get me a Pineda for my next fight.
And me.
Yeah.
What?
What is Pineda doing? This is the absolutely theatrical, despondent, negative behaviour. He doesn't
like
want to be there.
playing
I think he's going to complain about the colour of KSI shorts next.
Oh, nothing wrong. He got
It's
hit-
like every time Pineda is getting hit, he's complaining to the referee that he's been hit. It's boxing, you pillock. That is. Oh, he's doing it again. What on earth is going on here?
But why is he good?
This is an
See, the thing is, right,
absolute shocker.
he was hit in the back of the head. He was. But he wasn't hurt. So what did he take the knee for? This I feel
is
sorry.
shocking.
I feel sorry for
Yeah,
KSI here. 'Cause
yeah.
This guy's doing him no favours
KSI's
at
having
all.
a beast here against that opponent. Like the opponent's not even putting up a fight. You know, KSI is going to get criticised for this. But KSI is there. He's come up for the second fight of the night. He wants to finish the opponent. It's the opponent who's embarrassing. I actually feel sorry for KSI here.
Yeah, because this guy's just waiting for him to get. He's just waiting to get clipped so he can jump on the floor.
Yeah.
You can see it, can't you? Just barely touch my chin. I'll jump on the floor.
Yeah, for sure.
Be fair to KSI though, he didn't lose his shape. He didn't get worried about all the moaning, complaining, and
Yeah.
crying.
He
From
got
the
on with the
fella.
task.
Yeah, he just tried to get on with his
Yeah,
work.
good emotional composure, good cerebral control, good balance is what
Yeah,
I'm trying to
got
say
a little
here.
bit close at times, but more than not, he just got right there. He kept his composure.
Yeah.
See, that's not wrong. The back of the ribs there,
No, it's not.
complaining about, and also he's turning his body away.
Because his body's that long.
I don't know. See, they were all on the back of the head. They genuinely were on the back of the head.
Yeah.
So that's fair enough. But there's not enough weight on the shots to put him down. That's what I'm trying to say.
What is going on here?
That's on
But
the chin.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
on
The
chin.
reason why they're on the back of the head is because he's turning away.
But that was on the chin. That was.
What can you actually do here?
Let's aim for the body.
Oh, the
body shots.
referee cannot be
Yeah.
talking to KSI.
Thing is, KSI. If KSI
It's a balance here,
if
Barry, for
KSI
sure.
turns from the waist, that put that right down straight on the guard, and this fella will jump on the floor, literally, as if he's been shot.
This guy.
Oh, he's fighting back now. The good right hand there from Pineda.
2 rounds of 3, so it's a 3-round fight. KSI will probably, hopefully, stop him so we can end this pain. Yeah. I think even the referee's trying to do us a favour here.
Oh, good shot. Good right hand there from KSI.
This is what I said. He may be a professional boxer, but there is plenty of horrendous professional boxers, and that's what we've got here.
Joe's,
That as
Joe,
we've actually
Joe,
got here.
He's having a dig at this, Joe, here.
But come on, guys. You've got to... There's some YouTube boxers better than this
Sol-
professional
we've
here,
se-
man.
We've
Come
seen
on.
about 6 tonight.
Sol Pappy would beat Pineda.
Ah, yes.
He would.
I mean, this guy... Like, has he got any power? True Jody at the commentary seems
looks
excited because Pineda has threw a punch. True Jody's ecstatic.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it was,
He's
an,
a
it was an
split-
accident. It was an
He's a
accident.
spit
didn't
into
he?
it.
He's spilling.
What?
Oh, and he's down.
Come on. Just
He's
stop it,
done.
ref.
Yeah, just stop it.
He's a waste of time, this kid. Isn't
Yeah. Oh,
Send him home.
feels so gutted for KSI. It would have been brilliant for a bit of, that to be pushed up against a little bit and then to come through it.
Well, he changed softball then.
Yeah,
Oh.
KSI's obviously getting confidence. This Pineda.
Oh, stop
Come
running.
on.
Stop running, man.
Yeah. If this goes 3 rounds, I can only imagine the fun that Jake Paul will have with KSI. Yeah. Pineda is not even interested.
Got lovely footwork, haven't he?
Do you know what? If you actually handed him a baton, he would start doing the relay around that ring. He's yeah.
Oh, come on.
All right. This guy is like Bambi on ice multiplied. We've got JJ in the ring doing push-ups. Yeah, it's over. It's
I know, referee, don't save the boxers for more punishment. Save us from more punishment.
Yeah.
This guy is just literally looking for the way out.
yeah. This is absolutely shocking. This.
Cracking matchmaking.
Boom.
That's on the back
Oh,
of the head again.
oh my God!
Disqualify a referee.
What's happening here, man?
Disqualify KSI.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is actually painful to watch. I'm getting sweaty palms
I'm
through
gonna get
embarrassment.
frustrated.
What? It's me embarrassment. Like, right. Okay, so what we've got here technically is a very limited professional boxer fighting someone in KSI who wants to knock him
Survived
out.
Yeah, but he's a warrior. Like, he's got through 2 rounds there of sheer hell.
He's a warrior.
Give or take, it's
Yeah.
close.
Yeah. So, what world title is this for again, Barry? Is
This is not a world
Is
title
it not a
fight.
world
It's,
title
it's
fight,
3
no.
rounds, mate.
Right,
World
okay.
title fights are 6 rounds.
Right. Okay.
4 rounds.
4 rounds of 4, 6, whatever we can fit in. Yeah.
But if KSI just throws straight shots down the middle, right, don't loop that right hand over the top, this fella will fall on the floor. He's jumped on the floor 4 times already.
Yeah. This was shocking.
No, that's not a heavy shot. That's not a heavy shot. Come on.
KSI must be feeling frustrated. Obviously, you can only beat what's in front of you, as you say,
I'm
Barry.
hoping he's just immersed in it. Don't realise that this guy's just like laughable. Because it's not his fault, is it? Though he did choose him, so, and he's the promoter, so maybe it is his fault.
Like, surely they didn't expect him to be this bad. Swarms could have been the final bout.
Oh, look at this. That's the back of the head again, mine, to be honest.
This guy. Just stay down.
To be fair, he's beat my record for not being knocked down. So that's a relief for me.
Keep getting back up.
You know what? I think after this fight, Pineda becomes a YouTube boxer. I do.
Oh, he's not good enough.
Yeah, for sure. KSI's just tried to stalk him down.
Oh, good shot.
Oh, beautiful uppercut. But it was an uppercut. Okay. It was an uppercut as far as I'm aware. It was an uppercut, and Pineda has just complained that he hit him on the back of the head. Go and figure that one out. Yeah, the referee's called it off.
Thanks, referee. Thank you, referee. Thank you.
So fair play to KSI. Ref stops the fight in the 3rd round, which I'm eternally grateful for. I am. I'm not even going to lie. I'm eternally grateful for the referee stepping in to save the day, not necessarily the fighter, to save the audience here. But I'm a bit disappointed for KSI.
Yeah, to be fair, he stuck to his task. He
Yeah.
didn't let it affect him. He carried him trying to do the work, and he got him out there. It was a lovely uppercut, actually, that put him down when again, it wasn't heavy enough to put him down, to be fair.
KSI and Deji embracing in the ring there. 2 brothers, 2 wins. Fantastic sight to see there, especially for UK boxing.
Deji had the better performance by a million miles. He did, didn't he? Generally did.
Yeah, so we've got... I'm not even sure... But KSI's been in. He's got back in the ring. He's been through the training camp. He's had 2 fights in one night. That, although it was both of them were horrific fights, let's not, sort of beat around the bush.
Yeah.
There is a number of benefits that come from that to then set up a next opponent where hopefully he can test himself a bit further, Barry.
He should just follow the Jake Paul route I would now, because we're not calling it professional boxing.
Yeah.
So we're calling it YouTube boxing or whatever they call it, influence boxing comps or whatever. And a boxer, an old ex-combat sports, but not a boxer.
Yeah.
Do what he did. Can you still box? You're still fighting against a guy who knows how to fight in some shape or form.
Yes.
Who might be a bit tougher, who will give you a bit more resistance, but still is past his sell-by date. He's not an actual boxer.
Yes.
So you're edging towards yourself.
Yeah.
I think they'd do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he fought a professional boxer, but the guy was like one of the worst ones I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I've seen some crap. No, I've seen some awful.
We're not beating about the bush here. All right, we're not here to take part. We're here to take over with our ability to orate factual stuff.
No, see, I've watched most of my fights, and they've been horrendously shit.
Yeah.
But like this guy was looking for the floor from the offset. It's a lovely uppercut, to be fair. That is a really good shot. He hit him so hard, he thought he got hit in the back of the head.
Yeah. Okay. So where do you think? And I think that I think the commentating team on the zone there are summing up really well. An embarrassing performance from Pineda, absolutely embarrassing. Who do you say KSI fights next?
You know what I want? No, Slim.
Slim.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a good
I
fight.
see him with Slim.
No, man, he's cruiserweight, isn't he?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Slim would be up for it.
Lawrence Okoli, I put him in with.
Lawrence Okoli.
Lawrence Okoli.
Yeah, I think
thought he was a heavyweight.
So here we go. We're just going to we're going to the results.
I think Slim knocks him out.
I reckon so.
Great, you've got Logan
I reckon
Paul.
so. Pappy's the dark horse in all this.
So KSI wins for the second night. Logan Paul in there raising his hand. Brother of Jake, fantastic scenes. Obviously nicely, advertising about the Prime, their energy drink. So True Geordie is going to interview KSI. Let's hear what he says.
But do you know
He's
what?
still going to come in for stick. You know what I mean?
Bruce, do you know what, Bruce?
Unfortunately.
Look what he's put. The fight was rubbish. Look what he's put on. Look at the event he's just put on. Mine.
Unreal.
No,
No.
mate, not really.
Yeah, so
not your fault, mate, but no,
so,
not at
so
all.
KSI is just trying to nick Joe Laws's line there. Yeah, you're not entertained, and no, we're not really. It's KSI saying you talk the talk, you walk the walk. Let's see if True Geordie holds on to account for the caliber of opponent. Oh, he's identified Slim as a potential one, yeah.
Ah.
He's just calling out Andrew Tate.
No, that's a bad idea.
He's calling out Tommy Fury, Andrew Tate, Slim. Brilliant. So KSI looking very confident.
That was worse than Anthony Joshua's.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just, he's not the ring rust off. Put on a fantastic event, sold out the O2.
Yes,
the
amazing,
pay-per-views will be
amazing.
phenomenal.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Lots of benefits. The only thing coming now, he has to step up that level, and he'll appreciate that as well. He'll want to step up the level. He's a competitor.
Hang on, but does he have to step up that level? Because
If he wants to fight Jake Paul.
This audience here now watching in that arena, most of those, 99% of those, don't know what they're looking for at. All they see is a guy they follow just batter 2 people. That's all they've seen.
But he knows, sorry.
And he got the belt. He got the
Maybe it's not for the audience, but he knows.
knows.
He knows if he wants to beat Jake Paul, he's got to up the level. That's my point, Barry.
Oh, no, most definitely. But like, they can drag this on forever, couldn't they? Take a leaf out of boxing's book and never meet.
So Logan Paul, just give him some props there in the ring with him. I'm not sure what belts he's got, but they're very shiny and lovely.
It's a belt.
So that's what we've got. That is the end. Is anybody going to jump in? I was expecting
2 belts.
Yeah, 2 belts. Conor McGregor, the double champ. The champ.
Two
The
belts.
champ does what the champ wants. Yeah, that's what we're talking about there. Yeah, good stuff. Fantastic to see KSI back in the ring. All right, guys, so just to start bringing that to a conclusion then. I think we're all agreed in the caliber of the opponent wasn't great. If you were KSI, Barry, what learning, what feelings would you be taking away from that?
Well, euphoria, because the event and the occasion and the crowds and all the rest of it that he's done off his own back.
Yeah.
Is phenomenal. And most professional boxers can't do that.
Yeah.
And certainly, there's a handful of British professional boxers that could fill that out too on their own. Pretty much what he's done.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's put it on, and it was a relatively I'm a boxing purist, so it was a relatively entertaining night, except for his fight.
Yeah,
that's not his fault because the opponents were rubbish. But some of the other fights were lower level, but they were quite good to watch, enjoyable to watch. A couple of them, a couple of the fighters on, and you thought they ain't too bad. Actually.
Yeah, they can have a go.
Yeah, they're not going to do anything in the boxing world, but they ain't too bad, and you would watch them again.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Mark, what about you?
No, definitely he's put a great show. I don't think he could have done any better. Like Barry said there, he just sold the whole crowd there, which is not easy to do as a fighter, and he's doing that. So
yeah,
props to him.
Yeah, Joe, what's your final thoughts?
You know what? I know there's some good boxers who can't even sell out your call, and they've just sold out the O2 Arena, and they put on an entertaining show. And like Barry was saying, I would say 90% of the fans there aren't boxing fans. Them aren't looking to see boxing finesse. Them are looking for entertainment, a scrap, and to get pissed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So, that's your fan. I've been to a few of his shows, actually. I've commented on a few of his fights.
Fantastic. Okay then, guys. So we'll bring that to an end. Thank you very much for coming onto the stream. Again, big thanks to our partners, Give Me Sport, as well as Block Asset. And like I say, if you do want to find out more about the crypto NFT community and the opportunities, like I say, we've had Ian, the future Gary, on here tonight, Darren, the Gorilla Till, coming on here. Those are the type of athletes who you can connect with and potentially, win those prizes, to have those events and activities with that type of level, the apex level of athletes that are on Block Asset's roster. So head across to that website. But from me, Believe in Bruce, it's definitely been an entertaining night. Yeah, it's definitely been an entertaining night. Hopefully KSI is not the ring rust off. Hopefully, he starts up on those levels so that we can get that competitive, that fight that everybody wants, KSI versus Jake Paul. So from us here on the live stream, thanks very much. We'll speak to you soon.
Hello. Gucci Elway. Let's go, guys. Blind box, but block. Money block.